Hi everyone. I welcome you all to the live session on Azure Fundamental Tutorial by Intellipaat. This session is conducted by multiple cloud experts who are having more than 15 plus years of industry experience.
But before we begin the session, make sure to subscribe to our channel and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us.
Cloud computing has become the topmost choice among developers in the tech community. Organizations across the world are turning to cloud services to reduce their data storage costs and enhance their decision making capabilities. Microsoft Azure Cloud is an expanding set of on demand cloud services that helps organizations to store and manage their data. Azure holds the largest market share after AWS. According to Forbes, Microsoft Azure is set to boost the size of the IT market by $10 trillion in the next 10 years. So if you wish to learn Azure and make a career in it, then this video is the perfect start for you. On saying that, now let's see the agenda of the day. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Cloud Computing. Post that, we will introduce you to Microsoft Azure. In that, we will tell you what is Azure and why do we need it. After that, we will give you all the details about AZ-900 certification exam. Post that, we will tell you how to create a Microsoft Azure account. Then we'll move on to Azure Virtual Machine and also do a hands-on demo on how to create virtual machine. Post that, we will be learning about the different services provided by Azure and also do a hands-on demo on Azure Blob storage. After that, we will tell you the difference between AWS and Azure. Then finally, we have covered Azure interview questions and answers. So guys, this is the agenda of the video. Now let's begin the session.
Okay guys, now let us check out what is cloud computing. So to start off with it, so now let us see the definition of it and then let's move ahead. So cloud computing is a delivery of computing services like servers, storage, databases and many more over the internet to offer faster innovation, flexible resources and economies of scale. So I'll make it easier for you to understand this particular sentence. So cloud computing delivers computing services. So let's say you want servers or databases, they provide it to you over the internet. You gain access through the internet, you pay for what you use and you can take up how many ever resources you want and also pay for that and also reduce it whenever you want. So it is economical, it is faster and reliable. Okay, so now cloud computing is basically accessing and using various computing services and resources via the internet. So you are the user, there are the data centers, Azure data centers. So you are the user trying to access something in the Azure data center, for example, launching a server or launching a database or trying to store a file in a bucket. So now you need cloud computing, which is the mediator or the web service which lets you access the data centers, the Azure data centers. So you're the user, you use cloud computing to access it. So now moving ahead, we'll look at the types of cloud computing because we understood what it is. It is using a web service to access certain features or resources in the data center. It can be any data center, but right now as this is the Azure cloud course, it is the Azure data center. It could be the AWS data center or the Google Cloud's data center. So types of cloud computing. Under that, there are two types, that is service models and deployment models. So under service models, there are three different services. We'll look at that. And under deployment models, again, there are multiple models. First, we'll start off with service models, then move ahead to deployment models. So the first service model is IaaS, which is basically infrastructure as a service. So we'll look into detail in the later part. So right now I'll just introduce it to you. So it is infrastructure as a service, then comes platform as a service, then comes software as a service. And under deployment models, there is public cloud and then private cloud and finally hybrid cloud. Okay, now let's start off with a more detailed description of these service models. And after that, we'll move on to deployment models. So first, infrastructure as a service. So infrastructure as a service means delivering the whole infrastructure of a general computer as a service. Basically, this means providing you a server, a database server, storage units, everything over the cloud platform. So providing you the entire infrastructure to host your application is basically infrastructure as a service. So in IaaS, you get complete access to the server's operating system. That is, you can install whatever you want. You can put your application over there. You can delete all the contents of it. You can back up it. You can do anything you want. You can increase the RAM. You can increase the number of virtual CPUs as well. So this is providing you the control over the infrastructure. And then there is platform as a service. So in platform as a service, you don't get the access to the whole operating system. Instead, you already have a environment set up. So let's say you want to host a PHP application or a Java application. So let's say right now you want to host a PHP application. So now instead of launching a server, installing PHP, installing the required softwares, and then putting your application and configuring it, you can get an already set up environment which can host PHP applications. So now using platform as a service, you can create a pass like that. You can create an environment like that, and you just have to upload your code, which is more than enough to run your applications. And finally, software as a service, and this is the most commonly used service type in the entire cloud industry because software is everywhere. So let's say you use Gmail. Gmail is a software as a service. You might use Google Docs. It is software as a service. You might use Dropbox. It is again software as a service. So a software as a service where you get access to the software but not to the environment or the server's operating system. It is just the application given to you. Every single website or every single Android application or iOS application is a software as a service because it is hosted somewhere in a cloud environment and you are getting access to it. So that is software as a service. And now let us look at deployment models. So public cloud. So public cloud refers to the standard cloud computing. So Azure is a public cloud. To consider it, it is a public cloud. You can also use it as a private cloud, but normally we call it the public cloud. So AWS, Azure, GCP, all are public cloud providers. So public cloud providers refer to the standard cloud computing, which means that the cloud provider offers resources such as virtual machines, storage, applications to the general public over the internet. So I can create an account and start using their servers. It is not required that I should have a company's domain and use that to get access to Azure and then I can start launching servers. That is not required. You will just have to use your email ID and then use your debit or credit card to get access to it and then start off with it right away. And then private cloud. So private cloud is a pool of resources meant exclusively for a single organization. This can be the on-premise setup as well as a private cloud using a cloud provider like Azure. So if it is on-premise setup, you have all your servers and all the servers is yours because you bought it, you configured it, and it is your network. So that is your private cloud. Or you can get certain services from Azure and then you can set it privately. You can set it up privately. So for example, let's say you want your website to be seen by everybody, then that can be given public access. But if you want to store some mission critical data or code, you can use a private cloud where nobody else is going to be allowed to use that hardware. Only you can use that hardware. Okay, so finally, hybrid cloud. So we look at hybrid cloud after looking at this example. So a public bus is accessible to anyone. So let's say there are 10 people, so all of them want to go. They can go in the same bus, which is the public cloud, use the same public cloud and pay the fees for that. So for example, you are going in a bus. So I want to go to 3 stops from here. So I pay the fee for that. But you might want to go 10 stops from here. So your fee might be more. So like that, I'm launching 3 servers, you're launching 10 servers. So I'll have to only pay for 3, you'll have to pay for 10. So this is how public cloud works. And a car is basically owned by a single person. So it is not meant for public, it is for that particular person alone. So he will pay for the petrol, the maintenance, he'll do everything for that car. But for the bus, you don't need to do anything. You just have to pay the money for the bus fare and that's it. So to be summarized, So bus, considering it as public cloud, it is accessible for everyone. It is meant for general public. You will have to pay for only what you use. And car is the private cloud. It is owned by you. It is only for you. You can do whatever you want with it. And again, you'll have to pay for everything. So as told, public cloud, and this is private cloud. Finally, hybrid cloud. Hybrid cloud is a combination of both of these, as well as private and public, because most of the companies go by this. So let's say Amazon will also use a public cloud and a private cloud, or any company you name it, they will have a private and a public cloud. This is the most commonly used deployment model.
So let me go ahead and tell you guys why, right? So the reason for that is that Microsoft Azure, in terms of Microsoft products, like you and I, we both know that at some point of your life in IT or at home, you would have used a Microsoft product. That's how well they have integrated or that's how well they've designed their products, that each and every person on this planet, if they are into IT, they must have used Microsoft products at one point in their life, right? And Microsoft Azure gives you a benefit in terms of using Microsoft products, that it says that if you are on cloud and if you want to use any Microsoft product like Windows or SQL for that matter, AWS, whatever price AWS gives, Azure can give you a price which is 5 times cheaper than that price. The reason for that is very simple, that Microsoft owns the licenses, and hence a license which is basically being bought by Amazon would be costlier to them. And when they give you that license on a shared basis, that is on a timely basis, obviously they'll charge you more. But when it comes to Microsoft, they have those charges in hand because it's their own license, right? So what they tell you is that, dude, you know what, whatever AWS is charging you for that particular instance, for a product, for a software which is by Microsoft, which is running on that server, I'm going to give you that same server in 1/5 of the price. So this is the first advantage that you get with Microsoft Azure, that if you are into Microsoft products, if your application is using any kind of Microsoft product, you will find it 1/5 of the price when compared to AWS. The second thing is that if you have Microsoft licenses, now obviously if you are, let's say, in a business and you are using some Microsoft software, you obviously would have bought some licenses. And when you want to go on to cloud, you do not want to pay for the licenses as well. You just want to pay for, let's say, the server that you're using. Why should you pay for the operating system when you have actually paid for that operating system before, when you purchased it for your office laptop or your office server, right? So what you can do is, or what option Microsoft Azure gives you, is the bring your own license option. So you bring your own license, you give the license key to them, and they will not charge you anything for their licensing. Even the 1/5 cost that they were charging, they will not charge you that if you have your own license, if you have your own Microsoft license and you bring that to the Microsoft Azure cloud. Okay, so that is the second advantage that you get with Microsoft Azure. And the third advantage that you get is that more than 95% of Fortune 500 companies are actually using Microsoft Azure. Now that could be either in the case of a primary cloud provider, or it could be using Microsoft Azure as a secondary cloud provider, or it could be using some products of Microsoft Azure. But if we talk about the companies, the Fortune 500 companies, 95% of them are using Microsoft Azure, right? So if you get yourself certified in Microsoft Azure, you have a 95% probability of hitting a company. If you go to 100 companies, you have a 95% chance that you will be actually landing up in a company which will be using some kind of a Microsoft Azure service, right? So that's a pretty huge number, and that actually gives you a higher probability of getting a job as well in these Fortune 500 companies. So guys, these are the three main advantages as to why Microsoft Azure is being preferred by businesses for their work, right? And that's why companies have now started to shift to Microsoft Azure as well, and that is why it is seeing such a huge exponential growth rate when compared to AWS. Now that you know that, why are we learning Microsoft Azure, the reason for that is obviously the chances of getting yourself a job in Microsoft Azure is more, right? Now let's move on and talk about what exactly Microsoft Azure is, right? So guys, Microsoft Azure is basically a cloud service which was developed by Microsoft, right? It is owned and managed by Microsoft, and it offers you its services in a pay-as-you-go model, and it is the second largest cloud provider in the world, right? So this is what Microsoft Azure is. So whatever I've taught you with regards to the concepts of cloud, all of them are given to you by Microsoft Azure, right? Along with the advantages that I told you, all of that you get with Microsoft Azure, and all you pay for that particular service is based on the number of minutes that you're using its services for, right? That's how amazing cloud is, and that's how amazing even Microsoft Azure is.
AZ-900 certification, because this is the most basic certification in Microsoft Azure. So now, first of all, the candidates for this exam should have foundational knowledge of cloud services and how these services are provided with Microsoft Azure. That basically means you will have to know what are cloud services, what are the cloud services provided by Microsoft Azure, and how does Microsoft Azure is providing those services. So you should know all of this. And also this exam is basically to begin with, it's just the foundation, and to begin with cloud-based solutions and services, or if you're new to Azure. So when you're new to Azure and you want to know all the basics, and if you want to be very thorough in your basics, you can basically take up the Microsoft Azure Fundamentals examination. Once you clear this examination, you will be given the certificate, Microsoft Certified Azure Fundamentals. That basically means you are certified in this particular category, or you are a certified AZ-900. Basically, you're associate certified in Azure Fundamentals. So now you can basically move ahead with the next part of Azure. Either you can take architect, or you can take administrator, or you can take developer. Okay, so this is basically the outline of the certification. It is a foundational or a fundamental certification where you need to know all the basics of Azure, of how it works. So now, how much does this exam cost? And again, this varies according to the country. In US, it costs you 99 USD. In India, it costs you 3,696 rupees. In Germany, it costs you 99 euros. So it differs with the country. You can go ahead and check this out in the official site. Like if you want to check out for your country, you can go and check it out in the official site. So you'll just have to type in AZ-900 certification, go to the first link, and just come down. You will have this exact portal here. So you'll just have to click on the country and change the country, and you'll get the value. So now, so what to learn to basically clear AZ-900? So most of you would have come here to know what exactly you'll have to learn. So let me give you a very brief and a clear understanding of what you'll have to do. First, cloud concepts. That is, what is cloud? Different deployment models, service models in cloud. How cloud exactly works, and how does it provide these services via internet? How is cloud better than a traditional computing data center? And yeah, so all these basic concepts of cloud should be really thorough, and you should know everything about cloud computing in a very foundational level. Next, describe Azure core services. So there are some certain core services which Azure uses as its, let's say, underlying support. So there is Azure Virtual Machines, which is basically the most integral service in Azure. Then there is Azure Storage. There is Azure SQL databases, and there is Azure Identity and Access Management. So these are certain core services which are really important, and these are the first services which you will learn when you get into Azure. Whichever role, let's say administrator or developer or architect, whichever role you're trying to get into, these are the first services. The core services are the first services you will learn. So you will have to be thorough with them. Next is describe core solutions and management tools on Azure. So this basically is solutions in the sense, let's say you're working in a company and there is a client who wants an architecture for let's say a blog. So they have a blog, and the blog is basically getting a lot of traffic recently, and they want to set up the website so that whenever there is traffic, then they should have more servers. Whenever there is less traffic, there shouldn't be any servers. So basically less number of servers. And so once they provide you those details, you should know how exactly to bring that solution into play. So to do that, you would obviously use certain tools on Azure. So you'll also have to describe those solutions and management tools over there. For example, you have web apps. So there is something called web apps. Let's say if you don't want to work on the server manually, in that case you can just develop your application's code and upload it to web apps, and web apps basically gets, let's say you upload it to GitHub and connect GitHub to web apps. Web apps basically gets the code from GitHub and hosts it automatically in a server. You don't have to do anything, you'll just have to write the code and link it with the web application. The web application basically does everything, provisioning the server, uploading your code, everything is done by Azure themselves. So these services are also need to be learned by you. So you don't have to have the exact practical knowledge of how you do it, but you should know what it is and how it works. So the entire thing is describe over here, right? So basically you should be able to describe, not show practically. So the foundational or the fundamental exam's complete role is to know that you have basic understanding of how Microsoft Azure works, not how or like whether you can create a complete architecture using Azure and host a complete application on that or not. So it's basically it's the most basic exam. You just have to describe or should know all these services. That's it. You should just know what are they and how they work. Coming to the next one, which is describe general security and network security features. So let's say when a client is trying to it's asking you that create a network for me, create a architecture for me where I can host my application, but my application has some really sensitive information, so that it has to be really secure. So right now you should basically incorporate all the security features and network security features which you know into that architecture, so that there is no unauthorized access. So again, there are certain tools to do this. The most basic is virtual network, where you will create a virtual network which isolates other virtual networks from communicating within it until you basically open it. And next one is describe identity and governance, privacy and compliance features. So this basically is completely theory. You will have to describe certain features of Microsoft Azure. What are the privacy features? What are the governance features, compliance and identity features? So again, as this is completely theory, you can see it asks you to know 20 to 25%. So I'll get to you about what exactly is this percentage talking about. Finally, Azure cost management and service level agreements. So cost management is also important, because a client would ask how much it would cost me to create this architecture, how much it would cost me per month or per year. So now you should be able to calculate, once you created the architecture's design, you should be able to give the client an idea of what exactly would be the cost required per month to keep this running. So that exactly, you should know that. So there are certain tools to do that, cost management tools in Azure. So you'll have to know how it works. That's it. And service level agreements, every single service, every single Azure service has a service level agreement, which basically tells that this particular service will not go down for this amount of time. So let's say a service has an SLA of 99.9%. That basically means, let's say there are for 100 minutes, the service will only go down for 0.01 minute. So sorry, not 0.01 minute, 0.1 minutes of the entire time. So 99.9% of the time the website will be always running and it will never go down, and that is the promise which Azure gives to you through service level agreements. Again, this is completely theory and you should know all of it. So now coming to the percentages. So this percentage represents the number of questions from each concept you will get in the examination. So 20, 15, 10, 10, 20 to 10, or 25, 20, 15, 15, 25. So this is the percentage. It can be from 20 to 25. So let's say there are 100 questions. You will get 20 questions from cloud concepts, 15 from Azure services, and 10 from management and core solutions, 10 from general security and network security, 20 from identity governance, privacy and compliance, and 10 from Azure cost management. So I'm just giving you an example. So this is how it works. So if there are 100 questions, so 20% of the questions will be cloud concepts. That would be 20 questions. 15% would be Azure services, would be 15. So same pattern goes on for each and every topic provided over here. So now let me just give you a brief about all the services which you will be taught. So the first core service is virtual machine, then app service. So these two are really core services which you will require to learn. Virtual machine basically provides you servers. App service provides you a platform in which you can upload your code and it will automatically host your code in a server for you. And Azure portal and Azure PowerShell are ways of accessing Azure, and obviously you should know how to access Azure before using it, so that is also required. Networking services, so as we know over here, general security and network security features. So VNet is the most basic of it. Under VNet there is so much of components, so many components you'll have to learn. So VNets are really important, or virtual networks are really important. Monitoring and management services, as I told you, even solutions and management tools on Azure are important. So Azure Monitor, Active Directory, and Azure Access Management is important. So let me just tell you why access management is important. So let's say there are 10 employees in your company, 5 are database admins and 5 are developers. So the database admins only require access to all the database services in Azure, and the developers require access to virtual machines, app services, and also databases. So now using access management, you can create these 10 users, put them into 2 different groups of one for database admins and one for developers, and give permissions to the group for the only services which they can access. That's it, so that they cannot access any other service and there won't be extra cost. So there won't be any extra cost. Also, there won't be any unauthorized access. And access management can be used on any user, and the administrator is the person who decides to give this. And other services like storage services and database services are also really core elements of Azure. So you should learn blob, file, table, and queues. And SQL database is also really important. So these are the core services over here. All of these actually are core services. Now coming over here, so this basically contains every single service. Not every single, they keep increasing the number of services each and every year, and sometimes even 6 months. So these are some services which will have to be thorough in. I'll just name the main title for them. So compute services are important, application platform services are important, security and management services are important. Not every single service over here. For example, you don't need to know much about Azure Marketplace for the exam, or you don't need to know more about Azure B2C, and you don't need to basically know about intelligence tools or analytics and IoT tools, because these are not basic services and these won't be asked in the AZ-900 course. Okay, so you should know the basics about hybrid cloud because it will be asked, and data, obviously you should know about data services, SQL database, table storage, Cosmos DB. And coming down, obviously compute. So this compute service, you can basically know, you should know about container services and VM scale sets. These are fine, you can know about the basics about them, but over here you should obviously know about virtual machines. You should know everything about virtual machines, and also containers, and Azure Kubernetes is also not a very basic tool. You don't need to know everything about it. But in storage, you should know about all the storage services. Virtual network, you should know about virtual networks, load balancers, DNS, traffic manager, and all the basics about VPN gateway and app gateway. So this is just all the services which I just wanted to highlight to you, so that you will basically get an idea of what exactly to learn.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right now, let's move forward and talk about how Microsoft Azure basically works, right? So we have discussed enough about what cloud computing is, what is Microsoft Azure. We are all clear with that, why we're using it, why we're learning it today. We're all clear with that. Now let's get into the technical aspects of Microsoft Azure and understand how does basically Microsoft Azure is structured in terms of its architecture. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the Azure core architecture. So guys, this is the core architecture for Azure. As you can see, there are 4 ways of accessing Azure, right? These 4 components are basically nothing but 4 different ways of accessing the Azure resources, right? So the Azure Resource Manager is basically a mediator between the Azure resources and the external agents which can interact with the Azure resources. Now, to interact with the Azure Resource Manager, you need these 4 ways. Now, what are these 4 ways? The first way is the Azure portal. Now, what is the Azure portal? The Azure portal is nothing but the GUI website that you get provided with, right? For example, if you go to portal.azure.com, once you have signed up on Azure, you can basically go to that portal and you can deploy any kind of resource that you want, right? So you can control or manage the resources from that interface. So that interface is called the Azure portal, right? The next thing is Azure PowerShell. Now, what is Azure PowerShell? So there is a thing called Microsoft PowerShell. So that exists in a Windows system. So if you're using a Windows system, you can just type in your start bar PowerShell and you would be able to see what PowerShell is, right? It's a native Microsoft product. Now, what Azure or what Microsoft provide you with is it also gives you an extension for making your PowerShell interact with Microsoft Azure, right? And once you install that extension, once it's installed on your system, your PowerShell would be able to connect to Microsoft Azure, which will basically give you the ability of controlling or deploying resources on Microsoft Azure using the command line. So that's Azure PowerShell. Similarly, you have something called as Azure CLI. Now, PowerShell, like I said, is a product from Microsoft. Azure CLI is basically done on the DOS prompt, right? So DOS is altogether a different software which has been there since ages on Windows, right? So if you're more inclined towards using the DOS prompt, you can actually install the necessary softwares for Azure, and then you can use the DOS commands to use or manage or deploy Azure resources. So this is a third way of accessing your Azure resources. And then you have something called as REST clients. Now, what are REST clients? REST clients are nothing but they are APIs which you can include in your web applications, right? For example, you can create your own web application through which you can create or use your Azure account. For example, let's say you create a website wherein you take the user input, you take an integer number from the user, and then you have created a button which is called deploy. And what that does is whatever number you have mentioned, it basically deploys that many number of servers on Microsoft Azure, right? But you are not basically doing that directly from the Azure portal, or you're not doing it that through the PowerShell, or you're not doing that through Azure CLI. What you have done is you have created your own application and you have linked your application to your Azure account, and you're making that website, or you're allowing that website basically to control your Azure resources. And this is possible using APIs, which are also called REST clients, right? Now, these resources, in case of Azure PowerShell and Azure CLI, they would interact with the help of SDKs to connect to Azure Resource Manager, your Azure portal, and your REST clients can directly interact with the Azure Resource Manager. And what is an Azure Resource Manager? Like I previously stated, it's nothing but a mediator. So basically what happens is all the resources which are deployed on Azure, they are not directly accessible by the user, even if he's using the website or using the PowerShell or using the CLI or using the REST clients. Every request has to go to the Azure Resource Manager, and what the Azure Resource Manager does is it basically authenticates your request. It will check whether you as a user of a Microsoft Azure account have the necessary permissions to do a certain task which you're trying to do with your application. For example, when you create your Microsoft Azure account, you would have the option of creating multiple users in that same account so that multiple people can work on your own account. For example, let's say you start a startup or you open a startup, right? And now you've hired a tech team. Now, what you want to do is you want your CTO or the person who's going to be managing your tech team, the admin access of your Azure account. And on the other hand, the developers who probably, let's say, if one of the developers is going to work on the Azure storage, right? So you just want him to access Azure storage. You don't want him to access Azure VMs or any other kind of Azure service. So what you can do is you can create a user and you can give definite permissions as to what he can access and what he cannot access. Okay, now how will this be helpful? Now let's say your technical manager, he signs in as a user, right? And he signs in, let's say, through the Azure portal, and then he tries to deploy a VM resource or a virtual machine, or he tries to use a storage account. You would be able to do so. Why? Because he has the administrator access you have given him, and he'd be able to do everything that you can do. On the other hand, let's say now your developer comes in, he also logs in through the Azure portal, he also sees everything which is there, right? But the moment he tries to deploy a virtual machine, because he has to go through, all his requests would be going through the Azure Resource Manager. When the Azure Resource Manager authenticates this guy and sees whether he has the permissions to launch a virtual machine or not, basically the authentication fails. So the authenticator will basically say, no, this guy does not have that permission. So Azure Resource Manager will not take your request forward. It will basically revert you back with the error message saying you do not have the sufficient permissions to carry out this task, right? And this is the sole reason we need a mediator between our Azure resources and the various ways through which we can use Azure. Now, this would be the same case with Azure PowerShell. This would be the same case with Azure CLI.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
When you use Azure PowerShell with your Azure account, you obviously have to enter your credentials. In case of a developer, he will be entering his credentials that you have given to him, right? And those basically just have the access to the storage. And again, you would also get the same kind of message in Azure PowerShell. Similarly, you will get the same kind of message in Azure CLI and even in the REST lines, right? So when you connect your website to your Azure account, again, you will get a key and a secret access key, right? Or in other case, what you'll have to do is you'll have to include some metadata on your server on which you're hosting that website, and that metadata would basically authenticate you to the Azure account. So for every user, you get a different kind of credentials for your metadata. In case of a developer, you will get a different set of credentials, and those credentials would basically, when they'll be authenticated, they would get, or they will inherit the same properties or the same permissions that the developer account has. And accordingly, your Azure Resource Manager will authenticate and check whether you have the required permissions or not, right? And accordingly, you would be able to do the operations. So guys, summing up, or just revisiting what we just studied. So there are basically four ways to access Azure. You have Azure Portal, Azure PowerShell, Azure CLI, and you have REST lines, right? All of these, they interact through the Azure Resource Manager, and the Azure Resource Manager, based on what kind of permissions you have, it basically routes your request to the necessary service and carries out the task for you, right? So this is a gist of how Azure works in the backend. Now let's move forward and talk about the front end, the middleware, and the services, right? So the front end, as we discussed, there were four ways of accessing Azure services, which were, this is the Azure portal, this is the Azure PowerShell, this is the Azure CLI, and then you have the REST lines. The middleware was nothing but it was the Azure Resource Manager. We'd be discussing that. And then you have the services that we'll be discussing in a few moments, right? So let's start off with the front end part, the front end components. So what is the Azure portal? So guys, the Azure portal looks something like this, right? So it's a GUI component that you get on your web browser, And on your web browser, you can see on the left hand side, you have things as all resources, you have web apps, you have SQL databases. You can just select the service that you want and you can subsequently launch it. We'll be discussing more on this as we move along. I'll be showing you guys the portal. I'll be showing you guys how you can use it to deploy resources. For now, we're just understanding what the Azure portal looks like, and this is what it looks like, right? On the right hand side, you get all kind of widgets. So these are widgets. These are called widgets, which show different kind of information, right? So you'll have the option of including these widgets on a dashboard. More on this we will talk as we move along in the session. So guys, this was the Azure portal. This is the Azure PowerShell. So I told you guys, Microsoft has launched its own command line, which now comes with Windows integrated, which is called PowerShell. If you want to use that PowerShell with your Azure account, what you'll have to do is you'll have to download some libraries, which will help your PowerShell to basically connect to Azure. And once you do that, you would basically see something like this, Windows Azure PowerShell. And now you can enter the PowerShell commands, which will basically help you to connect to your Azure account and carry out whatever you want in a command line fashion, right? Similarly, if you're into DOS, you can actually go ahead and use Azure CLI. So DOS commands are different from PowerShell, and there could be a scenario wherein you're better at DOS commands than your PowerShell commands. And if that is the case, you can actually go ahead and just install the libraries for Azure CLI, and then you can actually use it in the DOS environment, right? In this case also, if you want to manage your Azure resources like you were managing it through PowerShell, through command line statements, you can do a similar kind of way in Azure CLI as well. But the commands that you'd be entering over here, they'd be more in line with DOS commands. On the other hand, when we talk about PowerShell, we would be using PowerShell commands to control Azure in that case. Okay, so this was Azure CLI, guys. And the last topic is REST clients. So REST clients, as I already told, these are nothing but APIs that you use on your website. So you'll have to authenticate them using the metadata credentials, and these credentials would be available for all the accounts that are created under a root Microsoft Azure account. So each credential would be different from each other based on if there are more users. For example, in our case, we created a user for our IT manager, and then we created a user for a software developer. For our software developer, we just gave him the storage access. For our IT manager, we basically gave him the administrator access. So when they put their credentials down in the code of their web application and they try to connect to Azure, based on the permissions that they have, they would be able to access the resources. In case they do not have the permission, you will get a corresponding error to that this particular user does not have the necessary permissions to access that particular resource. Alright guys, so these were the front-end components of the Azure core architecture. Now let's talk about the middleware, the component which basically acts as a mediator between your touch points, that is your front-end components, and the core components, which is the Azure resources. So it acts as a mediator, the Azure Resource Manager. So Azure Resource Manager, it basically helps you to deploy and manage the Azure resources, right? It also helps you to organize resources in Azure. For example, it will help you in grouping resources together. Let's say I'm launching a web application, okay, and I'm also at the same time launching some other application. Let's say I'm also launching my Android app backend service. So what I can do is, let's say if I'm launching a web application, I would need certain components. I would need, let's say I need a separate storage for my web application, right? So I can create a storage account, I would create a web app, and then I would create a database server. Now, if I create it just like that in Azure and you try to see all the resources, you would not be able to make out as to which resources are there for my Android application and which resources are there for my web application. What you can do is probably you can define a nomenclature, and then you can say probably you can name your instances like let's say for Android database, you can say Android underscore database. For your web application, you can say web app underscore database. So that's one way of sorting it out. But Azure Resource Manager makes it easy for you. How does it make it easy? It basically gives you the ability to create groups, right? So if you're creating one kind of an application, what you can do is you can create a group, and inside that group, you can basically just map the resources or launch the resources that are specifically there for that particular application. For example, for a web application, I can launch all the resources that I want, and I can group them together in the web application group, right? I can name the group anything. It's just like a folder, guys. If you were to understand it more simply, understand it's just for sorting out resources. Let's say you have a desktop full of files, and those files are PDFs, TXTs, and doc documents. So what you can do is you can just create 3 folders, and inside those 3 folders, you can put your doc folders. Inside the PDF folder, you can put PDF files. Inside the text files, you can put the text files, right? So this is the way of sorting on your desktop. Similarly, if you want to sort your resources in Azure, you can use the ability of creating resource groups using the Azure Resource Manager, right? And at the same time, the third point or the third feature of Azure Resource Manager is it authenticates, it checks what all permissions you have, and based on that, it gives you the ability to control your Azure resources, right? So it also authenticates your calls to the Azure resources, and only through the Azure Resource Manager would your calls go, and if they are accepted by the Azure Resource Manager, only then they will be forwarded. Otherwise, they would be rejected and you would get an appropriate message for that. All right. So guys, this was all about the Azure Resource Manager. So I was talking to you about what a resource group is. So as you can see, let's say this is a resource group of mine. And what I want to do is...
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
I want to group all these 3 resources. So my VM instance that I launch, that is termed as a resource. If I launch a web app, that is also termed as a resource. Don't worry if you don't understand what is a virtual machine, what is a web app. I would talk more about this as we move along in the session. But for now, understand that any service in Azure, any instance that you launch in Azure, that is basically a resource, right? And when you group one or more resources together, or I should say 2 or more resources together for a particular thing, so I gave you the analogy of folders. If you group them together and that symbolizes something, that basically can be done using resource groups, and that is exactly what is specified in the figure as well, right? So you have some virtual machines, you have app service, and you have SQL database, and you have all grouped them together in a resource group, and probably you can call it, let's say, the production environment. You can create a test environment, call the resource group a test environment, and deploy the necessary resources inside that as well. So guys, with this we come to an end of the Azure core architecture. So by now you understand the nitty-gritties of how Azure works in the backend, right? How things are structured inside Azure. Moving forward, guys, now we'll be talking about the Azure services, right? So we'll be talking about the resources that we just saw, the resources that we were grouping inside the resource group, or the resources which basically the Azure Resource Manager was managing. We're going to talk about those, and those are nothing but services in Azure, right? So it'll become more clear as we move along. So let's just start off now with core Azure services. Alright guys, so before starting off with the services, guys, there's again a simpler way to understand all the services in Azure. What Azure has done is, let's say there are around 300 plus services in Azure, right? Now, it is difficult to actually remember all those services or to basically know how one service is different from the other. So what Azure has done is it has actually divided its services based on what the services does or what the services do, right? So the major sections that it has divided its services in are these, right? So these are not all the sections that Azure gives us the services in, but these are all the important sections or the important domains in which Azure provides you services. And as a cloud engineer or as a Azure engineer, when you'll be working in companies, mostly you would be working on services which are included in these domains, right? So we'd be covering these. Guys, there is no Azure engineer out there who would be knowing each and every service in Azure, right? But what we as learners can do is we can learn all the important services which are basically used in your everyday life when you become a cloud engineer, right? And as and when you apply to companies, probably you can tell them you know all the basic services, all the important services in Azure, and if there is any special requirement for a particular service that they use, it is obviously going to be an easier task for you since you understand how Azure works. So understanding one more service in Azure would not be a great deal. But most of the times, I would say 90% of the things that you would be doing as a cloud engineer, or 90% of the services that you would be using or working on as a cloud engineer would be covered under these domains. So now let's go ahead and start off with the first domain, which is compute. But before that, let me give you a brief about all of these domains, right? So the first domain is compute. So in compute, you have compute intensive resources wherein you get raw processing power. More on this we will talk about as we move along. Then the second kind of domain is networking. So this particular domain would include all the services which provide you with networking capabilities, right? Then we have the storage domain, which basically gives you all the services in Azure, which can basically give you the capability of storing some files, right? And obviously there are a lot of services in storage, and each service is targeted at a different kind of use case. So we're going to discuss some of the storage services in Azure, which are very prominent. Then you have services related to database and analytics, right? So if you want to store textual data, which also you want to analyze using graphs or using flowcharts, right? You can do that in Azure in the domain database plus analytics. Then our next domain comes out to be AI and machine learning. Now this is a very important domain, guys, and I've seen actually people who are data scientists, people who are researching on data science. So basically when you're working on data science or when you're working with AI, you need a lot of computing power, right? Now, the good thing about cloud is that it offers you a pay as you go model, which basically means you only pay for the time you use the resources for, right? And nobody can afford a high spec machine. If you need an i7, an octa-core processor, and a 32 GB RAM, it's very difficult for a layman to get hold of such kind of a machine. So what researchers and what data scientists can do is they can actually launch a machine on Azure with a similar spec that they want for their use case, use it for the time they want and shut it off. And you'll be charged as low as around $0.05 or $0.06, I guess, for if you use it for around half an hour or so, right? So I guess half an hour or 45 minutes should be enough if you want to do a POC, or if you're even into researching, or if you're into testing. I guess this would be the cheapest option for you rather than getting a full-blown server or a full-blown laptop with high specs and all. That will be more expensive for you. So it's better if you use services from cloud for your compute intensive needs. But that is not it. What you get in AI and machine learning domain is you get a pre-built dashboard kind of a thing. So you don't have to feed in algorithms. Everything is pre-built in Azure. You basically get a drag and drop kind of a functionality when you're particularly using Azure ML, because I've used that. I'm telling you, it's pretty drag and drop. If you compare it with its counterparts, let's say if you want to do a regression test in R, you would actually have to write a long script to do a particular thing. But the kind of services that Azure has launched, for example, like I mentioned, Azure ML, all you have to do is drag and drop and you can get your results, right? So that's how convenient it is, and that's why people are more and more, to save their time, to save on their costs, they're actually using the AI and machine learning capabilities of the cloud. And in particular, we are talking about Azure. So Azure also has AI and machine learning services, which also we will be discussing as we move along in the session, right? Then the next domain is identity. So identity domain would basically include services which will help you in authenticating users. It will help you to basically get the metadata credentials that we discussed earlier for your website. So all the authentication part, the authorization part, whenever you want to give specific permissions to particular users, all of that can be managed with the identity services. And lastly, we would be discussing the domain which is management, which would basically include services such as monitoring. It would include services such as infrastructure as code, right? Don't worry about these big words, guys. As we move along, everything will be clear. But without wasting time, let's jump on to our first domain, which is compute, and let's understand what are the different services that we're going to understand in that, right? So in compute, guys, you basically have four prominent services. You have virtual machines, you have function apps, you have app service, and then you have the Azure Kubernetes service. So the first service that we're going to discuss about is the Azure Virtual Machine service. Now, what is that? Now, guys, Azure virtual machines are nothing but it's basically a server, or I can say in the most layman terms possible, let's just say it's a computer, just like a laptop, which has just installed Windows on it and nothing else is there, right? For example, let's say you buy a laptop. What is the first thing that you see? You see your Windows there, or you see your Mac OS there, or you see your Linux operating system there, and basically no software is installed. It's just the bare minimum operating system which is given to you, and whatever you want to do on your laptop, you install it and then you work on, right? So similarly, virtual machines are there. Virtual machines are nothing but they are machines that are launched by your cloud provider, which in our case is Azure, and they launch it for you. So you don't have to worry about where are they getting it from. They launch it for you, and what they do is they give you the remote access to it, right? So it's basically like working on your own laptop, but working on it from a remote location. So similarly, you get your own machine on Azure, which is freshly made, right? You have a fresh operating system on it. There are no softwares installed, and whatever you want, you can install on this particular server. So we call it server because basically you would be using it for deploying applications, which would be basically be available to the user. So that's why we call it a server, right? So basically these are server or computers that are launched by Azure for your own personal use, but you would be accessing it remotely. If it's a Windows machine, in a GUI case, you can basically do an RDP and use it. If it's a Linux machine, you can do basically do an SSH and you can work on the command line for it. But remember, guys, there are no softwares installed on it. There are no extra softwares installed on it. So anything that you want this server to do, for example, let's say you want to create a database server, you can just install database on it and it'll be ready, right? And it'll be ready for accepting requests for the database service. If you want it to be a web server, you can basically install Apache, PHP, etc. And then you can put your website on it. It'll become a web server. Anything and everything that you want or that you can do on your laptop, you can do on virtual machines. So this is what Azure Virtual Machines is, guys. Now, the next kind of service is similar to virtual machines, but it's actually an advanced version of virtual machines. So what are function apps? So guys, function apps is like I said, it's an advanced version of virtual machine in which you do not get the access of the operating system. Okay, so let me give you an example. For example, let's say you are, let's say, doing some work on a website, and that website basically, let's say, does processing for you. For example, let's say you are on Facebook, and what you do is you upload a profile picture, and once you upload a profile picture, let's say you want to crop that profile picture to a particular size, and then you want to upload it as an image on your Facebook. So what will happen? So you will upload your image on the Facebook app. You will do the cropping part. Let's say you want to add a filter as well. You add that filter and then you click on save, and then you want it to be uploaded as a profile picture on your Facebook, right? So there is a minimum amount of processing that would have to be done on your image. Some processing has to be done on your image, right? And basically how that works is that processing is actually not done on your phone or on your computer on which you're accessing Facebook. That is actually done on the Facebook servers. But the way they handle it is they basically would have a web server in place. They would separately have a database server in place which would be interacting with your web server. And for the processing, they have a separate server. Okay, and that separate server is basically called a backend server. And what does that backend server do? All the requests which comes in, it basically processes it and gives out the result. That's the sole job of a backend server. And why is it separate? Why is it not integrated with the web server? The simple reason for that is, let's say there are 100 users who are using your website, right? And they're constantly exploring your website, going through the UI, doing uploading images, doing processing and everything. Now your backend component is doing the image processing, and the front end component of yours, which is the website component of yours, is basically serving the website to the users, right? So there are two tasks happening over there, and let's say any one of them, they get overloaded with some work, right? That would hamper the performance of the second component. Let's say there are more users on the website, right? So obviously your web component or the website component of your server would require more processing power. So let's say it takes up 60% of the processing. And let's say what happens is all these people who came in, they upload their profile pictures and they put some filter on, and they now want to process it. So one thing is your server is already busy serving these 100 people your website, and the CPU mark is at 60%. Now because of the processing load which is coming onto your backend component, that also requires around 80% CPU to work efficiently. But now because 60% has already been taken by your website server, there's only 40% left. So what will happen in this case? Your server will inadvertently become slow, right? It'll become slow, and it might even crash in case a deadlock situation happens, right? And this was usually the case when we were not aware of distributed computing. But nowadays what happens is we are dealing in a world where we cannot afford downtime, and that is the reason everything has been distributed, right? So if there is more load on my backend server is going to handle it. It will not hamper the performance of my website server or my database server. So every software component is now distributed. And why are we discussing this? We are discussing this because we are talking about function app. Now what is a function app? Function app is nothing but a backend service on which you do not have to deal with the operating system like you do in virtual machines. You do not get an access to the operating system. You cannot install any kind of software on it. Whatever you choose, let's say you have an option of choosing what kind of backend code you want to run on the function app. Let's say your image processing, whatever code you have written for the image processing app, let's say you have written it in Python. So when you will be deploying a function app, what you'll be choosing is what kind of code would I be uploading on the function app. Let's say you choose Python. The next thing that you would be doing is you would be clicking on next, and then it will make your function app ready, and then it will ask you for the code for the image processing. You give in the code, you click on save, and now your backend server is ready to accept requests. That's it. So now all your website server has to do is ping the backend server with the required information with the image. It will basically take the image, it will run through the code, see what it has to be done, do the processing on the image, and give the image back to the website server or to the Facebook servers, which will basically upload the profile picture, right? So in a gist, what is function app? A function app is basically a service which will not give you access to the operating system. It will basically give you one dashboard on which you can upload code, and it can do any task for you. All you have to do is give it work, it will do for you, and that's about it. You don't have to mess around with anything else. You don't have to worry about what machine size I should give to my function app. You don't have to worry about how many machines should I run so that my function app never gets overloaded. Everything is managed by Azure. All you have to do is give in the code and see your application working. So these kind of applications are basically called platform as a service. And the earlier service that we discussed was virtual machine. It's basically called infrastructure as a service. Why infrastructure as a service? Because in that case, you got access to the operating system, right? You can do anything on that server. You can install anything. You can actually delete everything also, and you can make that server hang, or you can make that server not working. You can actually uninstall the installation files of the operating system as well. That is something that you can do with your server. But what will happen is it will not cause any harm to Azure. Basically, you would not be able to use the server, and in the far end time, you'll basically have to delete it because it won't be usable. That's the most extreme thing which could happen. But the case with function app is because it's a platform as a service, it's giving you a dashboard on which you can upload code, and hence it's a platform, right? It is not giving you access to the operating system. It is not giving you access to what softwares you can install. You just choose the environment in which your code can run, and that's it. That's what a function app is all about. It's a backend server without choosing or worrying about the underlying infrastructure. Moving forward, the next service that we have is app service. App service is yet another platform as a service kind of resource that we have in Azure. And what you can do with app services, you can basically launch or deploy websites. Now, you would be wondering that in function app also I can just give my code and probably I can give my website code and it will deploy the website for me. No, your function app can only give outputs based on the inputs. It cannot deploy a web application for you. If you want to deploy a web application, you would have to use app service. In app service, you would find a resource called web app. You'll have to deploy that. And on that, you will basically get again a dashboard. Since it's a platform as a service, you will again get a dashboard where you will be able to upload your website files. And once you do that, once the process is finished, you will basically get a link. And if you click on that link, you can see your website. Right? So again, we did not get access to the operating system. We do not have control on what softwares are installed. The basic way the app service works is, or in our case, since we are discussing about websites, our web app works is, it'll ask you what kind of code is your website written in. Let's say my website is written in Node.js. So I'll just select Node.js and I'll click on next. And the next question they'll ask is, do you want to auto scale when the CPU increases or when the memory is low? Do you want to auto scale? You will say yes, I want to auto scale. You'll click on next and it does everything for you. And at the end what you get is again a web UI on which you will have a button called upload, on which you just have to upload your website and everything would be set for you, right? There is also an option to just directly mention the GitHub link. It'll pull the code from GitHub and it'll deploy whatever code was there on GitHub. But the keyword here is it deploys application for you in function app. So this is a very tricky thing, that what is the difference between function app and a web app. So function app only does the backend tasks for you. You give it code, it will take an input, it will give you the output. That's it. It is not used to deploy an application. App service, on the other hand, it is only used to deploy an application. Okay, so this is the main difference between a function app and an app service. A next service is probably a very important service when you're working in a containerization environment. So I'm sure most of you know about what Docker is. If you don't know, just type on YouTube Docker tutorial by Intellipaat. Go through that video and you would be able to understand what Docker is. So Docker is nothing but a containerization platform on which you can deploy applications. So we were talking about distributed computing, right? So containers are nothing but they act as separate virtual entities which are isolated from each other. So I can launch an Ubuntu container, I can launch a CentOS container, I can launch a different flavor of Linux container as well, right? In them, I can install any software I want, and exactly whatever code files I want, I can put on those containers, and these containers can then interact and mimic a distributed application kind of a scenario, right? Now, what Kubernetes is, it manages these containers for you. It's an automatic service which manages these containers. What does it manage? Let's say, I deploy 3 containers. One is my...
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Website container, one is my backend container and one is my database container. Now for some reason my backend container is not working. Okay, it stops working. Now what will happen? What should ideally happen? Ideally, if my backend server stops working, I need to get an alert. I will go there, I will see what the problem is, I will fix it, and then my backend container or backend server will again be ready and my application would serve normal. But what happens is you cannot monitor an application 24/7. So what Kubernetes does for you is it does all the manual tasks for you. So it automatically detects that a fault has occurred in a particular container. And what it does is it deletes that container and launches a new copy of it automatically, right? And this is just one of the tasks that Kubernetes does automatically for you. You can also configure Kubernetes to scale your containers for you or descale your containers for you. and it can do a host of other things, and we would discuss it probably when we move along, and when we just are focusing on Azure Kubernetes for service. We can actually talk more about it because there are loads of feature in it. But this is again a very important service. So most of the startup companies, not MNCs, but most of the startup companies have now adopted the container architecture, or have now made their code into fit into containers, and now they are using the Kubernetes service. If I were to give you a little background of the Kubernetes service was actually developed by the Google company. Later, they made it open source, and now it's available to the world. Anybody can use it or download for free and can actually install it on their system, right? But when you install it on your system, you actually have to manage Kubernetes all by yourself. So what Azure does is it has created platform as a service again, and it says, I will handle the Kubernetes installation, I will handle the Kubernetes configuration. You just tell me what you want, and I will deploy that in a Kubernetes cluster for you. Right? So all the advantages of Kubernetes you get, and you also don't have to deal with Kubernetes. So this is the power of cloud. This is what Azure is giving you as a service, right? And this is what Azure Kubernetes service was all about.
How to create a Microsoft Azure account. First, I'll explain to you the steps to do that, and after that, let us create a Microsoft Azure account so that you can follow those steps, and you can as well create an account to start off with this course. Okay, so these are the basic steps. So first we'll have to go to the Azure page and click on create new account, and after that choose the banner called start for free, and after that you can use your email address and the password for your new Azure account. So after clicking on create my Microsoft account, so if you already have a Microsoft account, you can use the same email ID and password, and then you will receive a code. So it will be in your inbox, that is your mail ID's inbox. Use that, enter your phone number for their account. You will again receive an OTP. Use that, fill in the forms, and also you'll have to provide a card detail. So it can be a debit or a credit card. So you won't be charged in the free period because they'll provide you free credits up to 13,000 rupees. You can basically use any service within that quota, and after that quota ends, then you will start getting charged. And then agree to the terms and conditions, then click sign up. And after that, you will be signed up. Then you can start off with Microsoft Azure. So this is the steps to create a Microsoft Azure account. What is an Azure virtual machine, and as well as the types of Azure virtual machines available. So let's get started. So first of all, as we already discussed, Azure virtual machine is the same as a virtual machine, but it is just running on a cloud server. So there will be a cloud host machine. So you don't need to use the word cloud in front of it, but it is a host machine inside Azure's architecture in which you can create multiple virtual machines and you can use them. So again, it is an infrastructure as a service offering. So this service lets you launch virtual machines in Azure cloud, hence giving you the flexibility of virtualization without having to buy and maintain physical hardware. The thing is, you don't need to buy anything. You just have to launch the required number of virtual machines and then put your application on that, so that you don't need to buy any physical hardware and waste money on it. So Azure offers different types of virtual machines categorized on the basis of memory storage and compute types. Okay, so for general purpose, there are virtual machines. For example, you just want and for practice, for hands-ons, you can use the general purpose virtual machine. Then for high processing power, if you want to run any software which requires an high processing power to process data or something, to create data sets, you can use, there are services for that. For high compute workload, that is a lot of traffic. So let's say you have an application with a lot of traffic coming in. So for that, again, you can, there are various types, you can choose one again. And then for large storage, so you can create a virtual machine with a higher amount of storage as well. You can have a more SSD, you can have more storage as well, and more. So we'll look at those types. So types of Azure virtual machines. First, A series virtual machine. So this type is used for entry-level workloads, for development and test machines. So this is not for production. This is for development and test environments. Okay, that is the first one. Second one is D series VM. This type is used to run applications with high compute power and temporary disk memory. If your application needs high compute power to run as well as a cache, We can go with D series. F series is for optimized for intensive workload. So let's say suddenly your application will achieve a peak of 90%. Suddenly it will be in 30%. Again, it will go to 80, 90, 95%. So for that, you can use F series and provide higher CPU to memory ratio. That is, you will have more number of virtual CPUs. That is more computing power, but the memory ratio will be less. And then G series. So this is a storage or memory optimized. That is, if you want more storage and more memory, you can go with this type. Then H series is there. H series is for next generation high performance computing virtual machines. So this is more of a high-end virtual machine. Then there is L series, which is storage optimized virtual machines, and these applications are for low latency. So your application is mission critical and you don't want it to take a lot of time to load or take a lot of time to perform particular actions. You can go with L series because it will reduce the amount of latency. And then M series are the largest memory optimized virtual machines. They are ideal for heavy in-memory workloads like SAP HANA. So if you're using SAP HANA or any high memory in-memory workloads, that is, these are not stored in storage, but these are stored in the cache. So for high in-memory workloads, you can go with M series. Okay, and finally N series. So these are GPU enabled, that is graphic processing unit virtual machines. So let's say you want to run a game in this, you can do that. You can run a gaming application, or you can also, if you want to render something, render a video which is being edited in another virtual machine, you can do that using N series. Okay, so we've seen the types of virtual machines. So these are the sizes. So compute optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized, GPU optimized, and high performance compute. So FS, V2, FS and F, these come under compute. E, M, G, D, these come under memory optimized. LS comes to storage. All the N series is in GPU, and H and A811. So you can see the description as well. So compute optimized is for medium traffic web servers. Second one, used in relational database servers, medium to large caches, and in-memory analytics. Storage optimized, this is for big data, SQL or NoSQL databases, because obviously it is a storage optimized virtual machine where you can store a lot of data than the other virtual machines. Coming to this, GPU optimized. So high graphic performance. These sizes are designed for compute intensive, graphic intensive, and virtualization workloads. As I told you, you can use this for running a high graphics optimizing or high graphics using application or game. And then finally, high performance compute. So this hardware is designed and optimized for compute and network intensive applications. So if you don't want your application to go down at all, if you want connections continuously, you don't want your connections to go down, then you can use this. So you can see here, including high performance computing, HPC, cluster applications, modeling, and simulations. So you can use all of these.
Alright guys, so now let's get down to the interesting part. Let's now start off with a hands-on where you will get a taste of how basically Azure portal looks like, and also how things work out, how you deploy resources on Azure. And basically, in the most essence, we learned about what a VM is. So we're going to see how we can actually launch a VM inside Microsoft Azure. All right, so just give me a minute. I'll just switch on to my portal and then we will start on with the demo. Now, before moving over there, guys, these are the three things that we're going to do. So when we were learning the architecture, I told you guys that basically all the resources that are deployed in Azure can be managed, or they can be grouped together using resource groups. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create a resource group which will have the name demo environment. Okay. Then what we're going to do is in this demo environment, basically we're going to launch a virtual machine which will have a Linux operating system on it. Now, once it is deployed, we will try to connect to this virtual machine using the putty tool that is available for doing SSH on Linux. So basically, whenever you're installing or whenever you're launching a Linux instance, the way to connect to a Linux instance
is using SSH, right? Because it's a command line operating system, and everything and anything that you want to do on this operating system, you can do it on the command line. On the contrary, if you deploy a Windows machine, in that case, you have to use the remote desktop protocol. So it's basically called RDP, and there's a software for that which can basically connect using RDP. So that is inbuilt in Windows. So if you're on a Windows machine, just type remote desktop, right, and you'll get that application. The only thing it'll ask is the IP address. Click on connect, and then it'll ask for the password. Alright guys, so without wasting any more time, let's go ahead, switch to my Azure portal, and let's see how it looks like, right? So guys, this is my Azure portal. So let me just go to home and let me show you how it actually looks like. So this is how your portal looks like, guys. This is the web GUI that we were talking about. Now there are some resources that are already launched in my Microsoft Azure, right? So as you can see, I've named my resources something like this, but let's say I'm going to deploy a Linux VM now, right? And that Linux VM is only for demo purposes. Now, this will actually give you a take as to how you can, or how resource groups basically can help you guys. Now, if I go to all resources right now, you can see these are all the resources which are deployed on Azure right now, but I do not know which resource is doing what, or which resource is contributing to what application. On the contrary, if I go to resource groups, you can see that there is a group which is called Intellipaat, which exists on my Microsoft Azure portal. And if I go inside this resource group, I would be able to see all the resources which have been deployed. So now what I'm going to do is, because what I'm doing right now is just for demo purpose. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a resource group. So let me just click on add, and let us create a resource group by the name demo environment. So I'll type in demo -env, right? And let's say the region that we have to choose, always choose a region, guys, which is nearer to you. So what do you mean by region? So region basically means, now Microsoft Azure is so huge that it has deployed, or it has set up its data centers in different countries. The reason they have done so is because let's say you have your application in, or you have a startup and you have actually started it up in, let's say, India, right? And your application is actually only accessed by the Indian audience, right? So that's whom you cater to. So what you can do is, rather than deploying, so it makes more sense to deploy your application or your website on in a region which is nearer to your audience, because in that case, the internet routes, it'll be far lesser when you compare it with launching your application in some other country. For example, let's say we launch this resource, or we create this resource group in let's say US, right? But my target audience is basically in India. Now what is going to happen? Now when my target audience is in India, and let's say I'm going to the Intellipaat.com website, that is my application, every time the data is being fetched from the US and it is being transferred to the Indian servers, and then from your ISP you are getting the data on your system. Now, if we were to make, or if we were to deploy our application in India itself, what will happen is that the distance that the data has to be data will cover will be less, and that will significantly increase your response time of the website, right? So that is why choosing a region is very important. You can choose any region you want, but I would suggest you choose a region which is more nearer to you, right? So in our case, let's scroll down and see if we have any region which are nearer to me. So I can see that we have a region in India which is called South India. So let us select that, right? All right. So now the region that my resource is getting deployed is in South India, right? So that's what I've selected. The name that I've given is demo environment. And now let's go ahead and click on review plus, right? So this is what is going to happen. The subscription is going to be pay as you go. If you are under free tier, you will see free tier. The resource group, this is the name that I've given, and the region on which this is being deployed is South India. Let's click on create. So now my resource group is being created, right? And if I do a little refresh over here, I can see that my demo environment resource group is present here. Now what I want to do, the next step that I have to do, let me just go back to my slide, is to deploy a Linux VM in this demo environment resource group. So let's do that. Let us come back to our Azure portal. And now what we want to do is we want to deploy a virtual machine. So you will see on the left hand side that there is a service called virtual machines. Let's select that. And now what I have to do is I have to click on add, right? So because I want to create a virtual machine. So I click on add. Now it'll ask you which resource group do you want to make this server available in. So I want to basically make it available in demo environment. So this is what I've selected. What do I want my virtual machine name to be? Let's say I want my virtual machine name to be new VM-Linux. Okay, this is what the name is. The region I want it to be nearer to me, so I'll select as South India, right? Availability options, if you go ahead and choose it, you will have an option between availability set or no infrastructure redundancy required. So what is redundancy? Redundancy basically means, do you want a copy of your server somewhere else as well, so that let's say in the data center where this server is going to be deployed, that data center goes down, right? Or something happens and the data gets corrupted. So if you choose that you want to replicate your server, what will happen is, even if there is a downtime in a particular data center in which your VM was deployed, your redundant server will come into power, and that is from where you will get your data. So basically it increases the availability of your application, and even if there is a problem from the Azure side, your application will not go down. But since we are doing a demo, what we'll select is no infrastructure redundancy required. What is the image that you want? So by image we mean the operating system. What kind of operating system do you want to connect to, right? So you have all these operating systems over here. I can actually launch a Windows 10 Pro. I can launch a Windows Server. I can launch Ubuntu 16. I can launch Debian 9, CentOS, SUSE Linux, Red Hat, Ubuntu Server. Right, so for our sake, let's consider Ubuntu Server is what we want to deploy. And now it'll ask me what is the size of the machine that you want to give, right? So what you can do is you can actually change the size. So by default, it will say you should deploy a 2 CPU and an 8 GB machine. You can just click on change size and you will have all these options available to you, right? So you can see that because what we are going to do is a demo. So what you can see over here is 0.5 GB RAM and a 1 CPU will basically cost me around 383 rupees per month, right? So let's go ahead and try to deploy this machine, right? So this makes more sense because we are only doing a demo, and probably I'll delete it after this session, right? So I've selected this and I'll click on select now. So you can see it's 1 vCPU and 0.5 GB memory. Great. Next thing it is asking me is what is the authentication type that you want to give on this particular machine. You can either choose the SSH public key, or what you can choose is password, right? So if you want to choose SSH public key, what you'll have to do is you'll have to generate a SSH public key, right? If you choose password, what it will ask is the username and the password. And this is basically the most standard way of doing it, but if you want to give security to your instance, the suggested method would be to create a public key. Now, how can you create a public key? There is a software called PuttyGen, right? And the way you can download it is just type on Google Putty download, right? And then you will get a link from putty.org. Just click on that. And you will see this link which says download Putty. Just click over here. Right now you will get all the versions on which you can using which you can basically install Putty. Now what we are basically looking for is PuttyGen, right? So you will find it over here based on your CPU architecture. You can basically select PuttyGen and then you can download. Once PuttyGen is downloaded, it will look something like this. So as you can see, it's Putty key generator. What I want to do is I want to generate a public private key. So let's click on generate. Now what it'll ask is you'll have to hover your mouse here for some randomness and it will create a key based on that. So let's hover our mouse in this region and now it has created the key for me. Now it says the public key for pasting into OpenSSH authorized key file. So this is the public key basically, right? And you will have to copy this. Let's copy it. Right, so this is my public key. Now let's come back to my portal. So I can just choose SSH public key and I can paste the public key over here, and this is how it works. Now, if your key is verified, what you will get is a tick mark over here, which basically means that a key has been verified and now you can go ahead, right? So my key is now verified. What is the next step that I'll have to do? The next step that I'll have to do is I'll have to save the private key. Okay, so this is the public key which has been generated. What I have to do is I have to save the private key which I'll be using to connect to my instance. So in this case, you basically do not have to use any password. If you have this particular file which will basically be saved, once I click on yes, let's say I save it on the desktop, or let me actually save it somewhere else. Let me save it in C drive, and let me actually create let's say in the app folder, I'm just creating this private key file, and let's name it as Azure -key. Okay, and now I'll click on save. So my ppk has now been saved. If I want to go there, I can just go to C, I'll go to app, and I can see that Azure -key ppk is now present over here. Great. So this is done. Now I'll have to specify the username. So let's specify the username as Azure. You can specify any username that you want, right? So we have specified it as Azure. Now the next thing that it is asking is, do you want any inbound ports to be enabled on this particular instance? Now we will be connecting to this instance from our machine, right? And the protocol that we'll be using is SSH. So we'll have to open the SSH port. So we'll have to click on allow selected ports. And what port do I want to allow? I want to allow SSH port. Okay. Let's select HTTP also. Why? I'll tell you that in a few moments once we have the Linux machine up and running, right? In case this was a Windows machine, I will also have to enable the RDP port, which you can just tick over here. In my case, I don't need the RDP port. I just need SSH, and I need HTTP too. The use for it, I'll tell you as we move along. Alright, so I want SSH and HTTP to be enabled, and what I can now do is I can just click on review plus create, and now it will basically just show me all the configuration for my VM, which is going by default, right? I can just review it, and that will be it, right? Now I'll show you something very interesting over here. Once this loading is complete. So as you know, cloud computing, it doesn't charge you per month, but basically the pricing model is a per hour kind of a thing, right? So as you can see, the machine that I'm launching right now is 50 paisa per hour. This is the rate, or this is basically the pricing of my machine that I'm gonna launch. So that's awesome, right? The next thing is the OS which is being launched is Ubuntu Server 18.04. That is also great. And if you want, you can actually look at the username, which is Azure. What are the public inbound ports? It's SSH and HTTP. The disk type is SSD. Is it a managed disk? Yes. The network, it's basically creating a new network for me, which goes by the same resource group name, which is demo-env. So what is going to happen is, guys, when I launch this particular VM, a lot of things will be created. It will create disks, it will create networks, and everything related to it will actually go inside that particular resource group, right? So I'll show you how to do that. Just click on create once you feel everything is right. And now my machine is basically getting created. Okay, so let's wait for a few while. It will take like a minute or so to deploy a machine. So let's wait for that time, and let's hope this deploys soon. So as you can see, it says your deployment is underway. Once it's complete, you will see a different message over here. So let's wait for that message to appear.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Alright guys, so my deployment is complete. As you can see, the message is being told over here. So the next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go to resource groups. And now I can see that I have something called as demo-env. I will go inside that. And over here, I have all the related resources to my VM. Okay, so guys, as you can see, my virtual machine is this particular resource. So let me go inside that. And now what I'll have to do is I'll have to select this IP address. This is the IP address on which the instance is available. So let's copy this IP address. And now let's open the putty tool. Now what is the putty tool? We used putty gen before to create the key. Now for connecting to the instance, you will have to use the putty tool. Now how do you download the putty tool? Again, back to your tab where you opened the download web page. Now over here, you will have to select putty.exe. It says the SSH and Telnet client itself. You'll have to download this according to your architecture, and then you will have a tool which looks something like this. Now what I want to do is I want to connect to this IP address which I've just copied from the Azure portal, and I will have to go inside SSH and I'll have to go inside auth, and now I will have to select the PPK which will basically be used to connect to my machine, which is Azure-key. Let's click on open. And now everything is ready, guys. So I have selected the PPK, I have inserted the IP address, and now let's click on open. So it will ask, so whenever you connect to a new IP address, it will give you this warning. Don't worry about it. Just click on yes. And now it is asking, what do you want to log in as? So remember, the username that we gave was Azure. So let's select that and hit enter. And that's it. That's about it, guys. So now you're inside your Linux machine, which is the Ubuntu machine, and now you can do anything with it as you feel necessary, right? Now you will ask me one thing that, we deployed we allowed HTTP connection. Why did I do that? Just to show you one very awesome thing. Now, since this is Ubuntu, the commands that I'll be entering now is basically for Ubuntu, and if you want to copy these commands, you will also have to install or you will have to launch Ubuntu OS, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this server as a web server. So in order to do that, I'll pass on the commands sudo apt-get. So let's update this machine first. Sudo apt-get update, and this will now update the machine. Alright, so my machine is now updated. Now let's go ahead and install Apache. So sudo apt-get install Apache 2. So guys, what is Apache? Apache is basically a software for web server, and what is right now happening is it is being installed on my Ubuntu machine. Once it gets installed on my Ubuntu machine, all I have to do is I'll have to go to the IP address of my VM instance, and then I will be able to see a web page over there, right? So it's almost complete, guys. So let's wait for this to complete and then we'll move forward. Alright, so my Apache has now been successfully installed, and now if I go back to my machine or my portal, my Azure portal, I'll just copy this IP address, and now let's paste it in a new tab and hit enter. Can you see? This is basically a website which has been created by Apache 2. It's basically a default page which you see when you have installed Apache 2. But nevertheless, guys, if you guys go to this IP address, given that I would not shut off this machine, you will be also able to see this particular page, which is basically the Apache 2 Ubuntu default page. Now what I can do is I can also go ahead and edit this web page, right? So let's go ahead and go to the location where this web page is basically stored. So it's stored inside var www.html, and this is the index.html file which is being shown over here. So what I'll do is I'll just change the name of this index.html file to, let's say, 1.html file, and I'll have to give sudo in order to do that. And now let's create one more index.html, and let's say this is a HTML page whose title would be demo website, right? And the body of this would basically have a heading which would go like, welcome to Intellipaat's Azure. Okay, so this is what I specify. I close the headers, and I'll close the body, and I'll close the HTML as well. Okay, so I've closed the HTML, I've closed the body, I've given the H1, I've given the title as demo website. Let's save it. And if I do an ls now, I can see that there is an index.html present. Now, if I do a refresh, you can see I'm getting this. Welcome to Intellipaat Azure training. And the title of my page is demo website. Right now, you would have also noticed I made the Apache page as 1.html. So if I go to 1.html, this is the Ubuntu default page. And if I simply go on the IP address, it will open index.html, which is basically this. So guys, we have successfully deployed our Linux VM on Azure, and we have successfully hosted a website also on this particular server. Now guys, remember that this is infrastructure as a service. Now what I've done is I had the access to the operating system. I basically installed Apache 2, and then I put a website over there in that particular folder, which is var www.html, and then I got the website, right? So this is infrastructure as a service. You're getting the whole operating system and you can do anything with it. I can also install MySQL on it, and I can configure my website to basically talk to the MySQL server, right? I can do anything with this server. Now, when you compare it with app services, which we saw earlier, that app services are basically platform as a service or function as a service. Functions app is also a platform as a service. Now, how is it different? From the hands-on point of view, you will basically not be using putty. You will basically just deploy that app, that is the web app, and you will get a URL instead of an IP address. You will get a URL, and if you go to that URL, you will see a default page. So let's say you saw a default page when we installed Apache 2. You will see a default page from Azure when you go to that link, that this is a default page for the web app that you have deployed, right? And if you find the dashboard, you will see a button called upload, and what you can do is like I created this index.html file, you can also create yours, and you'll just have to upload it. Now Azure will take care where that file has to go inside the file system, right? And it will take care that on the link, when you go now, you will see your website. It will take care whether what software it has to install, whether it wants to install Apache 2, which is basically the web server, or there are several other web servers as well. You have Nginx, you have Tomcat. So anything that you want or anything which is configured in Azure would be automatically installed, and all you will get is a button which will ask you to upload the website. So you would not get direct access to the operating system, and hence it is called platform as a service. Similarly with functions app, in app services, basically you can deploy applications. In function app, you cannot deploy application. It is simply a place where you just put your code and that code will be run, right? So if in short, I'll have to tell you what functions app is, it basically does processing. Okay guys, so guys, this was our demo. This was the first demo as to how you can launch virtual machines on Azure. Alright guys, so next in our list are the networking services of Azure. So let's go ahead and start with them. So guys, basically there are 5 core services in networking that you should know of. The first one being the very important one, which is virtual networks. Now what are virtual networks? Virtual networks are basically isolated environments or isolated networks on the Azure infrastructure for whatever machines or whatever VMs that you launch in Azure, and if you want them to talk to each other. For example, I deployed an application where probably I would have a database, I would have a backend server, I would have a front-end server. Now all these servers have to interact with each other so that the whole application can basically function. Now how can they interact with each other? They can interact with each other only when they are on one network, right? So that is very important. Otherwise, they will have to interact with each other over the internet, but that is not a secure thing to do, right? A secure thing to do is when instances or when servers interact on their own private network, which is basically not accessible to the outside world. It is only accessible to the administrator who has possibly launched those instances. So in those cases, we need virtual networks. And also one more thing, that when you're using virtual networks, or if you're using private networks in Azure, you basically get a bandwidth of around 1 GB per second, right? That is the kind of bandwidth that you get when you are dealing with instances which are in the same network, that is in the same virtual network. But if instances have to interact over the internet, obviously the bandwidth will go down, and at the same time it is not secure, right? So whenever you want to launch any resource in Azure, which basically can be launched inside a network, they are launched inside a virtual network. And you do not have the option of launching an instance or a server without a virtual network. You have to launch it inside a virtual network. Now, that if you don't want to use it and want to have instances talk over the internet, that is your choice. But Azure does not give you an option of deploying an instance without it being a part of a virtual network. All right. So guys, this is a virtual network. Moving forward, now let's talk about load balancers. Now, what are load balancers? Now, this is a very important service. Reason being, when you deploy your application on cloud, one of the most popular reasons of deploying applications on Azure is because you can get high availability, which basically means you can launch your application on multiple servers, so that even if one server fails, the other server can basically be their replica and they can serve the application.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Right? So this results in a high availability of your application. Now, what is a load balancer? A load balancer basically sits in front of multiple virtual machines which have the same application running on them, right? And it sits in front of it. Now, obviously, if you are a customer, you do not realize whether an application has been made redundant on multiple servers, right? If you go to facebook.com or if you go to Intellipaat.com, you wouldn't realize how many servers are actually working in the backend. So how is it possible, right? You have to know, basically servers, they have IP addresses, right? So you as a customer should know which IP address you should ping. But all you do is you go to a particular domain, let's say Intellipaat.com, and you get the website. So how is it actually working? So basically the way it works is that load balancer has its own IP address or domain name. And what the load balancer does is it basically randomly spreads the request out to the n number of servers it has. Let's say my Intellipaat website resides on 5 servers, wherein one is the primary server and 4 are the redundant servers, but all these 5 servers are basically serving my website. Now, when a customer comes onto Intellipaat.com, his request is processed in this fashion, that whenever he comes to Intellipaat.com, basically he is routed to the load balancer's domain name or IP address. And once a request reaches the load balancer sees which server basically has less load, right? And the server which has less load, it sends the request to it, right? Now, load balancer is also an important concept. You must have heard about auto scaling, right? Or if you talk it in terms of Azure, it's basically called VM scale sets. So what happens in that particular scenario is we specify a threshold limit. We specify that whenever the CPU usage goes beyond 80% of the aggregate number of servers, let's say there are 4 servers and the average CPU load on all these 4 servers has gone beyond 80%. Right? So what happens in that case? It will basically launch a new instance. Now, when it launches a new server with the same application, your load balancer should also route traffic to it. And that is when load balancer plays a key role. It plays a key role when you're doing auto scaling, and at the same time, it plays a key role when you have multiple servers which are basically serving the same application, and you want to equally divide the traffic coming onto your servers, or basically coming onto your load balancer on your servers, right? So this is what a load balancer is, as the name suggests, right? But the load balancer in its most basic sense, it basically does it randomly, right? It randomly equally distributes the traffic among all the servers. It does not follow any protocol or rule as in how it has to basically divide the traffic, right? So this kind of process or this kind of procedure, when it is followed, it is basically called a round robin fashion of distributing traffic, right? The next kind of load balancer is the application gateway load balancer. Now, what is application gateway load balancer? The application gateway load balancer basically works a little different from the normal load balancer that we discussed earlier. So in the application gateway load balancer, basically the load is distributed based on rules. Now, what are those rules? Those rules are basically paths. Now, for example, if I go to intellipaat.com/blog, right, what will happen? I get to see the blogging website. And if I go to intellipaat.com/all-courses, I basically see all the courses which are there on the website. Now, how does that work? Now, if you are from an IT background, and if you understand how servers work, you might say that there must be two folders inside the root document of the server, wherein inside the all course folder you have the code for displaying all the courses, and inside the blog folder you have the code for showing all the blogs. But that is not actually how it works, right? So basically, if I were to talk about our infrastructure, the Intellipaat's infrastructure, we have a separate server for blogs and we have a separate server for all the courses that we have. Right? Now, the load balancer that we use is an application gateway load balancer. It's kind of like that. So basically what happens is, whenever it sees that in the URL there's a path which says /blog, it basically routes the traffic onto the blogging server. And whenever it sees that the path is /all-courses, it routes the traffic to my courses server. So this is how it works. This is called path-based routing, and basically it works on the layer 7. So if you guys are aware of the OSI model, right? So according to the OSI model, the application gateway load balancer works on layer 7, right? Now, if you are not from CS background, if you didn't understand what I just said, it is okay. So in the most basic sense, what the application the layer 7 that it works on, in the most basic sense, what that means is that application gateway load balancer does path-based routing. Right, whatever path is there in the request, based on that path, it basically routes the request to a particular server. You can also define a default rule in case anything which is there except /blog and /all-courses, if there is a default server that you want to send your request to, that is also possible. Like for example, you would have seen that some websites, if the link is not found on that website, they basically route to a 404 page, right? Now, how does a typical 404 page look like, right? If you look a 404 page, it basically says error 404, content not found, right? But some websites, like if you would have visited flipkart.com or amazon.com or even intellipaat.com in that case, if you try to search for something which is not there on the blog, for example, let me just switch to my browser, right? And let us go to, let's say, intellipaat.com and let's say /Azure, right? Now what will happen? It will basically give me a 404 page, and let's see how that looks like. Okay, so there is a /Azure thing. Let me do one thing. Let me type in some gibberish content and let me just search for that. So this should give me a 404. Right. So you can see I've got an oops page which says we were unable to find the page you are looking for. And if I change the content also over here, let's say we enter some random text again, I will again see this page. Can you see? It says page not found. And this is similarly the way it happens for other websites as well. For example, if I go to amazon.in and I again search for something gibberish, let's see what happens. It says 404 document not found, and this is basically a custom page, right? And if I again go to any other gibberish URL, I again get this page. Now, how is that working? So that is working because they also are using an application load balancer, which basically says anything other than the rules that we have specified. If someone goes or tries to go to a particular URL like the one that we have specified, route them to the 404 page, which is this, right? And that's how the application load balancer is bringing you to this particular 404 page, right? So guys, this is the application gateway. The next service that we have in networking is called the DNS zones. Now, what is DNS zone? Now, any website that you go to, guys, you do not enter the IP address for that website, right? You basically enter a domain name and that domain name basically gets you to the website, right? You never enter the IP address. So similar is the case with DNS zones as well. So what DNS zones helps you in is basically it helps you to route your domain to the Azure resource where your application basically resides. For example, you go to any domain website and you buy a domain. Let's say you buy a domain which is personalwebsite.xyz. Let's say you buy this domain. Now you want to route whoever is going to this domain, you want to route the traffic to one of the virtual machines that you have launched in your Azure portal. Now, how would you do that? For doing that, you will have to go inside the DNS zones service of Azure, and you basically will get some name servers, right? Those name servers are basically DNS servers that Azure owns, and those DNS servers you would have to specify in your domains. So where you bought your domain, you would basically get a dashboard wherein you can put the DNS servers which the domain that you have bought will ping on, right? For example, whoever would be going to personalwebsite.xyz would basically be routed to those DNS servers that you will be mentioning over there, right? And those DNS servers you get from DNS zones. The next thing that you do is you specify in the DNS zones that whatever traffic is coming from the domain that basically I've specified, route them to this particular VM instance. I'll have to specify that in DNS zone service, and that is how it will work. So whenever you need a use, or whenever you have a use case like you have the domain with you, or even if you want to buy a domain, you can actually buy the domain at the Azure dashboard as well. But let's say you have the domain itself, right? And you want to point it to any Azure resource which is existing in your dashboard. So the way to do that is going inside DNS zone, right? Our next service, guys, is again a very important service which is called CDN. Now, what is CDN? CDN basically means Content Delivery Network. Now, how does that work? What is a content delivery network? A content delivery network basically improves the time taken to basically serve you a website. For example, if you go to Amazon.com or if you go to Facebook.com, let's say, do you happen to see the speed with which the website loads if you have a good internet connection? It loads very fast, right? Now, where do you think the Facebook website is actually hosted, right? Now, what happens is, now Facebook is a multinational corporation, right? It's a big website which is actually being used by the whole world, right? So they have different data centers across the globe from where the requests are basically served. But let's talk about a smaller scale website. Let's talk about Intellipaat.com, right? We don't serve the whole world. We basically might have around 400 to 500 people at a particular time on our website, right? Now, what happens is we get traffic from across the globe, right? We want everyone to have a speedy experience when it comes to them using our website, right? Now, what are the ways that I can ensure that? Let's say my traffic is coming from US, right? The traffic that comes from US is like, let's say 60% of my overall traffic. So what I can do is I can set up my data center in the US so that the US people will actually get the website fast, right? But let's say someone is accessing the website from Japan. So in that case, what he will have to do is whenever he goes to Intellipaat.com, the request will basically be sent to the US servers, and from the US servers, the request will come back, and that's when his website will start to load, right? So this basically increases latency. Latency is basically response time of a particular application. In our case, it's a website Intellipaat.com. Now, if you want to reduce latency, what are the different ways to do that? The different ways to do that is, the first way that you can do it is you can basically open a data center in Japan as well and load all your, scale up the number of servers that you have, and then also put your website over there. And whenever people from Japan will basically be accessing your website, they should be seeing the Japanese version of the website. And the people in the US, they should be seeing the US version of the website. The people in India should be seeing the Indian version of the website, right? That's how it works when you use an e-commerce website like Amazon. So you have Amazon.in, you have Amazon.com. For Australian people, it's Amazon.au, right? So for different countries, it has the different extension, which basically means that that particular website is being served from their home country's data center, right? But there is another way to basically serve your website faster, and that way is basically called CDN. Now, what is CDN? CDN basically caches all your static data, right? For example, what kind of static data are we talking about? Let's talk about videos. Let's say my Intellipaat website also plays videos in the self-paced courses. Now, if you are a person who is in Japan, and let's say my servers are there in the US, so what will happen is the moment you try to play a video on my website, that video will get downloaded to the nearest location of an Azure data center, right? So while you're watching that video has been downloaded on the data center of the Azure premises in Japan. And what happens in later is basically whenever any other person in Japan would try to access that website, he will get access to it through the Japan server rather than the US server. So what you have done is you have set up your servers in US. You have not set up your servers in Japan, but what you have done is you have basically enabled CDN on your website. And what happens in that case is all the static content is basically loaded onto edge servers of Azure. So whatever servers are used to cache data, cache static data in the CDN services are called the edge servers, right? So whoever is accessing my website from whatever part of the world, if they have a Azure data center near them, my content will basically automatically get downloaded over there. And whenever there is a next person who is trying to access it, that already downloaded data will be served to him directly. And that's how I reduced the latency of my application without setting up servers in different locations for different kind of traffic that I get, right? So this is how it drastically reduces cost because I'm not launching new servers, and at the same time, it serves the purpose of reducing your latency of your application. So this is what CDN profiles is, guide. So guys, these were the core services in networking of Azure, right? Now let's move forward and talk about the next set of services, which are basically the storage services. Alright, so guys, next in our list, we have the storage services of Azure. So let's go ahead and have a look at them. So guys, essentially, there are 6 services that you should know of while you're using Azure in terms of storage. The 6 services are Blob, file storage, tables, queues, data lake storage, and Databox. So let's discuss them one by one. The first one being Blob. Now, what is Blob, guys? Blob basically means binary large objects, right? So if you have binary files and you want to store them on Azure, Blob storage is the answer for you, right? So it can store anything from music files or it can store video files. It can also store text documents. Any kind of file that you want to store on Azure can be stored on Blob. Now, Blob also can be used in conjunction with your websites, and it can basically act as a storage server for you, right? It also enables you to host content which is publicly accessible over a link. It can also host static websites on its storage. So that is what Blob is, guys, right? So most of the time you would see that companies, if they have a website, all its static content is actually picked up from the Blob, right? So this was about the Blob, guys. Our next service is file storage. Now, what is file storage? File storage is basically a shared file storage that can be used with multiple computers. That basically means if I have 5 servers, right, and let's say they need a particular file for their working, and all these 5 servers basically need the same file. So what I can do is I can basically create a drive, or I can create a storage point on file storage, and all these 5 servers can be used to basically mount the file storage drive on them, right? And any change that is done from one server on the central repository of file storage, all those changes would be reflected on all the next 4 servers. The use that I can think of for file storage is, let's say you have an application which writes data onto a particular file, right? And basically this application of yours is spread across multiple servers to ensure it is highly available, right? Let's say you have an application which basically writes data, right? And this application is spread across 5 servers. Now, what happens is we've already discussed the role of a load balancer. You hit the load balancer and you're randomly assigned a server and you work on it. Let's say you worked on server 1. As a customer, you would not know which server you're working on, correct? Let's say you worked on server 1, right? You saved your changes and now those files are now saved on server 1. But the next time you hit the URL, now you are on server 3. If you are on server 3, you would not realize it, but your work, you would expect it to be there on server 3 as well. Now here comes a problem. If there is no central storage for all these 5 servers, they will be asynchronous in nature, in the sense that they will not sync data with each other. Whatever changes are done on the first server, the third server, the fourth server, and the fifth server will be unaware of it, right? And that is when arise the need of a central storage, and that is what file storage is for, right? It basically uses the SMB protocol. So basically SMB 2.1 and 3.0 is compatible with file storage. And recently, even Linux platforms like Ubuntu, CentOS, and even macOS have started supporting SMB, right? So it essentially would recommend you to use SMB 3.0, but there are some OS versions which could have SMB 2.1. For example, if you're using Ubuntu 16 or Ubuntu 14.04, they are basically using SMB 2.1, right? So it has the backward compatibility as well for older OS like Ubuntu 14.04. So if you want to mount drive on Ubuntu, which basically is hosted on Azure file storage, you can do that using the SMB protocol. There are a list of softwares that have to be installed. More on that we can discuss when we study file storage in detail. But for now, because we are in a tutorial session, I just told you what file storage is used for. So if you were to ask, or if you were to think of a use case where you need a central storage kind of a thing, now you know that you have to use Azure file storage. Moving on, guys, our next service is Azure Table. Now Azure Table is basically a NoSQL data store, right? And it can help you to store structured data, right? It basically can store structured data. It has tabular columns and tabular rows in which you can save data, but it is NoSQL in nature, which means the data does not have to be in symmetry, right? Your next data could have 8 columns, the third row could have 2 columns, the fourth row could have just 5 columns. It could take any kind of data, but the only condition is that the data should be structured among columns, right? So if there is any kind of need for storage of data of this kind, you can use Azure Table. Our next kind of storage is Azure Queues, which basically is used with stateless systems, right? Systems which do not know of what all jobs are executing on the counterpart or on the replicated servers of their application. For example, let's say there is an image processing website, and what it does is the moment you upload an image, you can process the process the image according to your need, right? So what happens in this case? Let's say there are 200 people on the website and they have all pressed the process image button together. Now what will happen? There are 200 images that have to be processed, and obviously not all 200 images can be processed at the same time. So what happens is the images are processed one by one, and let's say in the backend server where the processing is done, there are 5 servers who are doing the processing, okay? Now all these 5 servers, they pick up an image at random from the queue. So let's say the queue is first in, first out. Whichever image comes first goes out first as well. So whenever the job of the first server is done, let's say it was doing a processing on an image and the image processing is done, it picks up another image from the queue. The second server would also do the same. The third server would also do the same, right? So what happens is, let's say the first server, it processed image 1. Now the second, third, fourth and fifth server, they would not know whether the first image has been processed or not, and they can process it again. So for those kind of scenarios and for solving those kind of situations, we had queues, which basically streamline all the content which has to be processed, and whichever content is taken up by a particular server, it deletes it from the stack and then puts the second image or the second object which basically has to be processed. right? So for these kind of scenarios, you use Azure queues. Our next kind of service is data lake storage. Now, data lake storage is similar to that of Blob, not a Blob, but tables, Azure tables. So data lake storage can store data, but it is basically used to store data for big data analytics. It specializes in that particular core segment. So if you have a big data analytic use case and you want to store data for that, data lake storage should be the choice for you, right? So this is about data lake storage, guys. The next service that we have is Azure Data Box. Now, what is Azure Data Box? Now, you might think of your company. Let's say you're working for a company and you have all the servers on premise, right? You have been working since 15-20 years in the sector that you are, I mean your company, and you did not have cloud at that time. And what you have done is you've bought your own servers, you have hosted your own applications, but now the cost incurring for those servers is too high when you compare it with the cost which is there in cloud computing when you opt for cloud computing. So now what I have decided is basically that you want to migrate all your applications to Azure Data Box, okay, or to Azure. So let's say there's 5 petabytes, or let's say 1,000 terabytes of data that you have to transfer on Azure. Now, in businesses, time is very important, guys. Time is money, basically. You must have heard of that phrase. So everything is required at a fast pace. And if you want to transfer 1,000 terabytes of data, imagine the data transfer costs which would incur to you, and also it would take a lot of time to upload 1,000 terabytes of data via internet to Azure, right? You would agree on that. Now, to solve problems of this scale, when you have a large amount of data that you want to transfer onto Azure cloud, what Azure does is it basically gives you a physical device on which you can load your data, right? So Azure Data Box is a service in which you can basically request a box kind of a system from Azure, which basically ships to your company. You can load all your data onto it, and then that box is again shipped back to Azure cloud, and all your data is again uploaded to Azure cloud from their data center directly, right? So this not only reduces the time taken to transfer data, but it also hugely reduces the cost that you would incur in the internet charges, because 1,000 terabytes is not less data, guys. Now 1,000 terabytes is very less when I talk about a company which is existing since 15 years, and when you talk about multinational corporations, the data can be in petabytes, right? And if you have a petabyte scale data that you want to transfer to Azure, it would take weeks, if not months, to transfer that kind of data. So that is where Databox comes in, and Azure Databox can basically support around 5 petabytes of data at one time, right? Now, if 5 petabytes of data is less for you, you can request multiple boxes from Azure too, and multiple boxes will reach your location. You store your data onto it. I mean, you copy your data onto it, and then request Azure back that you can take away your data boxes, and they will take the data boxes back to the data centers and transfer their data directly, right? This will reduce your time to around 1 week of time. So your data of petabyte scale can be transferred to Azure in less than a week, and at the same time you would also save on huge internet costs, right? So guys, this is what the data box service of Azure is. Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and do this hands-on on Azure Blob storage. So let me quickly switch on to my Microsoft Azure portal, which is this. Alright guys, so this is my Microsoft Azure portal. What I want to do is I want to show you guys how the Blob storage works in Azure, right? So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to go into storage accounts, and over here you will find that there is a storage account called demo environment. Why is it here? Because I created virtual machine with the name demo environment, right? And obviously the virtual machine requires some storage. If you go inside this, you will see that you have the 4 options that we discussed, that are blob, files, tables, and queues. What we are interested in is blob, so we'll just click on that, and you can see that this has boot diagnostics for the new VM Linux that we launched earlier, right? So all the logs for that VM are basically going inside this container. So basically if I go inside this container, you can find that these are the two text files which are present, will have the log data of that VM that we launched, right? So, but we're not here for that. What we basically want to do is I'm going to show you guys how you can use Blob. Now, no matter what you are working on, if you want to create a blob storage for yourself, you will have to create a storage account, right? In our case, this was the VM storage account. If you are starting afresh on Azure, you will not have any storage accounts over here, right? So let's create a storage account first, and let's try to name it something relevant which might go with the demo that we're doing. So the resource group that we want to add it in is demo environment, and the storage account name that we want to give is, let's say, Intellipaat -Azure. Let's say this is the one that we want to give. Okay, where is the location that we want the storage account to be in? As discussed earlier, we'll choose the nearest location to us. So in that case, the nearest location would be Asia Pacific, South India. Let's try to choose this location, right? Now, how do you want the performance? It could be either standard or premium. We can discuss this later, probably when we'll discuss this service in detail in our further sessions. But for now, let's let it be at standard, right? Put everything at default, and now let's click on review plus create. When you do that, it will ask you it'll basically show you all the information with respect to the storage account that we are creating. If everything looks good, just click on create. Once you have clicked on create, guys, your storage account will take some time, and then it'll become ready for use. And like earlier, I specified all you have to do is go to resource groups. Let's say this is the demo environment that we created earlier. I'll go inside this. And now I can see all the things that I had launched are present over here. Even the storage account that I'm creating that is basically being launched right now, I can see that also over here. As you can see, it's Intellipaat Azure. This is the storage account that I created. And now it is visible inside demo environment resource group.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
On the other hand, if I go to all resources, I'd be able to see all the resources that are there on my Azure account, but this looks a little messy. And that's why resource groups are pretty helpful, guys, because I know that my resource that I've deployed sits inside a specific resource group, and that resource group basically I can name on the basis of what task that particular resource is going to do. Since ours is a demo session, what we have done is all the resources that we are basically deploying are inside the demo environment resource group, right? And right now we just deployed this storage account, which is Intellipaat Azure, and as you can see, it has been successfully deployed. Now let's go inside the storage account. And like we saw earlier, you see a similar user interface over here. You have 4 options, either to go inside Blob or to go inside files or tables or queues. Let me demonstrate to you how blobs work. So we'll go inside blobs, guys. And as you can see, there are no containers over here. What are containers? Containers are nothing but root folders, right? For example, on Windows, you have the desktop folder. So desktop folder becomes the root folder. Or to give you a better example, let's say you go to the C drive of your computer, right? Whatever is inside the C drive is the root of the drive. If you create a folder inside that drive and you then put files inside that folder, that is no longer the root directory, right? So whenever you are uploading files on blobs, the first thing that you need is a root directory.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
And that root directory is nothing but containers, right? So let's go ahead and create a container. So I click on a new container and let's name this container, let's say as Intellipaat. Okay, and now let's click on OK. Alright, so my new container is now ready. Now you would have noticed that there is something called as access level. And right now the access level is private. More on this I'll explain to you as we move along. So right now we have not changed it to anything. It's private and let it be at private. Now what I'll do is I'll go inside this container and it says no blobs found. Right? So what I can do is I can upload some files onto this container, and for doing that I'll have to click on upload, and now I'll have to select the file. So these are some images that I have on this system. So what I'll do is I'll just select a random image, and now let's upload this image onto my blob. Alright, so this image is now uploaded on the blob. And what I can do is I can just click on this image and I can see all the information with respect to it. It's 88 KB in size. This is the last modified time. This is the creation time. Now here is something interesting, guys. I have the URL to the file that I have uploaded, right? Now this URL can be embedded anywhere. It can be embedded on a website. It can be embedded on a post that you're making to social media. This basically is a file which is now hosted on the internet, and anywhere, anyone who has access to this particular link would be able to see the image that you have just uploaded. Awesome, isn't it? Right? So what I'm going to do is let me copy this link and let me open it in a new tab, right? And I'll hit enter. So right now it says resource not found. The specified resource does not exist. Now why do you think this happened? This happened because we did not give access to the container for general public use, right? What does that mean? If I click on the container and I click on change access level, it's right now private, which means I can only access this blob through the Azure portal or through CLI or through some other way, but only that way would be working. Now if I want anyone and anywhere who wants to access this file, I'll have to go ahead and choose anonymous read access for blobs only, right? So when I do that, I've just selected blob over here and I click on OK. Now the permissions for the files inside this container has changed. And what does that mean? That basically means if I refresh this now, I would be able to see this image over here, right? Similarly, if this link is copied by you and pasted on a browser, you also would be able to see this particular image, right? So guys, this is what a blob storage is. You can use blob storage to dump data such as logs, such as images, such as videos. That could be either private if your application does not want to use it and you just want to keep it there for just keeping it there. Or what you can do is you can provide it a public read access on the blob level. That is, for all the files will have public read access, and those files will then be able to use by just going to their link. Let me upload one more file for you guys so that you are clear with the concept of defining permissions. So I've defined the permissions on the container, so I don't have to do anything now. I'll just upload the images, and this is a new image which has been uploaded. And now if I go inside the image and I copy the link, and if I paste the link over here, you can see I am able to see the screenshot even here, right? The moment I go out and I change the access level to private and I click on OK. Now if I refresh, okay, so it did not change the permissions of the files, not visible. Okay, so that basically took some time for the permission to get allocated on the container, which basically means like if I go out and if I change the access level again to blob, and if I refresh these files, yes, I'm able to see them, right? And again, if I go out and if I change the access level to, let's say, private again, and if I refresh, the first refresh, it is there. The second refresh, it is there. But if you wait for some time, like a minute or so, this access will basically be gone. As you can see, it now says resource not found, right? So with a click of a button, you can basically control all the files permissions which are there inside a container and grant them public or private read access. Alright guys, so guys, this was a brief demo about blob storage on Azure. Let us come back to our slides. Right, so guys, I hope now you're clear with what blob storage is. Now let's move forward and talk about our next set of services, which are the database and the analytics service in Microsoft Azure. Right, so basically there are 5 core services that you should know of when you're dealing with Azure in terms of database and analytics. So the first service is the SQL database service, which basically is a database as a service, right? You do not get an access to the operating system on which this database is installed. You basically get access to only the database, and basically, if you remember what we have studied earlier, for a service which does not gives you access to the operating system, but in turn gives you access to a platform kind of a thing where you can interact with the service and probably upload something onto the software being used, is called platform as a service. So Azure SQL database is basically a platform as a service, which not only gives you the independence from the infrastructure side, but at the same time it is highly scalable, and it can provide you up to 212% of return on investment. That means that whatever money you are going to spend on Azure SQL database, the benefits that it is going to provide you is going to give you back 212% of the money that you would be investing in using Azure SQL database. Isn't that interesting? Right? So guys, this was the first service among the database analytics services in Azure. Our next service is Cosmos DB. Now guys, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service again, just like SQL Server. But in this case, what happens is your database is extremely highly available, which means it is distributed throughout the world using Azure regions, and it is highly available, right? So basically what happens is when you launch a Cosmos DB cluster, it distributes or it creates a replica of the database in multiple regions as you specify, right? And the cool thing about Cosmos DB is whatever region you want to close or want to stop, and probably you do not want your database to be replicated in a particular region, you can do that with the click of a button. If you want it again in some other region, you can again do that with a click of button. So everything is fast, everything is at one, the whole control is at one central place, and you can replicate your database accordingly with that one platform or with that one Cosmos DB dashboard that you get, right? Now again, you have multiple models that you can implement in Cosmos DB. For example, you can implement multi-master replication, or you can implement multi-write regions replication, which basically means usually when you have a distributed database which is highly available, you have one region where all the writes take place, but the read can actually be done from any of the regions where the database has been distributed. But in case of Cosmos DB, you also have the option of configuring multi-write regions, which basically means that let's say I'm in India and I'm a user who's using your application. Right now, if I am using your application, probably the website is being served from the nearest edge location of my location. For example, you must have enabled content delivery network on your website if you want to decrease the latency on your application. Right now, to decrease the latency of your application, you've implemented CDN. So I am being served the website from the nearest location of my home from where I'm accessing your application. And at the same time, the application itself is also accessing the database, right? Now imagine the website is fast, but the processing that it does, that is the data that it has to fetch from a particular database, it exists in altogether a different region, which is on the other part of the world, right? On the other side of the world, right? that will again increase the latency of your application. So you don't only need your front end component to be highly distributed, you also need your backend and your database to be highly distributed and highly available, right? And that is the sole reason when you are dealing with a audience which is spread across the globe, you also have to take care that the processing that each of these guys are doing would also be available to them in the lowest time possible. And for that, what you have to do is the backend processors or the backend servers and the database servers also have to be near them, so that whenever they're writing any information, that also information can be written faster. Now, if you have a write one and read anywhere kind of a distribution, in that case, you will have to write at a central location. Let's say the central location is the US, and your databases, which are basically the read replicas, are actually distributed throughout the globe. What are read replicas? Read replicas are basically the copy of the central database from which you can read the data. And these read replicas basically get synced or basically are synced with the central database with the so whatever you write on the database is automatically and quickly replicated on the read replicas as well. So it's very fast, right? So in terms of reading the data, you can get a very low latency. But in terms of writing the data, if you want low latency as well, then you need to have multi-write regions. And that is exactly what this feature is for. So in a nutshell, Cosmos DB is basically a fully managed database service which provides you with a large scale deployment of databases throughout the globe. And it also gives you the option of deleting or replicating your database on a new region entirely with a single click of a button, right? So that is what Cosmos DB is for you guys, right? The next set of or the next service that we have is the Data Factory service. Now, what is the Data Factory service? It is basically an ETL service, which is an extract, transform, and load service, which basically can take data from multiple sources and then transform the data according to what has been coded in the application using a particular service, which can be used in conjunction with Data Factory, and then load the resultant data into a BI service which can be used to analyze the data, right? So usually when you're doing this kind of an infra setup, you need a lot of planning, you need a lot of mediators between the technologies which are being integrated. For example, the data can be coming from multiple sources such as social media websites, it can be coming from emails, it can be coming from chats, it can be coming from reviews, it could be coming from anything, right? So all these data sources are basically first of all aggregated, and the data is first put in the raw form in one particular place. Then what happens is, according to the logic that you have specified for the transformation of this data, for example, you probably want to see the data in a particular view. So that basically means you would have to first transform this raw data that you've got from multiple sources into a structured format. So that is what transformation is. So once you have the resultant data that you feel is the correct way of getting the data or representing the data, the next step that you need is, obviously, if there are a million rows in your data set, you won't be able to find what you are actually looking for, or basically it might take a lot of time for you to analyze a million rows of data that you have just created. So what you can do is, or what the industry came up to this particular problem was that they created a business intelligence application. What is a business intelligence application? It takes in the data set and it quickly creates patterns, it quickly creates graphs, which can actually help you to better understand the data, right? So Data Factory also happens to have the integration capabilities with a lot of BI tools. The most prominent one is Microsoft's own Power BI tool, but it also can integrate with Tableau and other BI systems, right? Similarly, it can be integrated with multiple data ingestion systems as well. So it's a total ETL system that you can deploy on Azure and connect your various sources and outputs and get the resultant output. Okay, so guys, this is what Data Factory is. Our next service is Event Hubs. Now, what is Event Hubs? Event Hubs is basically a place where you can again take in a lot of data. Just like Data Factory, you can extract data from multiple sources, but in this case you're not actually extracting data, but the multiple sources from where the data is being generated, the data is being pushed onto Event Hubs. Okay, so the data is pushed onto Event Hubs, and the Event Hubs job is to process this data and see where this data has to go next, right? For example, let's say the data is coming from a social media website, right? So you analyze, okay, so this data came from a social media website, it has to go to this particular service. This data is coming from this particular website, it has to go to X or Y particular service. Similarly, you have millions and millions of data coming every second, or data packets coming every second, and the sole job of Event Hub is to basically analyze each packet and redirect it to the corresponding consumer of that packet, right? So this is what Event Hubs is for you. So this is done very fast. So the speeds claimed by Azure is around 1 Gbps. That is, it can process 1 GB of data per second. So the messages coming to Event Hubs can be processed that faster, and it also does parallel computing of each data packet, right? So this is how, or this is what Event Hubs is for, guys. Now obviously Event Hubs cannot be just used alone, right? You have to use it in conjunction with a host of applications. For example, the producers, that is the data producing resources, have to first combine with the Event Hub, and then you have to define the rules in Event Hub as to what data goes where, or what data goes to which consumer, right? And then your consumers are defined on, and they are basically connected to Event Hubs, right? So basically Event Hubs in the most basic sense is a singular point of data ingestion. So you don't have to worry about where should I send my data. Send all your data to Event Hubs, and Event Hubs will decide where your data packet has to go based on what rule you have defined inside that system. Okay, so guys, this is what Event Hubs is. Our next service is Data Lake Analytics, right? So we already saw what Data Lake is. So Data Lake is basically a storage for big data analytics, right? So Data Lake Analytics is basically a distributed cloud-based data processing infrastructure, right? So it is basically architected to perform data processing on the big data. I mean, the data that you stored on Data Lake has to be processed by something, right? And that processing can actually be done by Data Lake Analytics. So it is basically, the architecture is based on Yarn. So Yarn is basically a component of the Hadoop ecosystem, and it can also and basically pairs with the Azure Data Lake Store, or where basically we have stored all our data, and can perform the analysis on the scale of big data analysis. That is, big data is huge amount of data with variety of data in it, right? So all the data has mixed and matched fields, right? The data is in the rawest form possible, and the processing can be done only by using selected tools, which can actually make that happen. If you use simple tools, or if you use traditional tools, the time taken by those tools to process this amount of data will be huge, right? And that is why you need Hadoop tools to basically make this process faster. And Azure has used the same technology that Hadoop uses and has made it even faster for you, right? So Data Lake Analytics is used in big data analytics. It will basically used for processing data. And what data? The data which you store on Azure Data Lake Store, right? So this is what Data Lake Analytics is, guys. Moving forward, guys, now let's move on to our next domain, which is the AI and machine learning domain in Azure. Alright, guys, so in Azure, you basically have three core services in the AI and machine learning domain. The three core services are cognitive services, then you have bot services, and then you have the awesome machine learning studio. So let's understand each of these services one by one. The first service is the cognitive services. Now, what are cognitive services? Cognitive services in Azure are basically APIs or SDKs, which have been developed for a developer which can be integrated in his application. And these APIs and SDKs basically interact with the machine learning models which have been, right? So cognitive services would include services like vision, which basically gives you image processing capabilities. It also has text analytics services, which can basically do natural language processing for you. So all these services in Azure are ready to use, and to use them you'll have to integrate them with your applications, and those integration can happen with the help of APIs, it can happen with the help of SDKs. And once your application is integrated with these services, you're charged on the basis of the number of requests that you make to these particular services. For example, the vision service in the cognitive services of Azure is pretty awesome. Any image that you upload, it will tell you each and everything in the image, whatever is present. And how is that possible? Basically, Azure has processed thousands and millions and even billions of images already, right? And they have trained their image processing machine learning model in a way that now it gives accurate results, right? So instead of creating your own machine learning model for image processing, you can actually use the Azure's machine learning model and you can get your work done. So it might have used deep learning, it might have used only machine learning, we do not know. But the results are very accurate. And if you want to use AI and machine learning capabilities of Azure, so the models which are trained by Azure, if you want to use them directly, you can actually use the cognitive services of Azure, and to integrate them with your applications, you have several APIs and SDKs available to you. So this was about cognitive services, guys. Now there's a derivative of the cognitive services that Azure has launched, which is basically called the bot service. Now what is the bot service, guys? The bot service is basically a chatbot which has been developed by Azure, which is totally based on AI, and it basically makes uses of the natural language processing service or the capabilities which are basically there in the cognitive services of Azure. It makes use of that, right? And it is very to the point, and you don't have to train the model to become expert in the conversation that you're having, but it can actually learn from every conversation that you have with the AI chatbot of Azure, and you can actually tweak its settings so that it becomes custom designed for you, so that your customers get the right answer every time they ask a question from the bot service of Azure, right? So in a nutshell, Azure bot service is nothing but a chatbot service. It's a pre-built chatbot service which you can integrate in your application, and this chatbot service has already been trained by Azure, and it gives accurate answers to questions. And but obviously you'll have to tweak it according to your applications. You'll have to do some settings so that it answers the correct way of answering. The answers would be according to you and according to your domain of application. Okay, so guys, this was the bot services. Our next set of service is the machine learning studio. Now what is the machine learning studio, guys? It's basically a very simplified version of using machine learning. For example, the most simple language that I think for starting off in data science is R, right? So as a beginner, if you start using R or start learning R, you will have to spend some time to first of all understand the syntax, how it works, etc. And then you'll get a hang of how to create models, how to train them, how to test them, etc. Right? What Machine Learning Studio says is you do not have to learn any programming language. It has drag and drop interfaces, so all you have to know is data science, AI or machine learning conceptually, and if you understand or if you have the principles of the data science concepts understood pretty well, what you can do is you can start off by creating your own machine learning model by just doing drag and drop from the UI of the Azure Machine Learning Studio, and you'll be up and ready with your first model in under 5 minutes. Of course, for a specific set of data set. Obviously, you will not be taking millions or billions lines of data set, otherwise that will take a little more time. But yes, you can create your own machine learning model with Azure Machine Learning Studio without knowing any programming language, right? So that is the power of Machine Learning Studio, and the most coolest feature of it is it has a drag and drop user interface. So everything is drag and drop. You just drag and drop whatever you need, whatever data set you need, whatever algorithm you want to implement, whatever thresholds you want to implement, just drag and drop everything. and it will work like a charm. Okay, so guys, this was the Machine Learning Studio application for you. The next set of services that we're going to discuss, guys, are the identity services in Azure.
Alright guys, so now let's go ahead and understand the core Azure services in the identity domain, right? So guys, probably the most important service when you're dealing with identity in Azure is Azure Active Directory. Now, what do you mean by identity? Identity basically means when you want to give a particular person some access to a particular resource is being used on Azure Cloud, right? So Azure Active Directory is basically a fully managed multi-tenant service from Microsoft that basically offers identity and access to particular users in your organization. Now, if you're acquainted with how a Microsoft Windows server works, you would know that there is a server Active Directory as well, right? There's a Microsoft Server Active Directory as well, in which you can specify for your on-premise applications which users have access to what extent, right? For example, some people can just have read access, or some people can have read and write access, or some people can even have admin access to a particular application, right? And the most important part about Azure Active Directory is that it can integrate with your on-premise server Active Directory and can also authenticate people who are there on the on-premise infrastructure and want to use the on-premise resources or on-premise software can also be authenticated using Azure Active Directory. And if those on-premise users then you want to use resources on Azure, that also will be authenticated using Azure Active Directory, right? Now, how does all this works? So it's a very simple concept, guys. What you can do, you can actually add users in Azure Active Directory, right? Now you can add individual users and you can assign individual roles to each users. For example, if there is a SaaS application which you have deployed on Microsoft Azure, giving access to that particular SaaS application to a particular user would be possible by just adding a user and giving him the access of that SaaS application, right? And you can also do a mass allocation of a particular permission. For example, let's say you want to give administrator privileges to a set of people. Now, how would you give that? So one way is whenever there is a person who comes into a company whom you think can be given admin access, you will add his user and provide him the admin access.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or what you can do is you can actually define a group on which you have specified admin resources or admin privileges, and whoever users will be added to this particular group will get those permissions or will get those privileges automatically, right? So in this case, what you will be doing is whoever is coming into the organization, you're just adding him to the group and the permissions inheritance takes place automatically because that group has been assigned the admin privileges. Similarly, if you want to create some other group, for example, you want to create a group for some SaaS application, you can also do that, right? And this concept is a part of Azure Active Directory. And again, in a nutshell, Azure Active Directory is nothing but it's basically a directory in which you can add users and specify what these users can do on Azure or on-premise software, right? And these users can be managed in two ways, or either you can manage them individually by creating a user time and again, or what you can do is you can add these users to already existing groups that you have created with the respective permissions, and they'll inherit all the properties which have been specified to that group. Okay, so guys, this was the Azure Active Directory and this was about the identity domain in Microsoft Azure. Moving forward, guys, now let's talk about the management tools in Microsoft Azure that are very important for you to know while you're working as an Azure professional.
Alright guys, so let's go ahead and understand the management services of Azure. So the first service is Log Analytics, guys. Now what is Log Analytics? So basically the full name of this service is Log Analytics Workspace. Now what you can do with Log Analytics Workspace is you can dump all the logs with respect to what is happening on a particular Azure resource onto this workspace. Now how do you do that? The first thing that you do is you basically go to your management console and you go to Log Analytics Workspace.
Over there, you will have to create a log analytics workspace and specify the name anything, right? It's pretty straightforward. Once you have specified that, the next step would be to add a data source. So if I were to show you quickly, I can just jump on to my management console. I can go to log analytics workspace, which is somewhere over here. Here it is. Now here's a sample log analytics workspace that I've created. I'll just go inside it, and as you can see, it says connect a data source. So you can create, or you can basically connect Azure virtual machines over here, or you can specify some other sources if you want to. And you can also specify Azure activity logs to stream over here, right? So this will start accumulating logs in this workspace. Once that is done, we'll have to specify monitoring solutions as to how you want to read the logs and what do you want to do with respect to a particular level of logs. For example, you have info level, you have critical level in logs, right? This basically tells you that a particular command failed or a particular command passed. So if the level, so the level field of a log, if it, let's say info, that means it's fine, it can go ahead. But let's say the level field in the log. So what do I mean by level field? A level field is nothing but you can specify in your log notation that whenever there is an error, I would specify a term such as level, okay, and I would specify that is equal to critical. But if things are okay, it's just for a know-how as to which command has been executed and that command executed successfully. In that case, I can specify the level as info. Okay, and then I can specify in my monitoring solution that whatever log comes in, check the level field in that log. And if the level field is critical, you can flag that log basically. So all that can be configured inside the monitoring solution. So if I were to click on view solutions, you can actually check out what all monitoring components you can actually add on your log analytics workspace. So as you can see, you can add Azure Security Center, you can add optimized catalog. So there are a lot of things that you can basically add on to monitor logs, right? You can choose according to your will. It is available in Azure Marketplace. So once you specify the monitoring solution, your log starts to flow in, and in your monitoring solution you have to specify which logs to flag, and that's how it's gonna work, right? So this is the log analytics service in Azure, guys, and it helps you to manage your Azure resources effectively, pinpoint where the problem is occurring, go over there and see the logs, see on which command the problem occurred, fix that problem, and then go ahead with your daily routine. So this is what log analytics is, guys. The next service is cost management and billing. So this is basically a native application of Azure, guys, which helps you to manage your bills in Azure, right? So for a few things which I can tell you on the top of my head, which comes in is that you can manage a budget. You can specify that my Azure budget or my Azure bill should not go over a particular limit. You can specify that, or you can, so when you say it should not go over a particular limit, that means if it goes beyond that, all your Azure services will be stopped. But when you are in a business, you actually don't want that. So this particular limit is called a hard limit. That is, you want to limit it to that particular cost. There is another kind of limit which is called a soft limit, which basically means it will alert you that your budget has been crossed, and you can actually make forecasts also in this particular service based on your usage. Let's say you have used Azure heavily for 5 days, so it gives you a forecast that if you happen to use Azure in this similar fashion, this is what your bill is going to be at the end of the month, right? And then you can actually see what kind of tweaks you can make in your services so that your bill comes down. So all of this is possible in cost management and billing services of Azure. Now this also is under the management domain. Reason being, it helps you in managing your Azure resources in a better fashion. The next service, guys, is a very important service, which is an automation account. Now what is an automation account, guys? It is nothing but it's a way of deploying Azure resources. So how do you deploy Azure resources? So we have seen few of the resources in this session today, wherein we deployed a virtual machine, we deployed a storage account. So all of that was possible one by one. I mean, I had to go manually into that service. I had to click on add, I had to specify a name, and that's how my resources were deployed. But in automation account, what happens is you can create runbooks. Now, what are runbooks? You basically specify a code wherein you specify all the resources and their names and their configurations that you want to deploy, and then you upload that runbook onto the automation account, and then you run that runbook. Then what it does is it automatically creates the resources for you. You don't have to do anything, just put that runbook over there, click on play button, and it will create all the resources for you with the exact same configurations that you have specified in the code. It is particularly helpful when you're setting up a large infrastructure wherein you'll have to deploy thousands or 2,000 machines, where the 2,000 machines are basically divided into multiple sets. It could be backend server set, it could be database server set, it could be front-end server set, all of which will have different kind of configurations. And if this is the kind of a scenario, then runbooks would be of great help, and that's where automation account also comes in, which basically helps you to play those runbooks. Okay. Our next service is Metrics, guys. Now, Metrics is a service which helps you to visualize what all is happening on your Azure resource. For example, what is the network throughput? What is the CPU usage, right? What is the memory usage? All of that you can see inside Metrics. Now, you can actually check a 24-hour log as well in Metrics and see at what point of time does your resource or the particular metric that you're checking, could be CPU usage, could be memory usage, is actually rising, and then you can plan accordingly as to how to plan how to scale your infrastructure at that particular time, right? So this is what metrics are useful for. It basically gives you an overview of how things are going. So if you think about it, it is nothing but metrics, it is nothing but logs, which is basically getting visualized in form of graphs. But nonetheless, it's very helpful, and that is a service which is being provided to you by Azure by the name Metrics. Alright guys, so these were all the services in the management domain, guys. Our next up, we'll be discussing a hands-on. So enough of theory, I guess. We have discussed probably most of the important services which are there in the Azure portal. Now what we'll be doing is I will be showing you an application which basically exists on my local host, and what we'll try to do is we'll try to migrate that to Azure, and we'll choose the services based on the knowledge that we have gained today. We'll choose the services accordingly. Then we'll set up the infrastructure, and then we'll see how it works on the cloud. So guys, let's go ahead and do that. Alright guys, so let's go ahead and let me show you what all we are going to do. So the first thing that we're going to do is basically I have a website that I've already created on my local host, which basically can upload data to Azure Blob storage through the website. So I'm going to show you guys how I have configured it and how can it basically upload data to Azure Blob, right? So the second point is create a new container and upload files to this container from the website, right? So we'll be creating a container, and our website we're going to configure to upload files to this particular container. Third thing is we have to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now what is happening is my website is basically storing data on the localhost MySQL engine. What the hands-on expects us to do is we'll have to deploy MySQL database on Azure, and the website should basically push the data onto the MySQL database, which will be there on the Azure portal, right? So this is the third step. And the fourth step, finally, we want our final website to be uploaded on Azure web app, and basically we have to deploy it using the local git method. What it is, don't worry about it. As you move along, you'll get it. All right, so let's start off with the first point right now, which is demonstrate the website on the local host. So let me switch on to my browser. So guys, this is my Azure portal, and if I have to demonstrate to you my website, it basically exists on localhost Azure 1, right? So this is my website, guys, and what it does is it basically can upload data onto Microsoft Azure. But right now, what I have not basically configured it to connect to my Microsoft Azure storage account. I'll show you how we can configure it, right? So once a file is uploaded on the Blob, it also makes an entry of it in the database, right? Now, where is the database? The database exists on my local host. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just open the MySQL console, right? And my MySQL console basically has a database called images. So if I do a show databases, you can see that there is an images database. So this is the database that my website will be interacting to. So let me just use images, and in this database what I have is a table. So if I do a show tables command, you can see that I have a table called names, right? But right now there is no data inside names. So if I do a select star from names, as you can see, it is empty set, right? So when this website will be uploading file, when it will be successfully uploaded, the next step would be to basically put the data inside the database as to what is the name of the file. Okay, so let me show you the code, guys. Let me show you how the code looks like. This is my index.php. Let me just open it. All right, guys. So guys, this is how my code looks like. So the first thing that I'll have to do is basically I will have to enter a deployment key over here, which will basically be my connection string. And the second thing that I'll have to do is I'll have to enter the container name, which I'm going to create in a little while, right? So let's first jump on to our Azure portal, and what we want to do is go inside our storage account. So guys, this is my storage account, and what I want is the deployment key. So in the storage account, you will have to go to access keys, just go inside that. And here you will find two keys. You can take any of these two keys. So what I'll do is let's say I take key 1, and this is the connection string. So I'll have to copy this, and I'll have to come back to my code, and I'll have to replace it over here. So let's replace the deployment key. And now I will have to remove this part out of the deployment key. This is not required, right? So this we will remove, and this is my deployment key, guys. All right, next step is to basically enter the container name. Now the hands-on basically expects us to create a new container, so let us do that. So let's go inside overview and let's go to blobs. So I have a container in Intellipaat over here. Let's create one more container and let's call it new, right? And let's give the access as blob, and let's click on OK. All right, so my container is now ready and it's called new. Let's name the container over here. So my container name is new. Okay, everything else looks good. So right now this is basically the connection information for my MySQL database. So right now it is going to upload the data onto my local host MySQL. All right, so let's see if I can upload a file now. Let's save this index.php. Let's come back to our website. Let's refresh it once, and now let's choose a file which we want to upload. Let's go inside. Let us try to upload, let's say, database. So this is an image which is called database. Let's select this and let's click on submit. So it says blob uploaded successfully and new record created successfully. So let us verify that in our database. So I'll do a select star from names. As you can see, there is a new entry over here which is 680345573. This is the name which has been assigned by my website. So this is basically a random name. The reason for that is that it could be that you are uploading duplicate files, and if you upload duplicate files, you don't want the names to coincide. So what I'm doing is I'm assigning a random name to every file that I'm uploading, right? So this is the file which has been uploaded, and we can check it over here. If I click on checklist, this is the file which has been uploaded, and if I click on this file now, I can download that file basically from Azure. It says blob not found, and the reason for that is that I'll have to change the URL inside my list website, which is basically if I click on checklist, this is the list.php. I'll have to change some code here. I'll show you that. But first, let's go inside the new container, and as you can see, there's a PNG file over here.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Now this PNG file I can directly download from my list file, but in order to do that, what I'll have to do is I'll have to click on this file and I'll have to copy this URL and I'll have to see what is the prefix over here. So the prefix is this. So I'll have to copy this prefix and now I will have to go inside my code and open the list.php code, and this is the URL that I'll have to replace. So let's replace it. Alright, great. Now let's save it. Come back to our website. This is the list.php. Let us refresh this once. And now when I click on the file, you can see that I've downloaded the file automatically. Let's click on this file. And this is an image which has been downloaded. Now let's try something else. Let me show you the image first and then I'll try to upload it. So what I'll do is I'll go inside downloads and let's say I want to upload this machine file. So this machine file looks something like this. Okay, now we're going to upload this machine file. Let's go inside our website. Let's choose a file and now let's select the machine file, which is basically this. This we will upload. We'll click on open and we'll click on submit. So it says Blob uploaded successfully. If I go inside my container and I refresh it, you can see there's a new entry over here. Even in my database, if I refresh, there's a new entry over here. And now what I can do is I can basically just go to my list, refresh it. This is the new entry. Click on it, file gets downloaded, click here, and this is the file which was uploaded. So what is basically happening over here is this file is now hosted on Blob, and any of you, if you click on this link, you will be able to download it. But the problem is that this website right now is only available on my local host, and I have to make it available to the world. Now how can I do that? So first thing first, let us go back to our slides and see what is our next step. So our next step is that I want to create a MySQL database on Azure. So right now my database which is being updated is on my local host. But what I want is that it should be updated on my Azure MySQL database. Now let's see how we can do that. So the first thing that I will do is I'll have to go back to my Azure dashboard. I'll have to go to services and I'll have to go into databases. And this is the database that I want to launch, Azure database for MySQL Server. Let's select it. Let's add a database. I want to include it inside my demo environment resource group. The server name, let's specify it as Intel1, right? The admin username, let's specify it as Intel. The password, let's specify it as Intel@123. Okay, it says your password cannot contain all or part of the login name. No issues. Let's name it as Azure@123. Same is the case over here. Alright. And where do I want to launch it? I want to launch it in South India. The version is 5.7, which is great. Now let's change the amount of specification that we have for this server. Let's click on configure server. I want a basic configuration. I basically want one core and I want the least amount of storage, which is 5 GB. Auto growth, no, I don't want it. Backup retention period, the least is 7 days, which is fine. And I think that's it. Let's click on OK. Now the server has been configured. Now let's click on review plus create. Okay, so our username is Intel, my password is Azure@123, and now let's click on create. Alright, so my deployment is underway, which basically means my MySQL database is now getting deployed. Let's wait for some time. We'll wait for it to be complete and then we'll proceed with our demo. Alright guys, so my deployment is now complete. So I can just click on go to resource and I am in. So this is my database, guys. Now in order to see or in order to access my database, this is the server name that I'll have to use. So let's go ahead and select this. So my server name is this. Let's copy it and let's come back to our command prompt. And what we want to do is MySQL -h. This is the connection string or the server name. Next thing is I'll have to specify the username, which in my case is this. So let's copy it, paste it here. Next thing that I want is the password. So the password is Azure@123. Now this will give me an error, guys. It says client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. So let's solve that. So we'll go inside connection security, and what I want to do is I will specify my client IP, which is this. All right, that's been added. Also guys, turn this enforce SSL connection off, because right now we don't want to get into making an SSL connection since this is a demo. Alright guys, everything looks good now. Let's click on save. And once this rule has been saved, what we'll see is that we should be able to connect to our database. Alright guys, so it says it has successfully updated the connection security. And now when I go back to my command prompt and I try to enter the same command with the password Azure AD-123, you can see I have successfully connected to my MySQL database on Azure. Now if I do a show databases right now, you can see there are only the default databases present. So let us change that. So I'll just exit, or before exiting, let us just create an empty database, which is images. So we'll use images and let's create a table. So create table names, and the names will be name space varchar 20. So we have created it, and now let's just go to our code. So the code is over here. This is my code guys. Now I will have to specify the server name. So server name in my case would be this. Let's copy it. This is my server name. My username is this, and my password is Azure @123. Okay, everything looks good. Let's save the file. Similarly, in index.php, let's do the same changes. My server name is this. Let's copy it. My username is this. Let's copy it, and my password is Azure @123. Alright, let's save the file, and now let's go to our website. Let's try to check the list. Let's see what it shows us. It shows us empty because there's no data in the Azure SQL table. Great. Now let's choose a file, and now let's try to upload some random file. Let's click on submit. It says blob updated successfully, new record created successfully. Let's check that. So I'll just do a select star from names, and I can see that there is a new entry over here. If I do a checklist, this is the new entry. If I click on this, I can download the file, and this is the file that I basically uploaded. Great. Now my website is updating data onto Azure database, and at the same time it is uploading data onto my storage account inside the container, which is new, right? So let's go inside blobs, let's go inside new, and this is the new file which was basically just uploaded. Great guys, now what I want to do is I want to make this website public, right? This website is working fine over here, but I want this website to be used by everyone in the world. Now how can I do that? In order to do that, I will have to go on to home, and we studied, or we saw a service which can basically just upload our website and not ask us to install any software. It will not ask us to log in into the operating system, do some configuration, nothing. It will just give us a dashboard through which we can upload our website. So let's go ahead and do that. So the service that I'm talking about is app services. So let's go inside app services and let's click on add. So now it will ask me which resource group. So I'll say demo environment. Name of the instance, let's specify it as Intel demo. All right. Okay, it's already been taken. So let's specify Intel Azure. All right, this seems to be available. What do you want to publish? I want to publish the code. The runtime stack, it's actually PHP 5.6. This is the one. What is the region that we want to deploy it in? We want to deploy it in South India. So let's select that. South India, this is the one. Great. Let's change the size of the server which will be launched. So basically we are in dev or test environment, right? And this is the minimum configurations that we can launch. All right, let's click on apply, and now let's click on review and create. So this over here, we can basically do all the necessary review as to what all we are launching. So we just selected PHP 5.6 and we specified the name of the app. That's all we did, right? Now let's click on create. Now guys, what will happen now is it will basically deploy a server on which it will install PHP 5.6, it'll install Apache, and then it'll give me a URL. And when I go to that URL, I will basically see a sample app, right? It is not giving me access to the operating system. It is not asking me to install any software. All that was done over here was we selected the runtime stack, which was PHP 5.6. We specified the server configuration, and that is all. That is all we need to configure, and that is all we get access to. Now, once it gets deployed, I'll show you guys how you can upload your code onto this particular web app. So as you can see, it is already deployed. Now let's go to resource, and this is a resource, guys. The status is it's running right now, and if I browse this web app right now, it'll basically show me a sample web app which has been deployed on it, right? Let's wait for that website to appear. Since this web app has just been launched, it might take some time for the web app to show the website, but nevertheless, it will show the website. So let's wait for it to actually show us. Let me try stopping it and refreshing it once. All right, it's going to take its sweet time, so let's give it that. Alright, so as you can see, hey app service developers, your app service is up and running. Time to take the next step and deploy your code. Great, so this is what you want to do. Now, to deploy your code, you will have to go inside Deployment Center. So let's go inside that. So once we are inside Deployment Center, it's asking me where is my source control, right? So my source control is basically on my local, right? So, but my local is not a Git repository as of now. So what I can do is I can just go on my code, which is over here, Azure 1. This is the folder, and let me just right click here and click on Git Bash, right? Let me just make the text a little bigger for you so that it is visible. All right. So guys, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to initialize an empty Git repository, so Git init. And now I'm gonna add all the files in the Git file system. I'm gonna stage it for the Git file system. So once this process is done, I'm gonna commit it, git commit -m, and this is my first commit. Now it's gonna save the files. Great, so the files are saved. Now what I want to do is I want to upload this particular code onto my Azure web app, right? So going back to the portal, I do have a local Git where I have my code checked in. So let's select this option and click on continue. Now it's asking me which build provider to choose. Don't worry about here. Don't worry about what is Azure Pipelines and what is Kudu Engine. Basically, if you select Kudu Engine, you don't have to do any configuration. More on this we can discuss in the further sessions, but right now just select the Kudu engine and click on continue. And now it says your local Git repository URL will be generated upon completion. Branch would be master, app service is build service. Great, let's click on finish. So now it is basically going to set up the Git environment for me on the web app server, and what I will get is basically this URL, which is my Git URL. So this URL I'll be using to upload my code. But before that, I will also have to set the credentials for my Git system. So to set that, I click over here, FTP or credentials, and I'll go to user credentials, and I can specify anything over here. Let's specify a username. Let's say the username is Intellipaat, and let's say the password is Intelli@123, Intelli@123, and now let's click on save credentials.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So it says saving credentials was a success. Great. Now what I can do is I can just close this, and now I'll just have to go to my resource. I'll have to go to deployment center, and now I will just take the Git URL over here. Alright, so this is a Git URL. Let's copy this, and now git remote add Azure And let's try to paste this link now. Yes, so this was the syntax: git remote add Azure, right? And now what I want to do is I want to push my code onto Azure. So git push Azure master. I'll hit enter and it'll ask me the credentials. So credentials is Intellipaat and the password is intel@123. Oh, authentication failed. I think I forgot the password. No issues, guys. So I can just specify it again. So it's intel@123 and intel@123. Let's save the credentials. Okay, credentials are saved. Let's go back here, git push Azure master, and now it should basically push my code onto the web app. Now it will take some time over here, guys. Don't worry about the time. It'll take around a minute or so to upload your code. So let's wait for that time and let's hope everything goes well. Alright, the process has started. So it is updating the branch now, copying all the files. Great. So my code is now uploaded on the app and it says it will restart in 10 seconds. Great. So meanwhile, what I can do is I can go to my web app and I can just refresh this. And as you can see, my website is now available over here. Right? If I click on checklist, you will see an error. And I'll tell you why that error would be there. It says connection failed. Client with IP address is not allowed to connect to this MySQL server. Now, how can you solve that? Just go to home and go to your database. Go to connection security and allow access to Azure services. Just click on and as a security feature just remove the IP address that you used earlier, and now let's click on save. So now my security settings will get updated and then I would be able to use my website on the web app. Alright, so my settings are about to be updated. Let's wait for that time and then we'll go ahead. Alright guys, so my data has been updated successfully. So if I go here back and I click on refresh, you can see the list is now being generated. Let's try to upload a file, guys. Let's try to upload this Word file. Okay, let's click on open and let's click on submit. It says Blob updated successfully. Let's check that. Let's go to our resource group. Let's go to our storage account. Let's go inside blobs. We'll go inside our container. And this is the docx file which was just updated. And if I refresh the list, I can see the docx file over here as well. If I click on it, I'd be able to download it. And guys, with this, we have successfully completed our demo. But let me show you a very awesome thing that comes with connecting Git to your web app, right? So now I can just simply go to my index.php and let's say I want to change this heading. Okay, so let's try to change the heading. I'll just go down, upload to Azure Blob, and let's add a little bit of text over here. Let's say welcome to Intellipaat. Okay, let's save it, come back to our Git terminal. Let's do a Git status. You can see that index.php has been modified. Great. Let's save this file. Let's commit this file, updated index. Great. And now let's push it. So git push Azure master. It'll again take a minute or two and then our files will get updated on the web app automatically. Alright, so my code has been updated. Let's go ahead and check it. So let me just refresh this website. And as you can see, my code has successfully updated over here. It says upload to Azure Blob, welcome to Intellipaat. And this is exactly what we changed. Alright.
So when we talk about Azure DNS, we need to understand what is the DNS in itself. So the domain name system is responsible for translating or resolving a website or service to its service name to its IP address. So this is what fundamentally happens, and almost all of you should be aware about this, like how a website name is translated into its original IP address of the server which is hosting the web page that you're seeing on your browser. So Azure DNS, what it does, it provides a hosting service for your DNS domains. So it provides name resolution using Microsoft Azure infrastructure. So what Microsoft is doing, it is giving you a global infrastructure available for your DNS. and it has actually implemented DNS servers across all its data centers across the world. And it's not something where you can register your domain. You need to register your domain separately with a registrar. But after you have registered your domain, you can use Azure's infrastructure to utilize the name servers and its bandwidth to host your services like DNS on Azure itself. So by hosting your domains in Azure, you can manage your DNS. Means you don't need to go to the your registrar's domain page to manage your DNS. You can manage everything in your Azure portal, Azure DNS zone itself. First thing you need to do, you just need to delegate permissions to your to Azure to manage your domain for you. So Azure DNS also supports private DNS domains. So like you can use local domains as well for your virtual networks and your on-premise setup as well. So this is a simple flow here. It's very obvious, like how we create a request, like a user is creating a request here and hitting this URL, and Azure DNS in the background will do all the work, and it will translate this domain name to a particular IP address. So how it does, we'll try to understand that, and ultimately you will get a IP address of the page of the server that is hosting that website with all the pages, and the user will get that IP address, and then it will connect directly to the resource. It can be a VM, it can be a web app, or it can be many other things, but fundamentally it will have your website hosted inside that infrastructure. So if we talk about what Azure DNS offers in terms of what all features are there, so fundamental things like you can see here, reliability and performance. So we are talking about Azure. With Azure and cloud of this scale, you get reliability and performance highly optimized. So DNS domains in Azure DNS are hosted on Azure's global network of DNS name servers. So like how it is managed, that's taken care of by Microsoft. But you, whenever you create a DNS zone in Azure portal, you get a set of name servers for all the domains, like 4 name servers. Now, for every DNS zone, they maintain a name server, and how they do it in the background, that is not something we should be like concerned about. But they manage it in the background so that wherever all across the world, your domain is highly available, and it means you can take benefit out of this global infrastructure that Azure is providing. So Azure DNS uses Anycast networking so that each DNS query is answered by the closest available DNS server. So based on where the request is originating from, Azure will ensure that by default, it will ensure that your users actually get the fastest response from the closest available DNS server. So that is just a relevant explanation of how you can actually enhance the performance. So since Azure provides very healthy and robust infrastructure, so your users can actually utilize that to get better performance. So this provides both fast performance and high availability for your domain. So which is actually an inherent feature for anything that is in Azure. So when you start using DNS from Azure, again, it becomes obvious that you can utilize that as well. So seamless integration, the Azure DNS service can be used to manage DNS records for your Azure services and can be used to provide DNS for your external resources as well. So within the Azure infrastructure offering like VMs and web apps, you can use Azure DNS, which is already being used by Azure. Like when you create a VM, it is getting an IP address, a private IP address, and it is getting a public IP address if you choose to do so. All that is managed by the Azure DNS, that public IP address and the resolution of that name of the VM that you get to the IP address in the background. All that is happening in the background using Azure DNS. That is by default, but you can customize it as well. Because whenever we create a VM, we don't need to create a DNS server explicitly to begin with. We can do so to manage it inside we can manage a different VM. Inside that, we can have a DNS role and we can manage everything as a using that DNS server. But by default, if you don't have that requirement, Azure DNS maintains everything in terms of name resolution and management. So you can do it for your Azure services as well as for your external resources as well, outside of Azure, maybe your on-premise setup. So this is something about integrating with your Azure as well as non-Azure services. And when we talk about security, the Azure DNS service is based on Azure Resource Manager. So again, when you use anything in Azure, you get all the inherent features out of it. So role-based access control, the Azure Active Directory management. So all the things which make Azure highly secure are available in Azure DNS as well. So you will get this feature in ARM model, not in classic model. So with ARM, you get inherent security features enabled for Azure DNS as well. Your domain and records can be managed via the Azure portal, Azure PowerShell commandlets, and the cross-platform Azure CLI. So again, this is also very obvious. You can actually programmatically access it using PowerShell or CLI, and you can directly go to the portal and you can manage your DNS entries on the portal itself. So this is something quite generic, not related to Azure itself. So this is a little overview about what a domain is. So the domain name system is a hierarchy of domains. So the hierarchy starts from the root domain. So V means, I think you all must be familiar with it. So the dot represents the root domain, and you can have different top level domains like com, net, org, UK, or JP for Japan. So different geographies or different kind of organization types, you can have different top level domains. And then there is a second level domain that is specific to your like organization type, especially here org.ok UK and co.jp. So they're like root domain, top level domain, second level domain, and then you have further sub level domains. So the domains in the DNS hierarchy are globally distributed, hosted by DNS name servers around the world. So it's not as if without Azure DNS you don't have access to any DNS name servers. It's already there. When you register a domain, you get a set of name servers assigned to your domain, and those name servers actually host your DNS entries and your domain. So it's not like it's not available before Azure DNS, but yes, Azure DNS is a good option to opt for when you start utilizing Azure as a complete resource for all your IT needs. So you can use Azure DNS as well. So a domain name registrar is an organization that allows you to purchase a domain name such as contoso.com. So this is not, Microsoft is not a domain name registrar as of yet, like in terms of Azure. So you need to purchase it from somewhere else. But that domain name registrar will actually help you with purchasing a particular domain name. And Azure DNS provides a globally distributed high availability name server infrastructure, which you can use to host your domain. So this is in a sense telling you what exactly Azure DNS is. It is actually a set of name server infrastructure that is available globally, and it is highly available, and you can use it to host your domains. By hosting your domains in Azure DNS, you can manage your DNS record directly in Azure itself. So you don't need to keep on going to your domain name registrar domain page and manage things there. You can do it here itself. Azure DNS does not currently support purchasing of domain names. If you want to purchase domains, you need to use a third-party domain name registrar, so which I have iterated many times. This domain concept is quite generic. It's not specific to Azure. We use it in so many ways every time when we hit the browser. And DNS zone is something like inside the Azure. It's all outside Azure as well, but in reference to Azure DNS, DNS zone is the way we manage Azure DNS. Like we create our own entries in Azure DNS using DNS zones. So this is how we actually manage our domain inside Azure DNS. So a DNS zone is used to host the DNS records for a particular domain. So like, as we said, abc.com. So you can create a DNS zone with abc.com, and you can configure the name servers, and you can start creating records and managing everything with Azure DNS itself. So what it does, it actually provides you a set of infrastructure in the background. You pay a price for it. We'll discuss about pricing in the end, but it's not a big kind of a price. It depends on how much you're consuming. You will start paying on that basis. So To start hosting your domain in Azure DNS, you need to create a DNS zone for that domain name. Each DNS record for your domain is then created inside this DNS zone. So first for the domain, you create a DNS zone, and then as I showed you, you can start creating DNS record for your domain inside this DNS zone. So an example is here, like the domain contoso.com may contain several DNS records, such as mail.contoso.com for a mail server and www.contoso.com for a website. So once you register your domain using a DNS zone in Azure DNS, you can start configuring the records for that particular domain, and you can have a mail.contoso.com for your mail server, and similarly for a website you can have www.contoso.com. So this is very simple, but this is how it actually gets implemented in Azure. So when creating a DNS zone in Azure DNS, there are certain things you need to keep in mind. So there are certain limitations, not in terms of how much you can create, but how you create it in Azure. So the name of the zone must be unique within the resource group, and the zone must not exist already. So what it is trying to say is that suppose you have a resource group, suppose IPdemo RG01, you have a DNS zone already created inside that resource group abc.com. Now you cannot register abc.com again in that same resource group. So the second line makes it even clearer. The same zone name can be reused in a different resource group or a different Azure subscription. So if I have another resource group in the same subscription, IPdemo RG02, I can create abc.com as a DNS zone there in that resource group. So it allows you to do that. So you would be now trying to understand how it allows to do that, and if it allows, how it works in the background. So I think the third line explains that. So where multiple zones share the same name, each instance is assigned different name server addresses. You see ns1-04 azure-dns.com. So this is a name server for .com, and similarly for other top level domains. So if I create ipdemo.com inside this resource group RG03, and inside RG02 I can create ipdemo.com, but again it will have a different set of name servers. But I cannot create ipdemo.com in the same resource group RG03. So this is what it is trying to tell here. So only one set of addresses can be configured with the domain name registrar. So this is very obvious, even though you might be able to register the same domain in two different resource groups and have different set of name servers. With your domain name registrar, you can configure it only for one DNS zone, because it won't allow you to configure it with two name server records, two name server entries. So inside like DNS zone, you will create DNS records. So the records are specified by using relative names. Okay, a fully qualified domain name FQDN includes the zone name, where a relative name does not. So the example will make it clearer. So the relative record name www in the zone contoso.com gives the fully qualified record name www.contoso.com. So a relative name would be like a www, and if you talk about fully qualified record name, it would be www.contoso.com, where contoso.com is the DNS zone name. So this is just an overview, like how you actually name your records. So if you are naming like a you want a name for your website, you will create a www record, and its relative name will be www, and FQDN will have the entire DNS zone integrated with it. So what all types of record types we can have in Azure DNS? We can see that in the last line, but in essence, a DNS record has a name and a type. So it's very obvious. So as you can see, the last line, there are so many types of DNS records you can create, and then you assign a name to it. So records are organized into various types according to the data they contain. We will actually see in the next slide quite detailed description of different record types. So different record types actually pertain to different services or data that they contain. The most common type is an A record, which maps a name to an IPv4 address. So this is something we use quite commonly. And another common type is an MX record, which maps a name to a mail server. So this must also be very familiar. Azure DNS supports all common DNS record types. So A, quadruple A, CAA, CNAME, MX, NS, PTR, SOA, SRV, and TXT. So there are so many types of DNS records. People who actually manage DNS servers must be very familiar with these things. So here is a little description to what all record types are in general, not only in reference to Azure DNS. So this will give you a better idea if you don't already have it. So a record type of A refers to an IPv4 instead of a version of IP addresses, and quadruple A is for IPv6 version of IP addresses. So in any case, both of these record types do the same function. They map a host name, for example here adatem.com, to an IP address. So it can be any IP address which would belong to a particular server or infrastructure that is hosting your website. So it's simple. This record actually does the task of mapping a host name to an IP address, which is what we do most of the times when we hit a web browser. And CNAME record, canonical name, is actually used to assign a custom name. So it is used when you configure email services and especially Exchange server. So there you mention the MX record and you point it to a particular A record which will have a particular IP address assigned for the Exchange server that you're pointing to. So NS is very common that we have seen here as well. So name servers contains the name of a server hosting a copy of the entire DNS zone. So if we go to the portal, you see these set of name servers for different top level domains. So what it is doing is it is actually hosting the entire copy of this DNS zone inside these servers. So right now they have only NS and SOA records to begin with, but in future you will add more records and all those records will be hosted in these name servers. So SOA is start of authority that we saw like is by default, and it provides information about the writable copy of the DNS zone, including its location and version number. So if we go here, we see a lot of information here. Yeah. So if you see here, it's giving the entire email here, which is referencing to this, and the host, which is one of the name servers here, and the refresh time, retry time, expiry time, and all the metadata information. So this is something which is there by default, and it actually refers to your DNS zone. So SRV records are another kind of records which actually point to hosts that are providing specific services such as session initiation protocol SIP or ADDS Active Directory Domain Services. So these are the whole point is like all these records are actually meant for different services. So this is not something specific to Azure. It's like generally available, and the point is all this is available in Azure, and we can start using it to manage our domains and manage our services which we use those domains for. And the last one is TXT, which is a simple. It contains custom text and it is a text record. These are the general record types for managing DNS anywhere. So what is a registrar? A domain registrar is a company who can provide internet domain names. So they verify if the internet domain you want to use is available and allow you to purchase it, which is obvious. And once the domain name is registered, you are the legal owner for the domain for the specified time you have purchased it for. And if you already have an internet domain, you will use the current domain registrar to delegate to Azure DNS, which I showed you, like you can start pointing it to the name servers of Azure. So in Azure DNS, you have the option of using private domains as well. Azure DNS is a hosting service, which we have understood very clearly for DNS domains. In addition to internet-facing DNS domains, Azure DNS now also supports private DNS domains. So you can have the public domains. Along with that, you can have private DNS domains as well. The third line is very important because this is something which is by default and we never realized that. So Azure DNS resolve domain names in a virtual network without the need to add a custom DNS solution. So whenever we create any VM or any other infrastructure in a virtual network, we don't have to manually create a custom DNS solution or have a DNS server in place in the virtual network to manage all the DNS entries and the name resolution. So this happens by default, and Azure DNS is actually managing it in the background. So private DNS zones allow you to use your own custom domain names rather than the Azure provided names. So this is something you can actually build over. So instead of using the names that Azure provides for your VMs, you can start using your own custom domain names. And how useful it's going to be for you, we'll try to understand that in the next slide. But yes, you can start doing that as well. It provides name resolution for VMs within a virtual network and between virtual network. Yes, it will start doing that. It's happening right now as well, but you can use private DNS zones as well. Additionally, you can configure zone names with a split horizon view, allowing a private and a public DNS zone to share the same name. So what it is trying to say here is same DNS zone name can be used privately as well as publicly. So all the traffic that is coming from our virtual network will be treated as private, and all coming from internet will be as public.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Active Directory is used to store and organize information about various elements of an organization's network, such as computers, users, resources like printers, shared files, or folders. To understand this better, let's consider a scenario. Let's say that you work for an organization of about 100 people, right? So there are like total 100 employees in your organization, and there are 150 computer systems. So, and let's say that there are 5 printers. So the organization needs to keep, obviously the organization would have to keep the track of all the computer systems that are currently in use and all the computer systems that are just sitting idle, and the systems that are spare, and they will have to keep a track of which employee is using which computer system, or which computer system is connected to the 5 printers, right? And they will also need to keep a track of what kind of user credential to log into their computers, and all of the information related to this. So that means organizations need a database where they can actually store and organize this information, right? So that database is actually called Active Directory. So usually on-premise organizations, when they store and organize this kind of information, they call it the Active Directory. So this is what Active Directory is. Since Active Directory contains all kinds of information about the organization, it contains information about users, computers, and resources that are part of the organization. It can actually be used to authenticate and authorize the users, right? Because it contains the credentials of the users, it contains the names and all other kinds of information about the user. So you can actually use the Active Directory to authenticate and authorize the user. So this is what Active Directory is all about. Now let's understand what is an Azure Active Directory. Like I've already said, that Azure Active Directory is basically inspired from this on-premise Active Directory service. But it's so much more than that. Azure Active Directory is the identity management solution for Azure. It's a live directory or a database that stores user accounts and their passwords, computers, file shares, security groups, permissions, and so much more. Let's again take an example to understand this a little better. Now let's say that you again work for an organization, but this organization uses Azure Cloud for all of its workloads, right? So let's say that there are multiple departments in your organization, and each and every department needs access to some different kinds of services from Azure Cloud. So again, your organization doesn't want employees to be using their own personal Azure accounts in order to be able to access Azure services. They have gone and created one parent account, Azure account, so that all of their employees can use that one single account to access and use Azure services. Now, like I've already said, that
different departments may need access to different kinds of services. That means, let's say that the production environment doesn't need access to any machine learning services, let's say. So if you give out the credential for the whole parent account, then they will actually have the access to those services as well, right? Along with the services that they actually need. So this is not very a smart decision when it comes to the security terms, right? Because if everyone has access to every service that comes in your Azure subscription, then how would you know that who is using what service, right? So
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
to keep a track of that, what you can do, you can easily create users and you can give them their own passwords and own user accounts, so that, and then you can go ahead and give them a role so that they can only access the services that they actually need. That way you will know that production department is only accessing virtual machines and databases and cloud function and these kind of services, and other departments are only accessing the services that they actually need. This way your Azure subscription or your Azure organization's Azure account will stay safe, right? Because there won't be any unauthorized access, and you can also keep a track of all of the billing, right? So till here everything seems fine, but now if you think about the number of employees, how would that work? I mean, there are going to be so many employees. There are going to be more than 100 employees with their own user accounts and their own passwords to access some specific service, and then if they want access to some other service, then they will have to be given another user account and another pair of passwords so that they can access that other service as well. So there are going to be multiple usernames and multiple passwords for all of the employees. Now, to keep a track of all of those things, of course your organization's IT admin would need Active Directory. Now, instead of just using an on-premise Active Directory, he can directly go ahead and use Azure Active Directory, because Azure offers this service, right? So IT admin will go ahead and store all kinds of information about user accounts, their passwords, the computers, file shares, security groups, permissions that they have given to every user account, and so much more in that Azure Active Directory. Now again, like I said, that Azure Active Directory is an identity management solution, right? That means now, since it contains so much information about users, we can actually go ahead and use Azure Active Directory for identity management purpose. Now that we understand what is an Azure Active Directory in layman terms, let's see how Azure defines Azure Active Directory. So Azure Active Directory is Microsoft's multi-tenant identity solution for Azure. Azure AD is one-stop solution for core directory services for cloud, application access management, and identity authentication solutions. That means, like I said, that it is inspired from the on-premise directory services. That means that for cloud, it is one-stop solution for core directory services, right? And for application access management, well, of course, like I said, that it's an identity management solution. That means you can actually use Azure Active Directory to configure who can access your application and not. And then, of course, identity authentication solutions, like I've already told you, Azure Active Directory is the solution offered by Azure for identity authentications, right? Now, moving on, why exactly Azure Active Directory came into the picture? Like, what was the need that Azure felt so that it provided this service, right? Let's first consider the scenario before Azure Active Directory. That means the case scenario where Azure Active Directory does not exist. So for any service that you might want to use, you are given a set of username and password, using which you can access that particular service for which the username and password is created. Now let's say that you as an employee of your organization wanted to use database services offered by Azure. So IT admin goes and creates a username and password for you, and now you can use your organization's parent or tenant account, Azure account, to access database service. But you can only access database service using this username and password. Now let's say if you wanted a cloud function service, right? You wanted to access the cloud function service. So for that, again, IT admin had to create one more username and password for you, and now you can use this particular username and password to access cloud function. You cannot use the previous set of username password to access cloud function, because that username and password is specifically created for database service, right? Now let's say that you want one more service, you want to access Azure virtual machines. Now for that also, IT admin had to go and create one more username and password, and then now you can access Azure virtual machine using this particular username and password. That means if you want to access 3 different services from Azure, then you will be given 3 different sets of username and password. Now, of course, it's a hassle for you to remember all these different username and passwords, but it's not just you. It's also a very big problem for the IT admin of your organization, because of course he has to manage all of the passwords, all of the usernames, because he needs to keep a track of what username he has already created or what password he has already given to what username, and what a set of username and password goes to which employee, and what are the permissions connected or related to that set of username and password. So he has to keep track of all of this. So of course, if one employee needs access to 3 services and there are 3 different sets of username and passwords, of course there are going to be so many other employees as well, and they are also going to have multiple username and passwords, because of course they are going to need to access multiple services, right? So this all of this becomes hassle for employees as well as the IT admin, who has to keep track of or who has to manage all of these username and passwords. So this is where Azure Active Directory comes in. Now that we have seen what was the case scenario before Azure Active Directory, now let's move ahead and see how, when Azure offered its service, identity management service, Azure Active Directory, all of these problems got solved, right? So after Azure Active Directory was introduced in your organization, Azure Active Directory, your organization can actually use Azure Active Directory to just create a single set of username and password, using which an employee of your organization or you can access any service that you want, as long as the admin has given you the permission. Which means that now, instead of creating multiple sets of username and password for all of your different services, now IT admin just has to create one username and password that belongs to you, and the IT admin can actually go ahead and add permissions in that same username and password for different services. That means, let's say that first of all you want a database service and your password and username was created, right? Now when you wanted cloud function service, then instead of creating a new username and password, your IT admin just has to add the permission for cloud function service in your existing username and password. That is all he has to do. So that means there will only be a single username and password for every single employee, right? He just has to keep track of all the username and password for every single employee, and now he can use Active Directory to track or store or organize the permissions that he has given to all of the username and passwords. So now your task has become simple, because you only have to remember one set of username and password, as well as your IT admin's task has become simple, because he doesn't have to track all of the different username and password that belong to only one employee, right? Because now there is only one username and password for one employee. So this feature is actually called a single sign-on. That means a single set of username and password to sign in and access any service that you want, as long as you're given the permission, right? So Azure Active Directory provides this feature, which is called single sign-on. So as we all know that Microsoft isn't just providing or offering web-based services through its cloud platform, that is Azure, but it has been actually also providing on-premise services as well. So before Microsoft provided Azure Active Directory, it had already provided an on-premise Active Directory service, which was known as Windows Active Directory. So Windows Active Directory was not actually designed to handle web-based services or information related to web-based services, right? So that was one major drawback which led Microsoft to come up with this another Active Directory service, which is called Azure Active Directory now, for all the users that were now using cloud platform, right? So even though Windows Active Directory and Azure Active Directory come from the same root, that is Microsoft, they still have many significant differences. One of the very obvious difference is that obviously Windows Active Directory, like I've already told you, was designed for on-premise purpose, while Azure Active Directory was designed for cloud, right? So it is basically cloud located. So apart from this major difference, there are many other differences which we will see in this Windows AD versus Azure AD topic. But before that, let us just see what is Windows AD in official definition terms, right? So Windows Active Directory is a Windows operating system directory service that offers a single interface for organizing and maintaining information about the organization's network. Now, I've already told you one major drawback because of which Microsoft had to come up with this another Active Directory service, but there is so much more than that. To learn how Windows Active Directory works differently or how Azure Active Directory works differently from Windows Active Directory, we will first have to see how Windows Active Directory works, right? So basically, Windows Active Directory works on different layers, each layer to perform different tasks. So as you can see on your screen, I have listed 5 layers. So the first layer is called ADDS, which is acronym for Windows Active Directory Domain Service. And then next we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Services. And then third layer is ADFC, which is Active Directory Federation Services. And then fourth layer is ADCS, which is Active Directory and Certification Services. And then finally we have the fifth layer, which is ADRMS, which stands for Active Directory Rights Management Services. So like I said, all of these different layers perform different kinds of tasks, right? So let's discuss all of these different tasks one by one, starting with ADDS. So ADDS, like I've already told you, stands for Windows Active Directory Domain Services, right? So this layer actually allows admin to manage information related to user logins and other information such as when the user signed up or logged in, or when did he log out, and how much of services are they using, and stuff like that. And the next layer we have ADLS, which stands for Azure Data Lake Storage Service. This layer lets admin store any amount of data and data of any type and any size, right? And the next layer ADFC provides the single sign-on feature, which lets user access systems and applications with a single password and username. Now, like I've already told you about little bit about single sign-on feature, right? So since this is the Windows Active Directory, which means that it's working on the on-premise work locations, that means that this layer provides single sign-on feature using which users will be able to access systems or application, not the web-based services, right, with a single password or credential. So this is what ADFC is for. And then the next layer that we have, that is ADCS. This layer allows admin to customize services and manage or issue public certificates. And then the last layer that we have is ADRMS, which is basically used for data protection. So when we use Windows Active Directory, the admin will have to take care of 5 different layers that perform different tasks. Now that is also very big of a hassle. So this was one of the other drawbacks which led Microsoft to come up with this Azure Active Directory, another Active Directory solution, which is Azure Active Directory, right? So when Azure Active Directory came into the picture, what happened was Azure Active Directory actually merged all these layers into just 2 layers, and these 2 layers performed all of the tasks that were all previous 5 layers were doing. So these 2 layers were WAAD, that is Windows Azure Active Directory, and then the second layer was WAAC, that is Windows Azure Access Control Service. So WAAD layer combines all the 5 layers of Windows Active Directory. That means that it does all the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers in Windows Active Directory. So, and it is the ultimate identification management layer. And the second layer, that is WAAC, enables federation for all of the services of an organization. Now since it's Azure Active Directory, that means we are using single sign-on to access different Azure services, right? So for that, WAAC layer was introduced in Active Directory, in Azure Active Directory. So these are the 2 layers. So this is how Azure Active Directory is much evolved and better version of Windows Active Directory, as it has combined all of the 5 layers into just 2 layers, and it has performed all of the tasks that were previously done by 5 different layers, and it also lets users access web-based services using single sign-on, right? So this is how Azure Active Directory is different from Windows Active Directory. Now let's see what is service audience. That means who is using this service offered by Azure. So there's basically 3 kinds of audience when it comes to Azure Active Directory. First is IT administrator, second is application developer, and then we have online customers. So IT admins basically ensure that every employee has relevant credential to access Azure services with relevant permissions. So they basically take care of all the sign-in procedure, and they also resolve issues related to authentication. Now coming to application developers, well, they are the ones who want to use the services for which they have been given the permission, right? So with Azure Active Directory in the picture, application developer only have to remember one set of username and password to access any service that they want to use for their application development purpose, right? And also with Azure Active Directory, the services are made easily available, so their development becomes significantly hassle-free. Now the next service audience that we have here is online customers. So online customers can access services such as Office 365 and other CRM services offered by Azure with their Azure Active Directory credentials. So these are the three major service audience of Azure Active Directory service, right? Now moving on, we will learn about the terminologies in Azure Active Directory. Well, of course, in order to be able to understand Azure Active Directory in depth, you must first get familiar with the major terminology that you will most likely come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory, right? So that is why we are going to cover the terminologies section first. Okay, so in terminologies, we have tenants, domains, user, and groups. So first of all, let's discuss tenants. Now you must have come across this term a lot. You must have heard tenant term in context of tenant accounts, or that Microsoft is a multi-tenant cloud platform or something like that, right? So what does it actually mean? Well, as for tenant, you can think of it as an organization. Now there are a lot of organizations that are using Microsoft Azure cloud platform, right? They're using their services, and so all of these organizations can be referred to as separate tenants to which Microsoft Azure has been providing or offering their cloud services. So what Microsoft Azure does, it makes sure that all of these tenants stay isolated and separated so that they can maintain the services that they are separately providing to all of these organizations. So basically, when people use the term tenant account, they are usually referring to the parent Azure account that an organization has created, using which they are making use of Azure resources and Azure services, right? So that is what tenant is in Active Directory. Now moving on, next terminology that we have here is domains. So what is a domain? A domain is a DNS zone for which the tenant has proven ownership, which means that it's the public domain of the organization, or maybe a subdomain of the organization, or even an alternative domain that the organization isn't using publicly but has ownership for it, which means that no one else can use this particular domain but the organization itself, because it is the lone owner of that domain, right? So in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites or applications, so that the user base of those organizations can access their websites or applications using these domains. When you create an Azure Active Directory, you get a default domain with your Azure Active Directory. It's usually in the format as shown on your screen, that is onmicrosoft.com. The prefix of this domain depends on the name of the Azure Active Directory. That means the organization gets to decide what would be the prefix of this domain. And this domain, that including that prefix, this domain becomes their unique domain for which the tenant or the organization has the lone ownership, right? Now, you might be thinking, like I said, that in most cases, organizations use this domain for their own websites and applications, right? Now, if they used this default domain that they're getting with their Azure Active Directory, which has the suffix of onmicrosoft.com, then their user base might think that this URL might take them to some Microsoft page, right? Because it has microsoft.com in the end. But that doesn't happen, because in most cases what happens is that the organizations or the tenant usually add their custom domains in Azure Active Directory, and then they verify that custom domain. That means they prove their ownership for that custom domain, and then they use that custom domain for any of their personal purposes, right? But how do they add their custom domain in the Azure Active Directory? So let's understand that. Let's add a custom domain in our Azure Active Directory using our Azure portal, right? So for that, I'll go to my Azure portal. So this is my Azure portal And basically this is the home page of my Azure portal. So before we begin adding a custom domain name in our Azure Active Directory, let me first tell you how you can get a custom domain name. It has to be a valid domain name. That is the only way it will work. Now, for a valid domain name, since it's just a demo, you don't have to go and buy or purchase a valid domain name. You can use one of the websites, online websites that provide you free domain names for a certain period of time, right? So I'm going to be using one such website for this demo, which is called freenom.com, right? So this is what I'm going to use. I will pick domain name from here, a free domain name, and then I will add that custom domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory here. So first of all, let's go ahead and select a custom domain name. All right, so this is how freenom.com looks. I have already created an account and logged in. All you have to do is create an account and then sign in, and then this page will open up for you. Now what you have to do is you have to go to service and you have to register a new domain, right? Now what you have to do is you have to search for a domain name of your choice. So I'll search for any domain name that will start with hello cloud. All right, so here's the result of my search. As you can see, hello.tk is here, hellocloud.ml is here, hellocloud.ga is here, and all of them are free. We also have some other domain names, hellocloud.com, which is not actually free. So we are going to be using a free domain name for today's demo, right? So I will select this hellocloud.ga domain name, right? So to get this domain name, I just have to click on this button here that says get it now. Alright, once I do it, I'll go to my checkout. Don't worry, you won't be charged if you go to checkout because this is a free domain name, so you won't be charged anything, right? And I'm getting this free domain name for 3 months. Alright, so I'll click on continue. Alright, and then final step, I just have to check mark this and then click on this complete order button, and then this domain will be given to me and I can use it however I wish for the next 3 months, right? So I will go to my client area. Alright, so now that I have a domain, let me show you guys where it is. The domains that you have purchased or the domains that you have got for free from this freenom.com, you can find them here in my domains section. Alright, so the domain that I just bought from them for free was hellocloud.ga. Now let's go ahead and add this domain name in my Azure directory, Azure Active Directory, right? So in my Azure portal, what I will have to do is I have to search for Azure Active Directory, right? Alright, so this is my Azure Active Directory, and like I told you that you will get a custom domain name with every time you create an Azure Active Directory. So with every account you get one Azure Active Directory already created for you, right? And this is my Azure Active Directory default directory, which is a default directory, right? And for this default directory, I already have a default domain name as well. Let me show you how you can find that. In this search bar here, you just have to type custom domain, and custom domain names is the option that you have to select. All right. So now, as you can see that there is already a domain name here with the suffix of on Microsoft.com. So this is the default domain name that I got with my default Azure Active Directory, right? But now we want to add a custom domain name, and we have already bought a free domain name, and now we can start adding that custom domain name. Now to add a custom domain name, we just have to click on this button right here. So I'll click on it, and here we have to provide the custom domain name, which is in our case is hellocloud.ga, right? All right, GA. So this is the custom domain name that we want to use. Let's again make sure it's right. hellocloud.ga, hellocloud.ga, right? So now I'll go ahead and click on this add button here. All right, so now it says that to use hellocloud.ga with your Azure AD, create a new TXT record with your domain name registrar using the info below. So we have to create a TXT record in our domain registrar, which is for us is Freenom. Alright, so now what you have to do is you have to navigate to your Freenom, and you have to click on this manage domain button in front of the domain that you want to use. So for us it's hellocloud.ga. So I'll click here. Alright, from here you have to click on Manage Freenom DNS. Alright, so now here we will create a record using the information given to us by Microsoft Azure, right? So what you have to do is, first of all, you have to change the type to txt because that is the kind of record that we are trying to create here. So I'll select txt here. Alright, so next thing we have to do is we have to copy this destination field and then we have to paste the value here in the target field. Alright, and for TTL it's already same, so we don't have to do anything, and we have to keep the name field here blank, right? Now I'll just click on Save Changes. Alright, so it says my record added successfully. So I'll go back to my Azure portal. Now I can go ahead and click on this verify button. But before that, let me tell you that verifying a domain name could take up to 72 hours. That means once you have bought or purchased custom domain name, and that once you have added that custom domain name here in Azure Active Directory, and even when you have created a record successfully, if you go ahead and try to verify it right at that second, it might not happen for you at that moment because it usually takes up to 72 hours. So if an error comes up, then you don't have to worry about that because it will eventually get verified. You can just come up again and you can try it in another 10 or 15 minutes. It'll happen for you eventually. But for the first time when you try to verify it, it might give you an error saying that it can take up to 72 hours for registering or verifying the domain name that you're trying to create, right? So let me show you what this error is actually that I'm talking about, right? So if I click on verify right now, it's going to give me an error like I've already said. So let's see. Alright, so it says that it could not find DNS record for this domain because DNS changes may take up to 72 hours to propagate. That means that the changes that I've made, that the record that I've successfully added here may take up to 72 hours to actually get acknowledged, right? So we are going to wait for a few more minutes and then we're going to try again to verify it. It's going to get verified after some time. Let me tell you, once you have added this custom domain name, even if it's not verified, it's going to show in your custom domain names page. It's going to be shown like this. The status is going to be specified as unverified. So it's only going to get verified after some time. So when you are adding a custom domain name, once you have added your custom domain name, you can just leave it like that. You can just leave it for an hour or two, and then you can come back to it and then just click on it and then click on verify. So we will do it after some time. Alright guys, so now let's try to verify this added custom domain name, right? So I'm going to, like I've already told you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on it and I'm going to click on verify. So since I have already created a txt record and I have already saved it, it shouldn't give me any problem now because I have waited for a few hours. And before, when I tried to verify it, as soon as I created this record, it gave me an error saying that it could take up to 72 hours for a created record to propagate, right? So now that I have waited for some time, it shouldn't give me that error anymore and it should get verified easily. So for that, I'm going to click on this button and let's see what happens. Alright, so like I told you, it should get verified easily, and it has. It says that verification has succeeded. And now if I go back to my custom domain names page, you can see that now the status here is not saying unverified, it says verified. That means custom domain that I wanted to add here in my Active Directory, my default Active Directory, has been added and it has been verified as well. Now I can go ahead and start using this custom domain name that I have added. Alright guys, so this is how you can create and add a custom domain name in your directory, in your Azure Active Directory. Now let's go on and move ahead with our further topics in this module. Alright guys, so the next terminology that you're most likely to come across when you're dealing with Azure Active Directory is a user. So by now I know you already understand the meaning of a user, right? And we have also used this terminology before in this module only when we were understanding what is an Azure Active Directory. But let's just once go through the definition. So users are the individuals that are given permission and set of username and a password.
Just a quick info guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C, WCF, D, all of the above? Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
To access and use certain services, right? So you definitely understand what is a user, but what you don't know is how to create a user in Azure Active Directory, how to create or how to add a user. So moving on, let's understand that. Let's add or delete users using Azure Active Directory. Now for that, I'll have to move to my portal, right? So let me do that. Alright guys, so now I'm in my portal and I have to add a user in my Azure Active Directory. To do that, I will first have to navigate to my Azure Active Directory, right? So I'll do that using this search bar over here. I'll just search for Azure Active Directory and here it is. So this is my default Active Directory. Now I have to add a user in my Active Directory, right? So for that, I'll select this users option right here. Alright, so as you can see that there are already some users that I've added in my Azure Active Directory. You can see their names over here. So that means that whenever you create a user, they will all be listed down here for you to navigate or explore from, right? So let's go ahead now and create our own user. Now, as you can see that there are two options right here. First is new user and the second option is new guest user. So let me tell you a brief difference between these two options. The functionality is basically same. You're basically adding a user in your Azure Active Directory and you will be eventually giving them some roles so that they can access your Azure services, but within some specified permissions or access controls, right? But eventually you'll be doing that for both of these. So let's say that you work for an organization and you have been asked to add some users within your organization so that you can provide them access to their relevant service, right? So for that you will use this new user option. So basically this option is used whenever you want to create a user that is considered as the internal part of your organization, right? And as for this guest user option, you use this option, let's say, when your organization wants to collaborate with some external partners so that they can give them access to some of their resources, right? That is when you use this new guest user option. So apart from the fact that this new user option is only has to be used when the user is your internal member of the organization, and this new guest user option has to be used when your organization wants to give access to some external party that is not a part of the organization, but that external party needs access to the organization services. There's not much difference between these two because eventually they will be given a username and a password and they will be signing in, and then they will be given some roles according to which they will be accessing your services. So all of these procedure remains same. The only fact that differs is that the new user will have a user type that says member here, and for new guest user the user type will be guest. It's just a very neat way of organizing all the users that you have created so that you instantly know which user is the part of the internal organization and which user is the external party as soon as you have a look at this list of users, right? It's just a neat way. It's just a way of keeping everything neat as Azure likes it, right? So also there is one more difference, which is since the new user, when you use this new user option, the user is expected to be a part of your organization, right? That means that when you create this new user, the username that you will use should have a domain name that is verified with the directory in which you're trying to create the user, right? As for guest user, because they are guests, I mean they are external partners, they are not a part of your organization, that means they can have their own domain, and that domain does not have to be verified in the directory where you are trying to create a user, right? Because all the domains that you will verify in your directory will belong to that organization only, and the external partners, they might not have that domain because that domain is not of their ownership, right? So that is why the domain name that you can use in the username of guest user does not have to be verified in the default directory where you're trying to add this guest user. So let's start by creating a guest user first. So for that, I'll obviously click on this new guest user button. Alright, so now this create user will give me an option to create a user which is a part of my organization, but right now I don't want to create a user. I want to invite a user. That means I want to invite a guest from some external party so that I can provide him access to my services, right? So I will use this option only. All right, now I have to provide a name to my guest user. So let's say the name of my guest user is Shikha Thakur, right? And the email address. Now this is what I was talking about. Let's say that the email address is, now this email address is not verified in my default directory. So, but still I am able to use this email address because right now I'm not actually creating a user, I'm just inviting a user, right? So I have provided the name, I have provided the email address. The rest of the things are not mandatory, so I'll leave that out. And yes, so that's all I have to do right now. For now, the role will be user, and there are also options for me to decide whether I want to block sign in for them and other things. I don't want to do that. Now I'm just going to click on invite, and as you can see, inviting user, and here you go, my user has been invited. That means the invitation has gone through, and now that user can decide whether they want to accept the invitation or not. As you can see, the user type of the user that I just invited says guest. That means it's a guest user and not an internal member of my organization, which would have the user type of member. So now that you know how to create a guest user, let's go ahead and actually create a user using this new user option. All right. So for this also, I'm again going to click on this add button, and now out of these two options, I'm going to choose this option here that says create user. All right. So now I have to provide, first of all, I have to provide a username. Like I said, the username should have the domain name that is verified in my default directory. So the first domain name option that I get here is obviously the default domain name that I get with my Active Directory, right? Because since this is the default domain name, that means that it has already been verified by my directory. So it's there, and I will also get option for any other domain name that I might have gone ahead and added myself. That means the custom domain name. If I have verified any custom domain name in my directory, then I can choose that domain here as well, right? So let me show you the domain name that we had, the custom domain name that we have previously added in my directory should show here if I click on this drop down option here. All right, so here it is. As you can see, hellocloud.ga, the custom domain name that I had added is also here. Since it has been verified in my Azure account, I get the option of using this domain name as well. So let's do one thing. Let's first give a name in the username, right? So that name would be, let's say, Jordan. All right, now as for the domain that I want to use, I will use the custom domain name that I had just verified and added in my directory, right? So this is the domain name. Now I can provide the name. So for name, again, I'll go ahead with Jordan. Right, so the rest of the things again are not mandatory, so I'm just going to leave. I can block the person, or I can give job info. I can provide the title here. I can give the department if I want to, so that everything stays organized for me, so that I know this user belongs to this department, right? So for this demo, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that part, and now we can just go ahead and click on create. Right, so as you can see that the user that we have just created is added. The name of the user is Jordan, and the user type is member, and the username of that username says hello.cloud, hellocloud.ga, right? So this is the custom domain name that I had added and verified in my Active Directory. Also, one more thing that I would like to point out is this is the username for the user, right? So where is the password? Let me tell you. So when you are creating a user, let's say that we are again in this create user page, right? So if I give a name here, let's say Sarah, and the name would be Sarah, and domain name, I'm going to keep the default domain here. Now as you can see that there is a password option here. If I click on this show password, then it will show me the password. So just copy this password and keep it somewhere safe, because when you are giving the credentials to that particular user, you will have to give this username and this password to that user, so that for the first time it can log in using this credentials, right? So this is where you can get the password. So just copy it and keep it somewhere safe, and then you can go ahead and create the user. So for Sarah, I have the username, I have the password that I had copied, and I'll go to Sarah and I'll give her these credentials so that she can access the resources using, or she can log in using the credentials that I have created, right? Alright, so this is how you can create a user, or you can invite a user in your Azure Active Directory so that you can provide them access to some of your services from the subscription, right? So this is how you create a user. But how about deleting a user? Well, that's easy. There is a delete user option here. You just have to select the user, select any user that you want, and then you can just click on this delete user button and then just click on yes. Alright, so as you can see, I have received a notification saying that the user Sarah has been successfully deleted. So this is how you can delete users. Now let's move on and understand our last terminology, that is groups, right? So what are groups? Well, when we talk about groups in Azure Active Directory, so as you can already imagine or guess from the name itself, a group is a logical collection of users, right? So groups in Azure Active Directory are different than the resource groups because they are the logical collection of resources, while these groups are logical collections of users, right? So groups are created to organize the users or devices on the basis of geographic location, department, types of services, or hardware characteristics. For example, let's say that you are an IT admin in your organization and you have a department where the employees usually need access to same services, right? So now what you can do is you can create them users and then you can give them access, or you can create them user and then you can put them in a group and then giving access to separate users one by one. What you can do is you can just give access to the whole group, and that same access or same permissions will be inherited by any member that is added in the group. That means the users of the group, right? So that is how groups work. Now let's see how we can actually go ahead and create groups and add members using Azure Active Directory, right? So again, for that I'll have to move to my portal. So the first option that I get here is the group type. So you can select group type on the basis of what is convenient for you. I'm just going to keep the default value here. The next is group name. Now we have to provide a name to our group. Now remember that the name of your group should be relevant because it should be easy for you to understand or to remember what that group involves or what kind of services are involved with that group as soon as you look at the name. So remember to keep the name of the group relevant, right? So I'm going to name my group as development here, right? Alright, so the next option that we have is group description. Is not mandatory, but you can add a description for the group. You can add what kind of services are involved in that group or how many members are there in the group and things like that. So it basically gives us a neat organized way of having a track on the group, right? And the next option that we have here is membership type. So in this membership type you basically get three options: assigned, dynamic user, and dynamic device. So you basically use this assigned membership type whenever you want to create a very basic group and add some members in it. You can add those members in this group manually and you can remove those members manually, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic user, which actually lets you define some rules for this group on the basis of which new users can be added automatically or existing users can be removed automatically. That means you won't have to do anything manually. The users that meet the requirement of the rules that are set by you for this group will be added automatically to this group, and the users that don't meet requirement of the rules that have been set by you for this group will be removed automatically from this group if you use this dynamic user option, right? And the next option that we have here is dynamic device. Now this option is similar to the previous option. The only difference is that it automatically adds or removes a device in a group instead of a user. So for this demo we will use assigned only. Alright, so the next thing that we have to do is add a member in our group, right? So for that I'll click here, and out of all of these entities you can select the members that you want. So we had created a user named Jordan, right? So I'll go ahead and select Jordan and add Jordan as a member in my group, right? Alright, I'll go ahead and select one more user here. I already had a user named Amrit. So I'm going to add Amrit also in my group, right? Alright, so now I have two members. I'll just go ahead and click on select and then I will click on create. Alright, so as you can see, I have received the notification saying that the group has been created successfully. That means my group is here and available for me to use. As you can see that the membership type is assigned and this group type is security and the name of the group is development. If I go inside that group, I will be able to see that there are two members in my group that are users actually, right? And if you want to delete this group, you can just go ahead and click on this delete option here. The group will be deleted easily. So this is how you create a group and add members in it in Azure Active Directory.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
So now, guys, let's move on and start off with the hands-on. And what I'm first going to do is I'm going to explain you what we are basically going to make, and then we are going to go ahead and start it. Okay. So guys, let's first understand the website architecture that we're going to deploy on Azure today. All right. So what we are basically going to do is we will have two sets of servers, right? So the first set of servers would be in the US region, and the other set of servers would be in the Indian region, right? Now, since these will be multiple servers, what we are also going to do is we are basically going to have a load balancer on top of them, and through this load balancer, if you are in the US region, if you go to a particular domain, basically it should be pointed to the US server automatically. And once you are pointed to the US servers, your load balancer should basically divide the load between the people or between the servers that you have in your fleet, right? Similarly, if let's say you are from India, so you will also be accessing the same domain, which is this, right? And once you access it, you will be basically pointed to the Indian servers, and in Indian servers we are going to have a load balancer which is basically going to route your request to a specific Indian server. Okay, so this is the architecture that we are going to deploy today. Let's go ahead, and the first thing that we would do is go to the Azure dashboard. So the URL is portal.azure.com. So once you guys log in or sign up on Microsoft Azure, this is how your dashboard is going to look like. Now I already have some resources that I have deployed over here, so you don't have to worry about them, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a resource, and once I've created a resource, now I will choose what kind of resource that I want to deploy. So when I'm creating a new, now it's asking me what kind of resource that I want to deploy. Let's say I want to launch a Linux server. So a Linux server is basically either an Ubuntu server, or it could be a CentOS server. Or if I want to launch a Windows server, I can choose this Windows, or I can choose some other operating system as well. So this gives me limited option over here. These are the popular options that people basically deploy. So what we can do is we can just search for virtual machines. I can click on that service, and as you can see, I have some machines which are already running over here. So we are going to ignore them. So first, let's deploy our first virtual machine. So we'll click on add, and now I can fill in all these things that I want. Okay. So first things first, it will ask you a resource group to basically deploy it in. So a resource group is nothing but it's basically a logical grouping of all the resources that you're going to deploy on the Azure cloud. Okay, so what we can do is we can just click on create new, and let's say this is demo hyphen webinar. This is the resource group that I'm basically going to create right now. Okay, so the resource group has been created, and now we have to enter the virtual machine name. So let's say it's Indian server. So this is the server that we are going to deploy, right? Next thing that I'm going to see is the region that I want to deploy it in. So it's in central India, which works out for me, which is great. What is the operating system that I want to launch? So these are the different kind of operating systems that I can choose between.
So I have some Microsoft options, then I have Oracle option, I have the Linux options. So whichever I want, I can choose. So for this demo, I'm choosing the Ubuntu server. Then here I can choose the size of the virtual machine that I want to deploy. So let's say I want to deploy the lowest on this list, which is 1 vCPU and 1 GB of memory. So let's choose this. Then it is asking me what is the authentication type that I want to choose. Do I want to log in using a public key, or do I want to log in using a password? So let's choose password. Let's give some username over here. Let's give the username, let's say, as Intellipaat. And now let's give some password as well. Okay, it says the value must be between 12 and 72 characters. Okay, let's give that value. Okay, now which ports do I want to be opened on the firewall? So whenever you want to connect to a Linux machine, you basically connect using the SSH protocol. Okay, and the SSH protocol basically always works on port 22. So port 22 is going to be allowed in the firewall for us. Let's click on next. So now in disks, we are being asked which kind of disk do you want? Do you want premium SSD? Do you want standard HDD? Do you want standard SSD? So basically, this is going to affect your performance. So HDD is basically a disk-based hard drive. Then you have solid state hard drives, and then you have premium solid state hard drives as well. So all these three will have different IO values. For this demo, let's choose standard SSD, right? And then let's click on next. Now it's going to ask me where do I want this server to be deployed. So it's automatically creating a virtual network for me, which is called demo webinar vnet, right? And it is automatically creating a subnet as well. It is assigning a public IP also to my server, etc. So we'll keep everything at default. We'll click on next. Now it is asking me what kind of monitoring do I want on my server, right? So I don't want any monitoring, so I'll just switch it off and click on next again. This can also be left, so you can just click on next, next again. And finally, now you can basically just review all your settings, right? So it says verification failed, so probably we did not fill out some information. Let's verify that. So we'll just click here. Okay, it says the requested size for resource is currently not available in central India. So it's saying the size that I selected, which is basically this is not available. So let's choose some other size. Let's choose, let's say, an 8 GB machine or a 2 GB machine, let's say. Let's click on review plus create. Okay, even this is not available. All right. So sometimes the region that you choose, they might not have the required size that you want to launch. And in that case, you just have to go ahead and choose for a size that might be available. I think if I go for a premium size, it should be available. Give me a second. Okay, so you can see there's a high demand for all these servers, and that's why they're all used, right? So what we can do is we can just go back, and none of the servers are available in this region. So let's go to some other region. Let's select South India. I think that should have some servers available for us. Okay, so here some servers are available. Great. So what we can choose, let's choose the same size that we selected earlier. Click on review plus create. And as you can see, the validation has now passed. So let's click on create now. And with this, now my server is getting launched. Okay, now it will take some time for this server to get deployed. But basically what we have done is we have deployed one server in the South India region, which basically is going to make use of an Ubuntu server. Okay, So let's go back to the dashboard and let me show you the resource group, which is basically getting created. Okay, there are a lot of resource groups over here, but what you can basically refer to is this. So demo webinar is the resource group that I created, right? So now let's go ahead inside the demo webinar. And here you can see the resource that you've just deployed, the Indian server. It is getting deployed in here. So as you can see, the deployment has got succeeded. Great. So let's deploy a US server as well. So again, let's click on add on the resource group. Let's create a second resource group for our US servers so that we can differentiate between uh, the resources that we are going to deploy. And let's deploy it in the West US region. Okay, click on review plus create, and finally create this resource group. Okay, so the resource group has got created, and now I can just go to that resource group and I can deploy some resources over here. So let's do the same thing. Let's deploy a virtual machine again in the US resource group. So I'll just click on create a virtual machine, US server 1. Let's give this name. Let's deploy it in West US. Okay, this is the image that I want to launch. This is the size that is automatically selected. Let's hope it is available. Let's give the username as Intellipaat and the password as this. I think I'll keep the same password which I used for my previous server. Okay, click on disks. I think rest everything we can leave at default. Only in management we will turn the monitoring off and click on review plus create. So as you can see, the price is just 80 paisa per hour, which is great. So we'll just create it now. And now a server is being launched in the US region. Okay. Now to make it more authentic, let's deploy one virtual machine more, so that we have two. And on top of these two virtual machines, then we will deploy a load balancer as well. And we'll also figure out a way so that when we basically hit the load balancer, we automatically get to know which server basically we are trying to connect to. Okay, so while this is being deployed, let's deploy one more virtual machine in India. So let's add one more. It will be in the resource group called demo webinar. Virtual machine name, it will be Indian 2. It will be in South India region. Same image, same uh, server configuration. Username would be Intellipaat, and let's give the password same. Okay, let's go to management, uh, turn off boot diagnostics, and now let's create it. So in networking, let me see. Yes, so we are under the same uh, network that we created earlier.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And now let's just go ahead and create this. All right, so with this, guys, we have now deployed uh, two servers in the India region, and let's do the same for US as well. Let's deploy one more last uh, VM for our US region as well. So this will be in the US resource group. and the virtual machine is going to be named as US server 2. It's going to be in the West US, same machine config. Username would be Intellipaat, and password would be the same what I entered for others. Again, finally, we'll go to management, turn out diagnostics, click on review plus create, and create the VM now. Okay, so now this will be deployed in the background, and what we can do is we can start configuring our server now. Okay, so let's head over to the US server, sorry, the Indian servers first, and let's try to configure the first server that we deployed. So this is the IP address of this server. Let's connect to it. So for connecting, you will first need a terminal. So people who are using Windows, what you can do is you can download a software called Putty, right? So you just have to go to putty.org, go to download Putty, just click over here. And then what you have to do is you have to download the Putty 64-bit version, which is this, right? And once you download this, you know, you will see a window like this, right? So in this window, all you have to do is, okay, 1 second. Yes, this is the window that you will see. So just enter the IP address over here of the server. So in this case, the server's IP address is this. Just enter that over here and click on open, right? And that is about it. Same screen, then you will see as I'm seeing right now. Okay, so I'll just enter SSH. So people who are there on Linux or Mac, you just have to enter this command. So SSH Intellipaat @ the IP address, hit enter, type in yes, it'll ask the password. So just enter the password of the server. Even the Putty guys will see the screen. And then you are now logged into your your Indian server in the Azure region. So this is your first server. Let's connect to a second server as well. So SSH Intellipaat @ and then the second server is this. Let's copy the IP for this server as well. Put in here, and now it's asking the password. And yes, you are now connected to your second server as well. Okay. What I've done is I've deployed 4 servers, 2 in the US region, 2 in the India region, and now I've connected to the servers in the India region. All right, guys, so let's go ahead and configure these servers now. So what I'm going to do is first I'm going to basically install a web server software which is called Apache 2. So in order to install that, first we'll have to update the machine. So let's update it by typing in the command sudo apt-get update. And once the servers are updated, now let's install the software by using this command, which is sudo apt-get install Apache 2. So the software is being installed over here. We can do the same on the other server as well. First update it, and once it's updated, we will install the Apache 2 software. So both the machines now have the Apache 2 software installed, and now let's try to see if that software is working or not. So ideally what should happen is if you install the software and if you copy the IP address of your server and try to paste it in the browser, you should be able to see the website that you have just deployed. But what happens is because we have not opened the firewall for the HTTP protocol, that's why we are not able to see this web page right now. You remember we only opened the port 22. So whenever your browser is trying to interact with your server, it always tries to interact on port 80, and that is exactly why you're not seeing the web page right now. So what we can do is, let's say this is my Indian server 2. So all I have to go to is networking. And in networking, I have to add an inbound rule. So in the rule, I have to specify the destination port, which is port 80, and it is going to be allowed. And I just click on add. So with this rule in place, what is going to happen is the port 80 is going to be opened in the firewall. And then once the rule has been created now, right? So this will take around 30 to 40 seconds to basically get updated in the main firewall of Azure, and then we should be able to see this website. So let's wait for some 30 to 35 seconds. And while this is happening, let's also open the port 80 on the first Indian server. So we'll just go to the first Indian server, go to networking, and add port 80 over here. Okay, so this rule is now getting created. And if I go back, you can see on this IP address, I am able to see the Apache 2 page. So this is the Indian 2's IP address. And we're going to change this web page in a little while. And I'll show you how you can do that. So to replace this file, what you have to do is you have to go to /var/www/html and then replace index.html. So that is exactly what we're going to do now. So let's go to Indian 2 server. Let's go to the file location which was mentioned. And in this file location, now let's delete the index.html which is present. And let's add one more index.html. So to create or edit any file, you have to make use of the command sudo nano. So nano is basically just like notepad that you have in Windows, right? So notepad opens a notepad for you to write in or edit documents. Similarly, in Ubuntu, there is a text editor called nano, right? So we're going to open that. And as you can see, it is now creating a file called index.html. So let's write a very simple HTML code over here, which is basically just going to have one line, which is saying welcome to the Indian server 2, right? Let's write this HTML. Done. And now if I refresh this, you can see it says welcome to Indian server 2, which is great. So now let's do the same thing for our first Indian server as well. So right now, if I go to this IP address in a new tab, I'll be seeing the default Apache 2 page. Let's replace that with this code. So what I'm doing is I'll first go to the file path. And now I'm going to paste the code that we wrote over here into this file and change this to welcome to Indian server 1. Okay, done. And now if I refresh it, great. So now I have two IP addresses where if I go from the browser to these IP addresses, I am going to see Indian server 1 and Indian server 2. So let me give these IP addresses to you guys as well. So just open your chat section and you should get these IP addresses. Just try it in your browser and let me know if you are able to see these web pages. Okay, while that is happening, and now what we are going to do is we are going to put a load balancer on top of them. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. So there are a lot of type of load balancers that basically you can deploy, the load balancer that we are going to deploy today is basically an application gateway. Okay, so let's go to application gateway. And in application gateway, all we have to do is, so there are, yeah, so we'll just click on add. And now it's going to ask us which resource group we want to deploy it in. So we will, let's first deploy it for the US region. So we are going to say US servers, application gateway, let's say US server 1. The region is West US. And virtual network, this is the virtual network we want to deploy it in. Now, this is the error that you will get. It says the subnet must only have application gateway. Now, in order to have this, what you'll have to do is you will have to create a subnet which is not going to have any other resource, right? So how we can do that is just go to your Azure portal and then go to virtual networks. Now the network that we want to configure is the US servers, right? And in this, if you go to subnets, you can see there's only one subnet right now, which is the default subnet. So let's add one more subnet, and let's the address range for this. Now the address range can be a little confusing to you, so let me make it as simple as possible for you guys. So right now you can see that address range over here is 10.3.2.0/24. So /24 basically says how many IP addresses can be included. So if you type in /24, it gives you 250 IP addresses in the range of 10.3.2. It could be .1, .2, .3, .19, .99, right, etc. So that could be the range. So similarly, we'll just replicate this and we'll specify 10.3 instead of 2 we can specify, let's say, 5.0/24, right? And let's say this is for our AG subnet. Okay, so it says the subnet is not contained within this address space of the virtual network. Okay, let's solve that as well. So we will first have to go to address space. So we can so here the address space is this. So instead of this range, I can give a better range, which can be /16. So the lower the number, the higher number of ranges you get. So I have specified it /16 over here. So what this basically tells is that the whole virtual network can have IP address in these ranges, and obviously the subnets have to lie between these ranges, right? So my default subnet is obviously within the range of 10.3. Now I'm going to specify a subnet range for my application gateway, which is going to be this. Okay, and let's call it AG-subnet. All right, let's click on OK. So this subnet is now being added. Okay, it's been added. And now if you go back to US servers VNet, you can see that AG subnet we can choose now. Okay, and it's not giving any error now. Okay, so now let's click on next. And now it is asking me what will be the front end of this load balancer. The front end is always a IP address. So there will be one IP address of the load balancer that we will be hitting. And that IP address is basically going to route to the backend servers that we have. So let's add, let's call this as AG-IP-US. Okay, next. Now it's asking me to add backends. So backends, we can add, we can click on add a backend pool. Let's name this backend pool as US hyphen pool, and let's add the virtual machines in this. So the target type would be a virtual machine, and it could be US server 2. Let's add this first, and again a virtual machine, and let's choose the server 1 that we deployed is not in the same virtual network. Let's verify that. So let's go to virtual machines, and let's go to, okay, so I think this is a problem. So our US server 1 is in a different network. Okay, let's try to fix that. So it's a good thing we did not configure US servers yet. So what we'll do is we'll just delete this server, that is US server 1. And while it is being deleted, let's quickly add a new virtual machine in the resource group of US servers. Let's name this virtual machine as server 1 US, or US server 1. It will be in the West US. The operating system will be Ubuntu server. This is the size of the virtual machine. Username would be Intellipaat. The authentication type would be password. And as you can see, the deletion happened automatically in the background. And now let's specify the password. Right. Let's go to management, turn off the boot diagnostics, and click on review plus create. Okay, so now my virtual machine is getting created. Now it will take a minute or so to get this ready, guys. So we have now deployed the US servers correctly, and what we can do now is let's connect to them and let's try to configure them, right, before we can actually go ahead and connect to the application gateway. Okay, so let's go to US server 1. Okay, it's taking some time to load. 1 second, guys. Okay, so this is a US server 1. This is the IP address. Let's try to connect to it. All right, so we are connected to US server 1. Let's try to connect to US server 2 as well. Okay, this is the IP address. Great. So we're connected to both the servers. On the first server, let's update the machine. On the second server as well, let's update the machine. So same steps as we did earlier. And once they're updated, let's install the Apache 2 software on this. Okay, so it is being installed. Similarly over here as well, let's install the software. Okay, so while this is being installed, let's copy the code that we have to put on this server as well. Now it's taking some time to load. let's give it that time. So let's put the website for the US server now. So this is US server 1. So let's put that info there. Similarly, let's edit this as US server 2. Great. Now let's open these ports in the servers. So this is server 2. Let's go to networking. Let's add the port 80 rule. And while this rule is being created, let's do the same for US server 1 as well. And now what we can do is we can just put in these IP addresses in our browser to verify whether these are working or not. So US server 1 is working. Similarly, let's check US server 2 as well. And that is working as well. So let me give you these IP addresses again in the chat, so you guys can verify if these are working or not. And if they are, I think we are good to go with at least the VM architecture, and we can now start deploying the load balancers. If the IP addresses are now working, let's now start configuring the application gateway. So we are in the US server application gateway. So we left off over here. So we have chosen US server 2. Let's choose again virtual machine, and I think we will have to refresh this. So let's reload. Okay, so resource group was US servers. Application gateway name is AG-US servers. Region is West US. Tier is okay. Virtual network is US servers VNet. And so in the previous one, I think it was creating an application gateway, but it got left off between. So I think let's start to configure that application gateway itself. Okay, so I think because we left off the previous application gateway, it has hindered a problem in AG subnet. Or what I think is the US server 1 that we deployed, I think we have deployed it in AG subnet. Let me just double check that. Okay, so this is server 1. And if you go to the overview, yes, so this is the problem. Okay, so let's see if we can change that. So we can go to networking. Okay, so let's do this, guys. Let's delete this again, because if we edit it, I think there will be a lot of steps that I have to do. It won't take much time. And in the meanwhile, let's create one again. Okay, so the size of the loadings, we'll have to wait. Let's quickly enter the same info. I think let's be double sure that we're deploying it in the default subnet now. In management, let's turn off the diagnostics. View plus create. I think everything looks good now. Let's create it. Great, so it's now getting created. It'll take some 30-40 seconds. So let's complete that and then come back to our application gateway. All right, so my server 1 US has now been deployed. Let's try to copy this IP, come back to terminal. I think server 1 we will have to reconnect. Okay, let's quickly update it. And now install the software. Okay, so the software is being installed. And now what I can do is go back to server 1, go to networking, add an inbound port rule. Port range would be 80, add it, great. That rule is now being added, and at the same time, the software are also getting installed. It's okay if you do not understand it right now because there are a lot of things to learn in Azure. Right? It's okay if we miss out on some today because the main idea of today's session is to understand how companies like Google or uh, other big companies, they're making use of cloud for basic things that you do not notice every day, but today you're noticing. Okay, so let's copy the code, paste it here, and I think that is about it. So now we can just verify if we can see this IP on the browser. So yes, we can. Great. Okay. So now that we have the servers configured, let's go to application gateway. Add one. We're gonna add it to the US server first. US servers resource group. Let's call it at AG-US. It's gonna be a part of West US. Auto scaling, we don't want it. Virtual network would be US servers VNet. Okay, what is the problem now? Well, this is part of, okay, let's do this. Let's just delete the AGNet subnet and let's try to connect to it again. So US servers VNet, we go subnets, go to the AG subnet, let's delete it. Okay, so there seems to be some network interface which I was making use of it. What we can do is, let's leave this. Let's create one more subnet. So let's call it as AG1-subnet, and this could be the range. Let's create it, and now, okay, this is a subnet that we want to configure. Let's choose an IP address. Let's add one, new -AG-US. Okay, let's add a backend pool. So backend pool is nothing but your servers, so, right? So let's add them. So let's choose a virtual machine. Let's choose the first virtual machine, and now let's choose the second virtual machine as well. Okay, so we have added the backend pool. Let's call it as US backend. Let's add it. Done. Configuration. So is there a routing rule that you want to specify? Let's not specify anything. So in that case, will be a okay. I think we have to specify. So let's specify a backend rule. Let's call it as first rule. Right. Listener name would be, let's say it's listener -US. Front-end IP would be public. Listener type is basic. Error page is URL. Backend targets. So it will be US backend HTTP setting. Let's add new HTTP setting. Let's call it as HTTP US. Add it. We're not adding any path-based rules in this load balancer. Okay. Let's click on add. And finally, let's just click on review plus create and create it. So with this, now we have created the load balancer that is required for these US servers. Now, I think it will take a minute or two to deploy. So let's give it that time. Meanwhile, we can deploy the same for our Indian servers as well. So for our Indian servers, I think the first thing that we would need is the virtual network to be configured. Right. So let's go to our demo webinar resource group. Now in this, the virtual network, the subnets.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts. The course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
In this, we just have the default one. So first we'll change the address space, saved. Now we'll go to subnets. Okay, let's add a subnet and let's call it the AG subnet.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. Which of the following web applications can be deployed with Azure? A. ASP.NET, B. PHP, C. WCF, D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now we have a subnet for the application gateway, right? And now let's go to application gateways. And this is the US one, which is getting created, right? Let's add one more, and it will be in the demo webinar resource group. We'll call it as AG-India. It will be part of the South India region. Not scaling. Virtual network would be demo webinar VNet. And yes, the subnet would be AG-subnet, which is great. Now let's add a public IP address to it, and let's call it AG-India. Again, the backends. So let's add a backend pool. It'll be of type virtual machine. So let's first add the first Indian server and then the second Indian server. Okay, and let's call this as the India backend. So backend pool has been added. Now let's add a routing rule. So again, the same configuration, guys. The rule name, let's call it as India rule. Listener name, you can give it anything. Let's call it my listener. Front-end IP, it would be public, obviously. Then let's specify the backend target. So backend pool would be India backend. HTTP seconds, you will have to add a new setting. Let's call it as HTTP India. Here, nothing to be specified, just create the rule, the HTTP setting. And I think that should be about it. We're not adding any paths. And let's just click on create now. So with this, my application gateway has been created. And this application gateway is now being deployed for India. I think my US one should already be deployed. So let's check that out. So if I go to AG-US, this is the IP address. Let's copy it, paste it on my browser. And as of now, I'm not able to connect to anything right now, right? So what I'll do is I'll just go back to my US application gateway. Let me check. So there are a couple of things which can go wrong because of which it is not connecting. So let's first check the firewall. So here everything seems okay. Let's go to configuration. Here everything seems to be okay. Go to backend pools. Okay, so there are no targets according to the rules associated. Let's check that. Okay, so there are no targets in the backend pool for US. Let's add it. Although I think we did add it, but it's not there, so let's not waste any time and save this. Okay, while this is happening, we can also check out the other settings. So HTTP settings look good. Front-end IP configuration, public we have configured, it looks good. We have added a listener, which is okay. Rules look good. First rule, health probes. Okay, nothing here. Then I think you also have something called as backend health. So let's wait for it to get completed. I think our application gateway is still in the deployment phase. So as you can see that deployment to group US servers is still in progress. So I guess the application gateway has not deployed fully, and that's why it's taking some more time. So load balancers are a very heavy resource, guys. So it usually takes around some 5 to 6 minutes to deploy. So let's wait for that time uh, while this is completed, right? Okay, so US servers, one is failed, one is succeeded. Let's see if we have everything in my application gateway. Okay, this is my US application gateway, guys, as you can see from the name. Let's check the backend health. So now you should have two servers listed over here, which are not listed. Okay, let's go to backend pools. So there are two targets, which is good. Let's go to HTTP settings. This looks okay. Rules looks okay. Okay, let's try to go here. Okay, and try to refresh this. Okay, so at least our application gateway has been deployed. It just says that there's a bad gateway. So we will see how we can fix this. Meanwhile, even our Indian server has been deployed. Sorry, Indian application gateway. Let's see how that is working out for us. So we'll go to the application gateway India. Let's copy the IP address, paste it in the browser, hit enter. Okay, this seems to be working just fine. So it says welcome to Indian server 1. Great. If you keep hitting refresh, it as you can see, it is now routing you to Indian server 2 as well. Right? Again, it is routing to 1, again to 2, again to 1, again to 2. So it randomly basically takes up your request and it is now routing it to you, routing to one of the servers. Okay, so this is working fine. The US application gateway is giving some issues to us. So let's see how we can figure that out. Let me just go to the US application gateway. So first things first, let's see if the US servers are working fine. Yes, the first server is working fine, and the second server is also working fine. Great. So I think the problem is that the backend health is still not restored over here. And because of this, I think it's giving us a 502 error. Okay. So to fix this, what we can do is we can go to backend pools and we can just delete these targets, save it. And once this deployment is successful, we can add the new two targets, again the two targets, and I think that should solve the problem. Okay, so while this is happening, let's go ahead and configure our traffic manager now. So we can see that the India load balancer is working perfectly fine. So now what we'll do is let's create a traffic manager. Okay, so let's create a new traffic manager. Let's click on add and let's call it as global traffic manager. And we can deploy it in any region. Let's say we are deploying it in US. Okay, resource group would be US servers. And okay, this is very important, the routing method. So we want to route it according to geography, right? So wherever the request is coming from, that request should basically be routed to the servers which are near to it. So we have chosen the routing method as geographic. Let's click on create. And with this, our traffic manager has now been created. Okay. Now this will take some time. So let's give that time to it. And now let's click on add. So in the traffic manager profile, okay, we have already added it. So it should list here. Let's refresh. So it will take some time to, okay, so deployment has succeeded. Great. So the traffic manager, we can see it over here now. The status is enabled. So we can go inside this traffic manager now. And what we can do is we can configure it to connect to our load balancers. Okay. So for doing that, you will have to go to configuration. Okay, everything looks good over here. So now we will have to add endpoints since there are no endpoints over here. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint. So let's add it for the Indian server first, right? So whenever you're adding the endpoints, you have to make sure of one thing, which I'm going to show you in a little while. So first of all, let's select the public IP address, and the IP address would be for AG India. So as you can see, it says no DNS name is configured, right? So what you'll have to do is for the AG India IP address, AG India is nothing but the application gateway of India. You will have to configure the DNS. Okay, so let's see how we can do that. Let's go to the IP addresses page. We'll go to public IP addresses. Here we'll go to AG-India, which is this. And AG-India, now what we'll do is we'll go to configuration. In configuration, we can give the DNS name, right? So all our DNS names will going to have this suffix attached with it. So let's give this as AGIP. Now it is checking whether it's available. So it's AGIP. So it's available, and now we can just click on save. With this, our public IP address is now going to have a DNS name. Okay, so it's done. And now over here, I will have to, I think, refresh this. So let's add an endpoint again. Let's call it as AG India endpoint. It's going to be a public IP address, and the IP address is AG India. Great. So let's click on add. And now I can just do a regional mapping over here, which is going to be mapped to it. So here we can choose to distribute traffic based on specific geographic locations. Okay, so anybody who's pinging from Asia, in Asia, let's say India, then they should basically be routed to this endpoint. Okay, so with this, your endpoint has now been configured in the traffic manager to connect to your Indian servers. So now let's verify if my AG US, yes, so in application gateway, for the US servers it was successful. Great. So now what I can do is I can again add the targets, and that should solve our problem. Okay, so the deployment is now happening. Meanwhile, let's verify if we go to our traffic manager, which is having this DNS. are we able to access the servers or not? So yes, we are able to access the Indian servers, right? So that means our traffic manager is working just fine. So I can give you this IP address as well. So right now, because only Indian IP addresses are there, that's why our Indian servers are connected to it. Our Indian endpoint has been added. That's why only the Indian servers are connected. But as soon as we also add the application gateway for US, people who are from outside Asia, they will be able to connect to it, right? So while this is happening, now let's come down to the last part of a demo, which was to configure DNS name. So we will just search for DNS. Just select DNS zones. So here you can basically add a rule, or you can configure a custom URL which can connect to your traffic manager. And let's see how we can do that. So if you want to do that, guys, the simplest thing to do over here would be to first go to, so there's a website called Freenom. Just go over there. So Freenom is a website which basically gives you a free domain to work with. Okay. So let's sign in. I already have signed up over here. So you guys can also sign up. And with this, what you're going to get is you're going to get a domain that you can use for free. So for example, I have a azure-project.tk domain, which now I'm going to configure to connect to this traffic manager that I have specified. And then all I have to do is the moment I go to azure-project.tk, I would be able to see the website that I've deployed. Okay. So in order to do that, just go to DNS. So first you will have to add a DNS zone. Let's specify it in US again. And the name that we will give them is DNS-public. Okay, or basically it's expecting us to get the domain name itself. So it will be azure-project.tk. Okay, let's click on review plus create. Create it. And with this, our DNS zone will now be created. And this DNS zone, we will have to connect our domain to this DNS zone. And then we will configure a DNS zone to connect to our traffic manager. So that is how the flow is going to happen. So the DNS zone deployment is complete. So we can just go to the resource. So here we are. And here, this is the most important thing, guys. You get name servers. You get 4 name servers over here. And these name servers, you basically have to configure in your website, which is basically giving you the DNS name. Okay. So let's copy these. Let's go to a Freenom website, go to the domain that we are going to configure. It's going to be Azure-project. So we'll click on manage domain. And in manage domain, we'll go to management tools and then name servers. So just replace the name servers that are there with the new ones. And that should be it. That's about it, how to configure your domain to basically connect. So just copy it one by one. Okay, so now just click on change name servers. And that's it. That's all you have to do on the Freenom website. Okay, now come back to your DNS zones over here. And now what you can do is just close this. Okay, now you just have to point your DNS zone to your traffic manager. So just click on record, add a record set. and this, let's configure it to be CNAME, and it is the global traffic manager that we want to point on. Okay, let's click on OK. So here we have to enter something. So let's enter www and let's click on OK. Okay, so with this, our record set has now got created, and it will take like a minute or two, or sometimes it even takes 24 hours to basically make a change on the DNS server. So we'll check that. Meanwhile, let's come back to our application gateway, check the backend health now, and let's see if this has loaded. Great. So now it is showing us both the US backends, right, in the application gateway of US. And now if we go ahead and try to connect to it, this is the IP address. Great, we are able to connect to the US servers, and we can see that it first connects it to the first one, then the second one. So let's copy this and let me give it to you guys so you can test it out. Now what I'll do is, on this application gateway, the IP address that we have just got, let's configure that to have a DNS name. So we'll go to configuration. This would be AGUS. So it's available. Let's save it. And then once this is configured, we can just go to the traffic manager now and add an endpoint for the US servers. So we'll go to endpoints, add an endpoint over here, and this will be for AG India. It's a public IP address, the target resource type, and we have to connect to new AG US. Click on add. Okay, so again, we will have to do the regional grouping. So in this case, now anybody can connect, right? So the whole world can connect, and if the whole world is connecting, sorry, this will not be AG India, this will be AG US. The whole world can connect, and if they want to connect, they will be able to go to this endpoint. So now let's see what happens. So once let's wait for this to come online, and once it is, we will just check if we go to the traffic manager, which server it is basically pointing us to, given the fact that this particular endpoint is for the whole world to access. Okay, let me see if we have any questions. So Komal is saying how to get a domain on Freenom. So Komal, just sign up on Freenom, and then okay, let me show it to you. So once you have signed up, go to the homepage, then go to services, go to register a new domain, and once you go to register a new domain, it will basically ask you which domain you want to go for. Just enter the name over here and find your new domain. You will get a list of available options. Choose the one that you want, and then do the steps that I just told you. So that should help you out. Okay, Samir is saying, sir, how the process differs if we use Nginx to route. Do we need to configure the IP in the .conf file of Nginx? So yes, Samir, if we do using Nginx as a routing software, in that case, yes, you will have to use the conf file for mapping to the IP addresses or to the URLs that you want to map to, right? But when you're using Nginx, I think over there it's more of you will also have to define if it's a redirection So in the case of redirection, the IP address or the URL will change, right? Or if it's load balancing. But to overcome that only, now AWS or Azure or Google Cloud has given us these services, because if you have to deploy Nginx as a load balancer, you will have to deploy it on a separate server, right? And you will have to do the configurations manually. Over here, since everything is available as a dashboard, you can actually go ahead and do it. Now that our traffic manager, let's just verify. Okay, so traffic manager is online, and if I go to the traffic manager URL first, let's see where we are being routed to. Okay, so I'm being routed to the Indian servers. Always great. Now what I can do is I can connect to a US server, right? And then through VPN, and then we can see if it is working out for us. So sometimes there are inconsistencies. Sometimes people in other regions might get redirected to the region to another service, but I think that is just because the service has just been started. If you leave it for 24 hours to work or 30 hours to work, it will start functioning properly. And then everyone, I think 95% of us got the right answer, right? People from India are able to access the Indian servers, and people from US are able to access the US servers. Great, guys. So, and now let's check the final part of our project. So now just let's go to azure-project.tk, and let's see if that is working out for us. Great. So now even the azure-project.tk URL is pointing to our servers. Try it out. So now the people from US also should be seeing the US page, and Indian ones should be seeing from the Indian page. Great, guys. So with this, guys, I think we have successfully completed our hands-on, and that is exactly what we intended to do. So people who are trying it from other regions are getting to US regions, US servers, and people who are trying it from India, when they are going to this URL, azure-project.tk, they are being routed to the Indian servers.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So now let's get started. First, let's understand what is AWS. So most of you would have already know this, only then you would have come into this session to basically understand the difference between these two. So the first thing you would already know is that both of them are cloud providers. So AWS is owned by Amazon and Azure is owned by Microsoft. So now coming to AWS, AWS is the #1 cloud provider according to the public cloud share. That is the percentage of companies, the money involved in AWS is around 32% right now. So it is the maximum, and that's why AWS is the leader for the cloud industry for the past 10 to 15 years. So now the introduction. The first point I want to talk about is the similarities between these two services. So I already told you they are both cloud providers. Second, they have variety of services, and most of the services are similar. So the name of the service can be different, but the functionality or the service provided by that particular tool is going to be the same. So that's the first point which I wanted to talk before moving on to the comparison. Okay, I think you get the point right now. They are both cloud providers and have similar services. So now let's start. First, the launch date. AWS launched in the year 2006 and Azure launched in the year 2010. So basically in technology years, 4 years is a very long gap, and that is one of the main reasons AWS has captured a lot of businesses and are in the lead in the cloud computing race. So now AWS came into the cloud industry with EC2 and S3 as their first projects or their first tools which were out for the public. And in 2010, Azure came up with their basically basic services like virtual machines, Azure storage, Azure databases. So they came up with their own services. This was the launch date. There is a 4-year gap between AWS and Azure. Now coming to another important point, which is regions. So now talking about regions, why should we talk about regions? So that's the first question. So AWS have multiple data centers. Azure has multiple data centers. But what exactly are these data centers? So AWS has 77 availability zones in 24 geographical regions across the globe. So basically AWS has 24 geographical regions, and in those 24 geographical regions they have 77 different availability zones or data centers. So these availability zones are the ones which have the physical servers, all the physical components which are required to basically launch servers, database engines, or storage units. So all of these are available in these locations. So over here you can see 3, 3, 2, 4, 1, 3. Basically in this location, I think this is North Virginia, there are 6 availability zones, and in these locations there are 3 respectively, 3, 3, 4, then most of it is 3. And the green ones are upcoming regions. Right now they are not available. They are upcoming regions which are being built right now. So AWS are the cloud provider who have the maximum number of availability zones in the world. So now why is availability zones really important? Let's say you are from India, you're launching an application in India and it's very successful and your customer base is growing even out of the country. So now when that is happening, you want to expand your application to a global audience. Now if you're using an on-premise setup with your own data center, a small data center, so in this case you'll have to buy more servers to accommodate more users, or you'll have to buy the servers in whichever location or whichever country in which you're going to basically extend your application. You'll have to buy a data center over there, or you'll have to buy a location, buy a space and set up a data center over there. But instead of doing that, if you're using AWS or if you're using Azure, in that case you can use their global infrastructure and set up your application anywhere in the world just by sitting in your own office. So you can do that across the globe and you can basically engage your application with the global audience. Now this is availability zones. Now Azure availability zones, there are 60 different availability zones, but they are in 60 different regions, which is most by any cloud provider. So even though AWS were early in the cloud business, Microsoft were early in the tech business. Microsoft came into the tech business way before Amazon came into it. So Amazon first launched as an e-commerce website, not a tech website or a website which provides cloud services. So Microsoft was already having a wide infrastructure across the world, so they were able to build their architecture accordingly. So their cloud infrastructure has grown across the globe at 60 different regions. So why 60 different regions? So let me give you a brief example. For example, over here in India, you can see there are 3 different availability zones in one particular region, which is in Mumbai. But if you look at India in Azure, over here you can see West India, Central India and South India. So they have 3 different basically availability zones in 3 different regions, which can be helpful for a low latency in applications. So let's say your application is mostly concentrated on South India, you can host it on the South Indian data center. If it is Central India, or if you want to concentrate on the whole India, you can basically put in all of the data centers. Or if you just want to concentrate on the north side of India or west side of India, you can go ahead with west or central. Same goes with every single availability zone or every single region available across. Okay, so also you can see this dotted lines, right? And over here where you can see that, so dotted lines over here, they are small but still there are dotted lines. So these dotted lines basically represent that there is going to be a data center there very soon. So they're also building data centers and they are continuing to improve the infrastructure in a global level. So this is the difference. They have 77 availability zones, but in 24 geographical regions. Microsoft has 60 availability zones, lesser than AWS, but they have it in 60 different regions. That's the main difference. So now, also at the beginning of 2019, AWS had 54 availability zones. Right now they have 77, but at the beginning they had 54, and Azure had 44 availability zones. So both of them have grown pretty wildly, 54 to 77 right now. Azure had 44 to 60 right now. And coming to 2021, so AWS are planning to basically build 18 more availability zones in 6 more regions, and Azure are planning to get 8 more availability zones in 3 more Azure regions. So they're still planning more regions. I'm just coming up with a number which has been provided right now. So this is the past and the future, guys. So you can see how rapidly they're growing. In just a single year, they have grown. Basically, they have developed more than 20 data centers. So AWS has grown from 54 to 77, more than 20 data centers in just 2 years. And same goes with Azure. From 44 they went to 60, 14 data centers they increased within just 2 years. So start of 2019 to the end of 2020. So now 2021, again as promised, they are going to bring in more availability zones and regions. Coming to the next one, which is the market share. So why do we talk about market share? So because as a common person, it doesn't matter. You can choose any of the cloud service that you want and you can start working on it and you can get a job in it. But why do we talk about market share? So let me tell you. So first, whenever the market share for a particular business is high, that basically means a lot of businesses or a lot of things in AWS. So now if a lot of companies are investing in AWS, that basically means you have an abundance of jobs in various companies. So even though, so here you can see 20% to 19%, 31 to 32%. So the growth, some years it is increasing, some year it is decreasing. So this was just in 1 month. So sorry, this was Q2 of 2020. Then after 3 months, Q3 of 2020, they grown by 1% and they got reduced by 1%. Google Cloud grown by 1%. Even Alibaba Cloud grew by 1%. So if you go with the AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, you have a lot of companies who are working with them. You can basically get into a job with them. And one more reason why you'll have to look into market share is the spending, which is increasing every single year. So from Q2 to Q3, the growth was 32.5% in spending. It went from 34.6 billion to 36.5 billion, and over here it is 27.5 billion in Q3 of 2019. So in 1 year, it basically increased by $10 billion. One more thing is from Gartner. So the Magic Quadrant for cloud infrastructure and platform services. So whenever a tool is in the top right corner, so Amazon Web Services is in top right corner. So this basically means they are visionaries and they are leaders. So Microsoft, Google, Amazon Web Services all come under this category, that is leaders and visionaries, but the leading leaders are Amazon Web Services and the leading visionaries are Amazon Web Services according to Gartner. Now challengers, there are no challengers right now. So niche players, they basically play on their particular role. So Alibaba Cloud or Oracle or IBM or Tencent Cloud, they basically have their cloud services which can accommodate their own company's infrastructure and the companies which are using similar services. And so that's why they are called niche players. They only play on that particular area. They don't move out of their expertise. But AWS, Microsoft and Google are basically exploring the entire industry. So from healthcare, from retail to IT companies. So every single place they have put down their stamp. Now we've looked at the current graphs. So we looked at the expenditure and the market share, and we looked at the Magic Quadrant. Now, what are the future predictions for the public cloud infrastructure? So it will improve by 35% to $120 billion in the year 2021. So over here we can see the increase. So this is from 2018 to 2020. So this is the percentage increase, and these are different services. So this is business process services, cloud management and security services, cloud application services, cloud application infrastructure services, cloud system and infrastructure services. So this is basically platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, software as a service. So now you can see the spending in infrastructure as a services keep on increasing. That basically means the companies are moving towards a cloud first approach than an on-premise data center. So now this is again from Gartner. So 2018 to 2020 predictions, and in 2021 it would be 35%. The growth will be 35%, and the overall industry's basically value would be $120 billion. So it's increasing every single year, so there is no surprise element over here. I just wanted to show what would be the future of the cloud industry. So again, when the cloud industry is growing, I would suggest you to get in on it so that you can basically grow with the cloud industry. Now coming to the next point, which are the clients. So now Amazon Web Services top clients are Netflix, Twitch, LinkedIn, and Facebook. So I think most probably you would know these 4 different services or 4 different websites. So Netflix is the top media streaming platform in the world. Twitch is the top live streaming platform in the world. LinkedIn is a top, let's say, job connectivity or job finding portal as well in the world. And Facebook is the largest social media network in the world. So 4 of these companies are using Amazon Web Services for their cloud needs. And for Azure, the top spending companies or the top companies who are using Azure are BMW, Twitter, Samsung, and eBay. Again, you would obviously know all of these companies. They are top companies who are using Azure for their cloud needs. So if you are working good enough, you can basically get into these companies as an Azure architect, or you can get into the previous companies which I mentioned, Netflix, Facebook, or LinkedIn, or even eBay or Twitter. So you can get into these companies if you are a cloud architect or a cloud developer or an administrator, whatever it is, you can get into these companies and basically get a high salary. Now coming to services, I'm going to compare the 3 services, top 3 services. Basically they are similar. That's why I wanted to show you like the difference between AWS and Azure. Now AWS, the relevant services is EC2, and in Azure it is Azure Virtual Machine. So both of these services basically provide a secure, scalable, and reliable compute capacity. There is a server in the cloud. You can basically create a server as per your needs on the cloud. So if you want to do it in AWS, the service you'll have to go for is EC2. If it is in Azure, the service you'll have to go for is Azure Virtual Machines. The next one is storage. So in Azure, you'll have to go to Azure Blob storage. In AWS, you'll have to go to AWS S3 or AWS Simple Storage Service. So again, these 2 are similar services. S3 basically uses object storage. You can see the similarity over here. Object storage built to store and retrieve any amount of data from anywhere. Massively scalable and secure object storage for cloud native workloads, archives, and data lakes. So basically any amount of data lakes, archives, they are all similar, just different explanations or different definitions for the same service, but they are provided by 2 different organizations. Finally, I just wanted to show this relational databases, relational database service from AWS, and SQL databases from Azure. So what is the difference between relational database and an SQL database? So they both use SQL and they are both database engines. So set up, operate, and scale a relational database in the cloud with just a few clicks. Build apps that scale with the pace of your business with managed and intelligent SQL in the cloud. So basically you can create a cloud engine over here or over here. You can create a database on the cloud which is scalable. So you can set it up as scalable automatically. So it won't matter. It'll automatically scale up for you. So these 2 are similar because in this case, again, you are creating databases, different names provided by 2 different cloud providers, but the same service. So in this case, they have similar services. The only major part is that AWS provide more services than Azure. AWS provide more than 150 plus services right now because, again, saying that they have a 4 years lead in the industry, in the cloud computing industry. That's why they are leading by a lot. Even Azure provides a lot of services. They provide 100 plus services, not as much as AWS. So the services part I wanted to show because they have similar services, but again they have a variety of services, both of these cloud providers. So you can go with any of them. In the year 2021, both of them are growing at a really fast pace, and other cloud services are trying to catch up with them, but they're not able to. AWS and Azure are still growing. So you can go ahead and take up AWS or Azure. There is no problem in taking up any of these cloud providers. Coming to the next part is pricing models. So now pricing models is one of the important factor before considering a cloud tool. In AWS, you have a pay as you go model completely. It basically means whatever you use, you will pay for that at the end of the month. So you'll start with 0 credit. As you use services, it will basically succumb up to a particular value or a particular amount of money which you'll be paying at the end of the month. So even Azure has pay as you go. You can opt for that, or there are also subscriptions.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.
Now, let's continue with the session.
Where you can basically take up subscriptions which have certain credit limits within Azure. So you can use that credit limit to basically go ahead and use any Azure service which you want. So Azure has two different types. AWS has only pay as you go. Now, I wanted to compare the pricing for Azure and AWS. So for 4 virtual CPUs and 16 gigabyte memory, the on-demand Linux instance in AWS will cost you $0.1856, but the same type of instance in Azure will cost you only $0.1690. So now just considering these two values, they are quite small and there's no much difference. It's just like 0.0015 or something like that, the difference. But if it basically if your server is running for 24/7 and there are hundreds of servers with the same specifications, basically that will save you a lot of money if you are using Azure in this case. But again, there is one more difference, that is in AWS you'll get more discounts if you're basically taking up a 1-year reserved or a 3-year reserved instance, and that basically means you will get a dedicated server where you can run instances at any time, and that can save you 42% of the money, and in Azure it can save you around 36% of the money. So AWS will be cheaper for the long run. Azure will be cheaper if you're going to use on-demand instances. One more part is that in AWS you'll be charged by the hour. That is, even though you have used a particular service for just 1 minute, in that case you'll be charged by the hour. So you'll have to pay the hour rate. But in Azure you'll only be charged the minute rate. So if you're using only for 2 minutes, you will only pay for the 2 minutes you have used. You will not pay for the complete hour. So AWS uses hourly rate, Azure uses minute rate. So we've seen this. So before moving on, so you can go ahead and visit these two sites, aws.com, aws.amazon.com/new or azure.microsoft.com/ this is basically for India. You can basically check out just updates. You can basically check out the newest updates which are coming out for AWS and Azure. They are basically in the latest article at first. So whichever change has been made recently, that will be at the top, and you can get to know more about the changes or the changes of services in AWS and Azure. First, let's look into what is Azure Cloud Service. So, what is Azure Cloud Service? Microsoft Azure is an ever-expanding set of cloud services to help your organization meet your business challenges. Azure offers services on a pay-as-you-go pricing model in computing, web services, data storage, analytics, etc. etc. So there are so many different domains in which Azure is providing services. So to be very simple, Azure is a cloud provider, a public cloud provider, as well as you can get private cloud services and hybrid cloud services from them. So first of all, Azure is Microsoft owned. Azure is a cloud provider. So after AWS, Azure is the most popular cloud service in the world. So when an interview asks this, you can be basic as well as advanced. I would suggest you just give the apt answer what exactly it is. Microsoft Azure is a cloud service which provides you various different services in various domains like computing, web services, data storage, and you can access those services via an internet device. So you can access them through a laptop or a desktop or your mobile device, anything with an internet connectivity, you will be able to access Microsoft Azure. Okay, so we've seen what is Azure Cloud Service. Okay guys, now let's look into the second question, which is how does Azure compare with AWS? So first of all, AWS owns 32.3% of the market share in the public cloud industry, but Azure owns only 16.2%, which is just half of what AWS owns. But Azure is currently the fastest growing cloud network, and also it has 54 different regions in which it has availability zones, but AWS has 69 availability zones across only 24 regions. So regions in the sense are geographically located regions. For example, Azure has regions like South India, North India, East US, West US, Central US, Europe, Central Europe. So there are so many different regions like that. So like that, there are 24 different regions, but within those regions, AWS has 69 availability zones. But Azure has 54 regions. In 54 regions, it has 54 availability zones, and it's currently growing. So this basically shows Azure is better in availability zones, that is data centers, because it has a wide range of data centers in various regions. Next, comparing the services. If you already know about cloud, AWS and Azure, then this would be easy. EC2, S3, RDS are AWS services. The same exact service, EC2 is equal to virtual machine, Azure virtual machines. S3 is equal to storage, Blob storage. RDS is equal to SQL databases in Azure. So EC2 is used to launch and create servers, same as VM does. And then S3 and Blob storage are for storing objects. RDS and SQL databases can create relational databases running on the cloud. So you can distinguish between different services. And then finally, the pay per hour model and pay per minute model. So this is one of the important difference you'll have to note down. Because AWS does not have a pay per minute model yet, it charges you for the hour which you used, but Azure will charge you only for the minute. For example, if you're running a service, let's say you are running the same server, Linux server in AWS and Azure for 5 minutes, in AWS you will be charged the hour. For example, if the hour charged in both AWS and Azure is $5, so it would be $5 for 60 minutes. If it's $5, so you will be charged for the whole $5 in AWS, but in Azure that would be not the same, because you will be charged per minute. So if it is $5 for the hour, that is 60 minutes, so that will be reduced to 1 minute, so that would be multiplied into 5. So you will be charged very less in Azure compared to AWS if you are using services for a very less period of time. So if you're using some service for 2 to 10-15 minutes, then go with Azure, because that will not charge you as much as AWS. Okay, so we've seen the second question. So I think you can coagulate into an answer and give it. I'm just explaining you the differences, but you'll have to provide it more of a answer. And then comes the roles implemented in Microsoft Azure. So there are three main roles: the web role, the worker role, and the virtual machine role. First, the web role. This gives a web solution, that is the front end. This is like an ASP.NET application, while under facilitating, Azure provides IaaS, which is basically a web server and required services. So web role provides a web solution. Basically, it's a front end. It can be a website's front end. The worker role is a solution for background service. It can run long activities. For example, if you have a log activity, if you want to monitor the log activity, you can use a worker role. And then finally, a virtual machine role. So this can act both as a web and a worker role, and this is executed by virtual machines. The virtual machine role gives the client the capacity to modify the virtual machine on which the web and worker roles are running. So for example, web role only contradicts to the website, the front end. Worker role only contradicts to the business logic, which is the background or the backend part. So in virtual machines, you can run both a web role and a worker role, which means you can have a website running as well as a background process running. So these are the three main roles which are implemented in Microsoft Azure. So I think you get the point of this. So basically in Azure, mostly it is used to launch applications. So for an application, obviously there will be a web role, which would be the application itself hosted, and then the worker role, which is background processes. For example, if a person wants to retrieve an image from the website, so they'll enter the information, click a button, and a background code will run. So that code would be your worker role, and these both can be run on a virtual machine, which makes it a virtual machine role. So these are the three most basic roles. And the next question is, So this might be a question which may be asked, but this does not have a certain answer. I'm just giving you the three most popular and commonly used services. So talk about the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform. Okay, so first of all, compute and storage comes by default because they are the most used. Compute services and storage services are the most used services in any cloud platform, and then you can choose one as per your need. For example, you can choose databases, or you can choose monitoring, managing, governance. You can choose anything. So here I've choose databases. For example, you can tell the answer like this. So the principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform it can be basically anything, but here the most commonly used services comes under the compute and storage platform, and I also would say databases because every single application needs a compute, needs storage, and also database. So for example, in compute there is virtual machines, app services, and function apps which can be used to develop an application and also host that application with the backend code. And then there is Microsoft Azure storage, where we have blob storage, table storage, where we have file storage, we have Azure queues. So we can use all of them to store objects. We can use them to store images, videos, audio files. We can use them to store NoSQL data. And finally comes databases, where we can store, record, or structure information. And also there is a Cosmos DB, which is for NoSQL. And also if your application needs a analytical database, we have SQL data warehouses for that purpose too. So compute, storage, and databases, I would say they are the three principal segments of Microsoft Azure platform because they provide so many different services. Pretty sure even Azure uses them for their own benefit. Okay, so this is the fourth question. So we have seen 4 questions up till now. So the fifth question is, what is the distinction between Azure queues and Azure service bus queues? Okay, first of all, storage queues and service bus queues are different. So first, what are storage queues? Storage queues featuring a simple REST-based get, put, peek interface, providing reliable, persistent messaging system within and between services. Service bus queues are part of a broader Azure messaging infrastructure that supports queuing as well as publish or subscribe and more advanced integration patterns. Okay, so the simplest thing you'll have to know is if your application needs to store more than 80 GB of messages, go with storage queues. But if it needs only lesser than that and it won't exceed 80 GB, you can go with a service bus queue. So the thing is, storage queues are mainly used to move messages between services or to an end user. So you can see it is a REST based get, put, peek interface. Basically you can get a message from it, you can upload or send a message through it, and in service bus you can do the same, but also you can integrate advanced patterns. For example, you can integrate a queuing system which basically filters multiple messages according to their priority, and that does not come with storage queues. Also, storage queues are very easy to use. You can use it between services, you can create a queue within minutes. Service bus has a broader usage in Azure itself. So these are the main 2 differences, that if you want to use an application for your own personal use, go with storage queues. If it is a bigger application which needs shorter message storing, go with service bus queues. So the main distinction between them is storage queues are simple, REST-based get, put, peek interface, but service bus queues is involved with the Azure messaging infrastructure itself, and this supports queuing as well as normal publish and subscribe, which comes with storage queues as well. Also, you can integrate advanced integration patterns, but which cannot be done in storage queues, where you can filter different messages according to their priority and various other features and factors. Okay, so the next question is, what is stable storage in Microsoft Azure? So Azure Table Storage Service stores a lot of organized information. Azure Tables are perfect for putting away organized non-relational data. It is a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. So basically, table storage is a NoSQL data store where you can store non-relational data. That's basically NoSQL, non-relational database. Okay, So now what exactly is table storage? First, let's look into what exactly it is. First of all, a table is a collection of entities. A record can contain numerous tables. Basically, when you create a table, you can have multiple tables or a single table, and it is a collection of entities. So what are entities? Entities is an arrangement of properties like a database row. An entity can be up to 1 MB in size. So basically an entity is an item within the table. For example, if it is a table for shoes, and inside that every single shoe name would be a entity. Next comes properties. A property is a name value pair. Every entity can incorporate up to 252 properties to store data. For example, let's say in entity we have three different shoe types. One is Adidas, one is Reebok, one is Nike, and inside Adidas you can have 252 properties like color, type, shoe model number, and so many different properties under that entity which defines that particular entity. So inside a table there can be any number of entities, and inside those entities there can be 252 different types of properties to store data. So that's what Azure Table Storage is used for. It is a service used to store a lot of organized information in which you can store non-relational data. It's a NoSQL data store which acknowledges verified calls from inside and outside the Azure cloud. That is, you can integrate it with Azure services inside the cloud as well as third-party services from outside the cloud. And table is a collection of entities. Entities is basically the main item inside a table, and properties are the basically a property explains what an entity is, and the entities completely explain what a table is. So that's it. That is what table storage is. The next question is, what is auto-scaling in Azure? So what is auto-scaling in Azure? Scaling by including extra instances is frequently referred to as scaling out. So this is a commonly used term which is called scaling out. So Azure likewise supports scaling up by utilizing bigger role rather than more role instances. An auto-scaling solution reduces the amount of manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. So this is pretty simple, guys. So let's say you have a virtual machine which has let's say it has a website running on it. Now there are a lot of users using it right now, but that one particular virtual machine is able to handle them. So let's say there are 20 users. Now right now this particular virtual machine is able to handle all the 20 users and the website is not crashing. But suddenly your website has gone viral and there are 200 users. Now your virtual machine will not be able to handle because there are more users and the CPU utilization will go high, the traffic, the overload of your server will go high. Because of that, the usage also will increase and then your website might crash. So what you'll have to do, you'll have to again start up a virtual machine or another server. Once you've done that, you will have to configure your website and make it run again. So this will take some time. Until then, you would have lost a lot of users. So instead, you can start off with using auto scaling. So for example, you can see the image in the right corner below, in which to the left there are two virtual machines which is written as minimum 2. That basically means let's say you have a website and right now your website has two virtual machines and that is the minimum number of virtual machines and it will never go below that. Even a virtual machine is let's say even a virtual machine has been terminated accidentally, it will launch one more virtual machine within a span of a minute and that will be ready for your website. So now to the right side, you can see virtual machines as needed and maximum is equal to 5. So the maximum number of virtual machines you will get is 5. The minimum number of virtual machines running will be 2. And there you can add or subtract 3 virtual machines. For example, if you have 2 virtual machines right now, you can add 3 more or 2 more or 1 more, or you don't need to add at all. But you cannot go below number 2 or you cannot go above number 5. You can use auto scaling solution to do this. For example, right now you have 2 virtual machines and the work overload goes very high. So right now you want 1 virtual machine, so it will launch 1 virtual machine. Now it will monitor all of the 3 virtual machines. Again, if the user count is completely increasing, it will launch 1 more, and again if the users are increasing, the traffic is overloading, then again it will launch 1 more virtual machine. So here the maximum is number 5, so it will launch up to 5 virtual machines. After that, even though the user base is increasing, it won't go above that. You'll have to change that in the configuration. For example, max is equal to 10, so it can launch up to 10 different virtual machines. Okay, so got it. So I think you understood what exactly auto scaling is. So you can explain it simply. For example, you can tell auto scaling solution reduces the manual work engaged in dynamically scaling an application. Instead, we can set up an auto scaling solution in Azure where it gives you the number of required instances, as such as whenever the traffic increases, it will give you more instances. When the traffic decreases, it will reduce the number of resources being used, which is also cost optimized, and this will reduce your billing cost. So now let's look into the next question, which would be, what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So what are the features of Microsoft Azure? So there are so many different features. So let's just look into 3 features. So first, Azure App Services enables designers to assemble the sites utilizing various different programming languages. You can use ASP.NET, PHP, you can use Java, Python, and send these websites utilizing FTP or Git. Basically, you can use GitHub to have this code, and you can integrate it with Azure App Services, so that Azure itself will launch your website for you. It will maintain your website for you. You just have to work on your code. Next comes SQL databases, formerly known as Azure Database, makes, broadens and scales the application into the cloud utilizing Microsoft SQL Server. So in SQL databases provided by Azure, you don't need to scale out anything. For example, if you have set up a maximum size, whenever the size of the database increases, it will automatically scale the storage, and also you can manually scale the compute. And finally, this is Microsoft's platform as a service that supports multi-level applications and automated deployment. That is, Azure is Microsoft's platform as a service because they are giving you a platform to work on various different services. Even though services like virtual machines are infrastructure as a service, it comes under IaaS, but Microsoft Azure as a whole is a platform as a service because they are giving you a platform which you can work on different cloud services. So these are some features about Microsoft Azure. You can talk about them. So next question is, what are the difference between a public cloud and a private cloud? This is one of the most basic questions. You can easily answer them. So look at the image at the top. So first of all, public cloud, elasticity, utility pricing, leverage, expertise. And then private cloud, total control, regulation, flexibility. So let's compare this. First of all, elasticity, that is, you can launch any number of services, it can go up, it can go down, you can have any number of users, you can provide the access to users, you can cut off the access whenever you want. So it's more elastic. And then coming to right, it's total control. You can mention the administrator and only they will have control over the private cloud. So this basically increases security in private cloud, but public cloud is widely used. And also you can see leverage expertise. That means if you're using Microsoft Azure as a public cloud, then you will be able to leverage expertise because they have so many different security professionals working for Microsoft, and they will be guarding your virtual machines because you have taken a virtual machine from Azure itself. And coming to private cloud, you'll have to maintain, monitor all of that. And then comes utility pricing and regulation. So utility pricing in the sense you only pay for what you use. In private cloud, you will pay for everything you have taken up. And also regulation in the sense you can stop someone to access something. You can stop a service overall. You don't need to use a service. So in private cloud, you have the whole control. In public cloud, you have partial control. Okay, so now let's look into the most basics of them. A public cloud is utilized as a service through the internet by users, so anyone can use it, while a private cloud is deployed within specific limits like firewall settings and is totally overseen and checked by users dealing with it in an organization. So a public cloud is used for launching applications for public use, that is end user use. Private cloud is mostly used for deploying applications within a specified limit. For example, within an organization, you can launch applications. So you can do that using private cloud. So this is the basic differences between public and private cloud. So the next question would be hybrid cloud. What do you comprehend about hybrid cloud? So basically a company can use both public and private cloud. So a combination of them is a hybrid cloud. So hybrid cloud is a blend of internal and external cloud services. So internal in the sense within the organization, external in the sense for users, a mix of private cloud joined with the utilization of public cloud services. This kind of cloud is most appropriate when you need to keep the classified information at your vicinity private cloud and consume alternate services from a public cloud. For example, if you have mission critical data, you can store that in the private cloud and the application itself can be running on the public cloud because the application does not have any important information, and even though there is a security breach, there can be nothing taken from that, but your mission critical data and code is stored in a private cloud which only you can access. So this is hybrid cloud. And the next question is, what is a storage key? So your storage key access keys are similar to a root password for your storage account. Always be careful to protect your access keys. Use Azure Key Vault to manage and rotate your keys securely. You can view and copy your account access keys with the Azure portal, PowerShell or Azure CLI. The Azure portal also provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy. For example, if you're logging into your storage account in Azure portal, it's pretty simple to log in. You can just enter as such. But if you're trying to access your storage account from PowerShell or Azure CLI, you will have to use your storage keys. So it's basically an entry point for your storage account. So you can use that. Also, Azure portal provides a connection string for your storage account that you can copy and use it in your Azure CLI or PowerShell. So to be simple, it is similar to a root password for your storage account, and it is a key which you can use to log in into your storage account to check out the storage containers like blob storage, table storage within the storage account itself. So it's pretty simple, storage account. And then comes what is Microsoft Azure Traffic Manager. So it enables users to control the distribution of user traffic of installed Azure cloud services. There are 3 distinctive load balancing strategies provided by Azure. The manager who uses on traffic applies a routing policy to the domain name service, questions on your domain names, and maps the DNS courses to the apt instances of your application. So let me explain to you in simple words. So first of all, Azure Traffic Manager is a DNS based traffic load balancer that enables you to distribute traffic optimally to services across global Azure regions while providing high availability and responsiveness. So basically, Traffic Manager uses a DNS to direct client requests to the most appropriate endpoint on traffic routing method. So basically, let me explain to you this. So let's say you are trying to access a website using a website's URL name. Now when you type that, your first point of entry would be the Traffic Manager. So once you hit that, the Traffic Manager will use DNS and it will check to which IP address should this particular URL name should be redirected. So when it finds that, it will redirect the client request to the most appropriate service. For example, in Intellipaat.com, we have Intellipaat.com, which is the main page, and Intellipaat.com/blog. So for example, I'm searching for Intellipaat.com/blog. Now this will go to the Traffic Manager. Once it hits the Traffic Manager, it will check out the IP address for this particular URL. Once it gets the IP addresses, it will transfer me to the blog page, not the main Intellipaat.com page. So that's what Traffic Manager does, and it's pretty simple to use it. So you can start off with Traffic Manager even now. So you can combine Traffic Manager with auto scaling so that it is better to use. So if you're using Traffic Manager with auto scaling, basically what you do, you will be able to launch and terminate multiple virtual machines, as well as you'll be able to launch multiple applications in different virtual machines and connect 2 auto scaling groups together, in which the Traffic Manager is the first entry point. And for example, in one auto scaling group there is app 1, in another auto scaling group there is app 2. So now it hits the Traffic Manager. If you're trying to access app 2, it will take you to app 2. If you're trying to access app 1, it will take you to the app 1 auto scaling group. So this is how you can use Traffic Manager. The next question is, what is Microsoft Azure Portal? This is again a basic question. So Microsoft Azure Portal is the website which you are logging into when you're using Azure. So view and manage all of your applications in one unified hub. You can view your web applications, your databases, your virtual machines, your network, storage, and VST projects. Now it is easy to keep tabs on current and projected costs. So Microsoft Azure is not just for managing all your applications and services. It can also be used to manage your current and projected billing costs. So Azure portal automatically calculates your existing charges as well as it will forecast your future or monthly charge even if you're managing hundreds of resources across several applications. For example, if you're using only one service, still it will give you the billed amount for right now and also the projected bill. If you're also using hundreds of services, again it will do the same thing for you regardless of the scale. So Microsoft Azure a portal is the website which you're using to access Microsoft Azure services. That is more than enough. If you want to tell more, you can tell it's a unified hub to manage all the Azure services. It also provides cost management services. You can say it has a different web page for every single service. You can access every single service directly from the portal itself and also manage, monitor, and do everything else through Azure portal itself. And also you can access Azure portal from any internet connected device. Okay, so we've seen that. The next question is, what is Elastic Pool in SQL Azure? So we already saw what exactly is an SQL database. So now Azure SQL database Elastic Pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Databases in an Elastic Pool are on a single server and share a set of resources at a set price. Okay, let me make it simple for you. So right now you want various databases for different applications, and all these databases need to have a different set of specifications. Now what you can do is you can launch an Elastic Pool, which is basically a single server with different sets of resources within it. You can launch multiple databases and you can specify the required set of resources for a particular database within the Elastic Pool itself. You can launch any number of databases within that server and how much that server can handle, and all of the databases is shared, will use shared resources, and the price for that will be the same even though you're using any number of databases. So let's say you can have 10 databases within that Elastic Pool, or you can have 5 databases, or you can have only one database, but you'll be charged the same because you are sharing the same number of resources across all the databases. So this is Elastic Pool.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of Azure by answering this question. What are the different cloud deployment models? A. Private cloud. B. Public cloud. C. Hybrid cloud. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Next is, what is your SQL database? So an SQL database is just an approach to get associated with cloud services where you can store your database into the cloud. If you already know about SQL databases, for example, MySQL, PostgreSQL, or MS SQL database, you will understand this easily because it is basically the same relational database on your local system hosted on a cloud system and given remote access to you. So you can tell it pretty simply. SQL Azure database is a database server running in the Azure data center and to which you are given remote access to so that you can access that SQL database. Microsoft SQL Azure has a similar component of SQL Server, that is, it provides high accessibility, versatility, and security in the code. Microsoft Azure SQL database has an element, it makes backups of each active database automatically. So this feature does not come with a local database because it does not take backup. It has only one storage where the data is actually stored, and if that is lost, your data is lost. But in Microsoft Azure SQL databases, it's not the case. You can enable automatic database backups. So if your database is active and new data is coming in, it will automatically back it up. So even though your database has been terminated, you can use the backup to launch a database with the same existing data set. So this is Azure SQL databases. Now let's look into the next question, which is, what are the different types of storage areas in Microsoft Azure? So there is blobs, there is table storage, there is queues, and there are still more, but you can talk about 3 maximum. So there is also file storage, which is basically a shared access file storage. So you can also talk about that if you want. But right now we'll be looking into blob, table and queues. So queues we already looked into. Now we'll just look into blobs and tables. Even table storage was a separate question, so you can also answer that. So first of all, what is blob? So blob is the most commonly used storage type in Azure. So the full form of blob would be binary large objects. So you can see that BLOB, which is basically binary large objects, blobs. So blobs are a component for storing a lot of content or binary data. You can store pictures, audio, visual documents, you can store video, you can store any type of data. They can scale up to 200 terabytes and can be acquired by utilizing REST APIs. Very simple to start off with blob storage. You can create a storage account and create a blob container in which you can upload images, videos, documents, anything you want. You can store any type of binary data within blob storage. So that is one of the main area in Microsoft Azure. Next comes table storage, which is a non-relational data store where you can store organized information, and also you can store them using a format which is table, entity, and within entity you can have properties. So that we saw. Next is queue. The sole target of a queue is to empower communication among the web and worker role instances. They help in storing messages that may be accessed by a customer. So as told, queues can be used to connect multiple services as well as services with the end user. So these are the three main storage areas. One more is a file storage, which is basically a shared storage access which you can use to connect the same storage to multiple virtual machines. So every single user in every single virtual machine will be able to access the same data store, which will save you a lot of storage as well as cost. Next question is, what is the concept of blob storage? I explained to you what exactly is blob. So let me just go into that more. So blob, as told again, it is binary large objects and includes text files, images, audios, and videos. Azure Blob is a service that stores massive unstructured data that can be accessed from any place via protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So how does this work? How can you access these objects using HTTP or HTTPS? So it's pretty simple. Whenever you upload an object like image or audio into the blob storage, it will have a URL. So it will be provided a URL and you can use that URL to access that particular object. For example, if I'm uploading an image, that image will have a URL for that image itself. Now you can use that URL to access that particular image. So how will you access that? Using protocols like HTTP or HTTPS. So now what else you can use Azure Blobs for? Storing data for disaster recovery, backup and archiving, also storing files for shared access. Shared access in the sense, if you upload an object and you have a link for it, you can share that link with multiple users so that they all can use that particular blob storage as a shared storage. So that can happen. Also, you can use it for disaster recovery. That is, you can store data in different regions in blob storage itself and use it for backup and then also archiving data. So this is blob storage. Now let's look into the next question. So now this question is, what is Azure DevOps in Microsoft Azure? So if you are already familiar with DevOps methodologies, then this would be easier to understand. If you're not, I'll explain to you what exactly is DevOps in a few sentences. So first of all, DevOps is not a tool. It is a methodology which companies follow and implement in their software development lifecycle to automate the entire lifecycle. So Azure DevOps is not a methodology, it is a service. You may be confused by the name, but DevOps is the methodology, but Azure DevOps is a DevOps service provided by Azure and it is developed by the Microsoft team. It was previously called as VSTS or Visual Studio Team Services. Azure DevOps provides easy automation by having predefined build options for the deployment of applications. For example, if you're trying to launch an Angular application, it already has build options for it. It has npm packages in build. You can have a build. You can basically create a build in a matter of minutes. For example, if you're also launching a Java application, it has a Maven build option. You can use that to build that application. So That's why they are saying it provides you easy automation and also predefined build options. And finally, it also monitors your tools, and it uses monitoring tools to monitor your application or your project which you have launched within Microsoft Azure DevOps. Okay, so Azure DevOps has various different tools. So let me explain to you those tools. So one tool is Azure Repos, which is a repository like GitHub. So it's pretty similar. It's basically the same. And then comes Azure Pipelines. Pipelines is the tool which you use to implement a CI/CD pipeline. A CI/CD pipeline is the one which you use to automate the software lifecycle. And then comes test plans, which is basically used to test the application. And then comes Azure boards, which is a Kanban board, which is basically like Jira, where you can implement work items, you can implement sprints. And then finally you have Azure artifacts, where you can store the packages like npm NuGet in the same place so that it is easier to access them. Also, finally, you get an Azure dashboard where you can access and also create and launch widgets which will be helpful for your application. For example, you can see how many builds have been succeeded, how many have failed, how much time it is taking to build a particular project, how many times it has been deployed, and how many users are using our application right now. So all these widgets can be used in Azure DevOps. So you've seen that. The next question is, what is Azure App Service? We already discussed this, but still I'll explain it to you once again. So to be very simple, Azure App Service is a completely managed service provided by Microsoft Azure. So within Azure, Azure App Service is a completely managed platform as a service, not infrastructure as a service, but a PaaS. It is a PaaS offering for proficient developers that conveys a rich arrangement of abilities to web, mobile, and integration services. So if a developer wants to just concentrate on the code which he is developing and doesn't want to manage the servers and the other side of it, that is the backend part of it, so what he can do, he can opt for Azure App Service, where he can launch one and he can just upload his code into Azure App Service, which will take care of provisioning servers, uploading the code within the server, and also serving that website, and also provide you an URL which you can use to look into the website. So you can do all of this using Azure App Service, and you don't need to manage anything. Azure will manage everything for you. It will as told, it will launch servers, it will also monitor and manage them for you. And if you want anything else, if you want to scale it up, again you have an option for that. If you want to look into the server which it has launched, again you have a shell option for that. Mobile applications in Azure App Service offer a very adaptable, universally accessible mobile application development platform for enterprise developers and system integrators that conveys a rich set of capacities to mobile engineers. So basically, using Azure App Services, you can not just launch websites, you can also launch mobile applications, and they are very adaptable and universally accessible mobile application development platform. For example, you might be using Android Studio or Xcode. So in this, you will be able to launch both of them and they will run successfully. So next we'll look into cmd-let in Azure. So it's a pretty simple answer. So cmd-let is a command, basically it's a PowerShell command, and this is utilized as a part of the PowerShell environment. So cmd-lets, command-lets are summoned by the Windows PowerShell to automate the scripts which are in the command line. For example, you have created a script, now you want to automate the script, you can go with command-let. Windows PowerShell runtime additionally invokes them automatically through Windows PowerShell APIs. You can also automate cmd-let commands which will automate other scripts using PowerShell APIs. So to be pretty simple, cmd-let is a lightweight command which you can use in the PowerShell environment, and it is used to automate scripts. For example, if you want to launch virtual machine at a particular time, or if you want to monitor a virtual machine at 5 p.m. in the evening every single day, you can launch that script and you can automate it using cmd-let, and it will run that script every day at 5 p.m. Okay, so the next one is Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So Azure Scheduler enables you to invoke activities, for example, calling HTTPS endpoints or presenting a message on a storage queue on any schedule. With Scheduler, you make jobs in the cloud that dependably call services both inside and outside of Azure and execute jobs on demand on a routinely repeating schedule or assign them for a future date. So in the name itself, you can understand Microsoft Azure Scheduler. So it basically schedules certain things for you. But what does it schedule? It schedules jobs on the cloud. So it can be within Azure or outside of Azure, and as mentioned, it will execute those jobs on demand, and it can be done on a repeating scale, that is, for example, every day or every week, or you can assign them for a future date to run only once. So that you can do using Microsoft Azure Scheduler. For example, it can call an HTTPS endpoints, or it can present a message on a storage queue on any schedule. So you can use the scheduler for any service on Azure or outside of Azure. So it's pretty simple. It is explainable by name itself. So to be simpler, you can tell this Microsoft Azure Scheduler is a service which you can use to schedule a certain task in Microsoft Azure or outside of Microsoft Azure to execute a job on demand, which can be executed repeatedly, or it can be set to a future date for execution only once. So the next question is, how can you create an HD Insight cluster in Azure? So let me explain it to you in a very simple way. So you can tell this because this is an interview, you will be asked questions, you will be able to answer them with words. So to make an HD Insight cluster, first of all, you'll have to open Azure portal, then click on new, you can select data services, and you can click on HD Insight, or you can just search HD Insight and get into it. So once you get into it, you will have multiple options. You will have Hadoop, you will have HBase and Storm, and more options as well. So Hadoop is the default and native execution of Apache Hadoop, and HD Insight provides you Hadoop as the default option. And then comes HBase, which is an Apache open source NoSQL database based on Hadoop that gives random access and solid consistency for a lot of unstructured data. Storm, as such, it is a distributed fault-tolerant open source computation system that enables you to process data in real time. So the thing is, I'm not going to explain Hadoop, HBase and Storm right now. I'm just going to explain to you what is HD Insight. So HD Insight is an analytics service which you can use to launch Hadoop on the Azure cloud or other Hadoop ecosystem services like HBase, Storm or Spark on Azure cloud. So to launch HD Insights, it's pretty simple, but to work with it, it is a little tough. So to launch HD Insight, you'll just have to go to the HD Insight cluster, and you can choose the service which you want and you can launch it. So HD Insight, again, it's an analytics service, and you can launch the big data or analytics service which you want from it. Next question is, what is Text Analytics API in Azure Mission? So let me put it simply. First of all, Text Analytics APIs comes under cognitive services. So API, the application program interface. So this particular API is for text analytics, which can be used to search a particular word, or it can be used for keyword mining. Okay, now let us just read this once. The API can be used or utilized to analyze unstructured content for tasks such as sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. Sentiment analysis, in the sense, let's say you have a complete page of content. Now you want to see the sentiment of that content, whether the statement is happy or sad or neutral. So you can check out that using various keys, and you can enter those words into the API so that when it runs, it will check whether it is positive or negative. So you can see it has a numeric score between 0 and 1, and when it comes near 1, it is highly positive, and when it comes near 0, it is highly negative sentiment. So that you can see. This is for sentiment analysis. And key phrase extraction, in the sense, if you have a very huge document and if you want to check whether this particular key phrase comes inside it, and you can use the Text Analytics API to check out the entire document. The upside of this API is that another new model need not be planned and prepared. The user just needs to bring the data and call the service to get the sentiment results. So they are telling that the best part of this API is that you don't need to call another service to run this API. Instead, you just have to bring the data set and call this API to run on the data set and get the sentiment results immediately. So I think you got it. It is a text analytics API mainly used for tasks like sentiment analysis and key phrase extraction. You have two numeric scores, 0 and 1. Near 0 it is negative and near 1 it is highly positive. It's basically sentiment, and the upside is you don't need to call any other service. You can directly call this API and upload a dataset and it will give you the sentiment results. Next question is, what is migrate tool? So again, in the name itself you can get this answer: migration, a migration from the on-premise setup to the cloud or from the cloud to the on-premise setup. This is a central hub of tools to discover, access and migrate workloads to Azure. So you can migrate any type of workload into Azure. So it provides support for key migration scenarios across servers, data, databases, web applications and virtual desktops. It saves costs and migrate efficiently with free tooling and Azure cost optimization. So you can use the Azure Migrate tool to migrate databases or servers or web applications from your on-premise setup to the Azure cloud seamlessly. So for example, if you want to migrate your database, you will have to provide the details like the endpoint, then you'll have to provide the username and password, and then the destination would be a Azure database. You can provide the details of the Azure database, and once you click start, it will migrate the data from the on-premise database into the Azure database, and it's very simple to start with. So this is basically Azure Migrate tool. You can easily explain this with 2 or 3 sentences. And we've come to the final question, which is, what is Azure Service Level Agreement? First of all, the SLA ensures that when you send 2 or more role instances for each role, access to your cloud service will be maintained not less than 99.9% of the time. Additionally, identification and recorrection activities will be started 99.9% of the time when a role's instance procedure isn't running. So let me explain to you SLA in simple words. It's an agreement in which Azure tells you that this particular service will be running for this amount of time. So for example, if you are using a service for 10 minutes, Azure provides you a SLA stating that your application will run 99.9% of the time in that 10-minute period. So your application can go down only for a 0.01%. That's very less. So like that, Azure will provide you. If you are using a free trial service, they don't mention an SLA because it's your free trial and they don't give you any benefit for you. But if you have a paid Azure account, if you're paying every single month, they will provide you an SLA for every single service, which will mention that this particular service will run for this amount of time. So for storage, it's basically high. For example, it would be 99.9999% of the time. It will be always up. It will never go down. So SLA is a statement which tells you this particular service will stay up for this amount of time and it will not go down. For example, if you're using it for 1 hour, it will stay up for 99% of the time, and it may go for 1% of the time. It's not that it will go, it may go. So this is Azure SLAs. So we've come to the last question of this session, guys. I hope you understood all of the questions which we've taught.
Just a quick info, guys.
Intellipaat provides AZ-900 Microsoft Azure Fundamental Certification Training, mentored by industry experts, the course link of which is given in the description below.